This is so much more than a trophy. It represents grit. It represents guts. And ultimately, it represents greatness, which is why we've gathered here once again in Helsinki, Finland, the home of all things Clash. Greatness. 5 trophies and over $3 million have been garnered by our former champions. But who's next? Someone in this room will be crowned greatest in the world on Sunday. Let's just find out who it is. The 2023 Clash Royale League Finals starts now!
This is the place where it happens. Just a few feet behind me, 16 players will find out if they truly have what it takes to be the best. This is the place. Gone are the comforts of home. Here, you stand alone. Can you handle the bright lights of our biggest stage, or will you crumble under the pressure? This is the place. Hello and welcome. I'm Rich Slayton, joined by Andrew Guy, Joshua A.C. Sharon, and Jackson Juicy J. Wall. This is the 2023 Clash Royale League World Finals! This is the place, and this is the time. Let's meet our competitors. Josh, take us away.
I asked one of the players earlier today if he was nervous, if he wasn't feeling good. He cut me off. He simply said, I'm ready to compete. The players are ready to go. The crowd is electric, and I say we start day one. Introducing our first 2 players. We have the 6th seed in his 3rd World Finals against the 11th seed in his 5th one. They are the 3rd and 2nd finishers from last year's Worlds. We have Basoto and Morton.
Next up, we have our number 3 seed making his World Finals debut against the 2023 World Champion. It's Pedro and Ruben.
Our next 2 players, it is the 10th seed in his 4th straight World Finals against the 7th seed, the 10th seed on the other side. He's in his 1st World Finals ever. We have Vitor 75 and Not Afraid.
Up next, we have the 2nd and 15th seeds, both making their 3rd World Finals appearance. It's Pandora and Wallace.
Our next 2 players, we have the 5th seed in his 2nd straight World Finals against the 12th seed. Again, another newcomer. We have Arden Toas and Sosa.
Now we have the 2021 World Champion against our 13th seed making his World Finals debut. It's Mugi and Adriel.
Our next 2 players, the 8th seed in his 4th World Finals against the 9th seed in his 1st one, the Higher and Faust.
And finally, we have the defending world champion against the number 16 seed making his 3rd World Finals appearance. It's Mohammed Light and Air Surfer. Let's one more big round of applause for our full field at this 2023 World Finals. We're all waiting, we're all excited. Let's go and kick things off up at the booth with Andrew Guy and Jackson Juicy J. Wall.
Thank you so much, Rich, and welcome to the 2023 Finals. We are just about to get into the action, but first, Jackson Juicy J. Wall, brother, you are back 2 years in a row now. How does it feel to be back at World Finals?
It feels fantastic. I cannot wait to see the best of the best, duke it down in the arena, and watch some beautiful Clash Royale.
We have talked about it all week long. We've been geeking out. We've been dying to just watch the matches. So let's get into the action. The first thing, of course, that we need to talk about is our tournament format. We know it's dual mode, Juice, but there's a few little stipulations there that I'm pretty sure you guys at home are going to like.
Absolutely. It is a 16-player double elimination bracket. It is best of 3 duels, but it's out-of-game duels. It's not what you're used to in Clan Wars. And finally, last player standing is crowned the World Championship and wins $250,000.
$250,000. If you win 5 matches in a row, you win $250,000. But with this incredible lineup that we have, it's going to be very, very difficult. But Juicy, if you show up here today, all these guys on stage, they've already earned $20,000.
Yes, everyone, like you said, 20 grand. Every win is going to boost them up another 10 grand. But when you really get in the money is first through fourth. You're going from 65 to 80 to 125, and once again, like you said, $250,000 going to the world champ.
That means our finals is going to be a $125,000 matchup, but we'll get there in just a couple days. The first thing we have to do is get to this incredible bracket. Many people have been here, big fans of Clash Royale, for this entire week, and they have said this is maybe the most stacked lineup we have ever seen at World Finals. Juice, what are you looking at in this bracket?
Honestly, we know our upcoming matchup, Mode Light versus Air Surfer, is a huge one, but the most interesting matchup for me is Samuel Basoto versus Morton. It is the second and third place players from last year, and it's so evenly matched, and I cannot wait to watch it.
Yeah, and when you look at the bottom of that bracket, because it is double elimination, we are getting through 12 matches today, which means Pedro, Ruben, Basoto, or Morton, one of them will be saying goodbye and be spectating for the next 2 days. That is how steep this competition is. And speaking of steep competitions, we always have a fun competition here with our casters, predictions, right? We've got a lot of great predictions out there, and you know how much I hate losing, Juicy.
I know. I mean, we're all together on that first one, which makes sense. And I'm the only one picking Higher against Faust.
I know. I mean, Higher has been here many, many times before. He is an exceptional player. He's gotten second in World Finals before. And then from there on out, things start to get a little bit dicey, other than it looks like Vitor and Ruben are 100% across the board. And then Rich is the odd man, or excuse me, Josh is the odd man out, it looks like, with SK Morton. I don't think Rich is going to be very happy about that. Very, very excited to get through these predictions and walk away the predictions champion at the end of the weekend. We gotta at least get a consolation prize for being up here in the desk.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys have seen it all. We have so much Clash Royale prep for you guys today, and I honestly, like I said, cannot wait to watch it. I mean, let's talk about our first matchup. We have Mode Light versus Air Surfer. You know, who will win? I mean, we talked about it. I think that we kind of decided, though, that Air Surfer might have like 35% chance of winning.
Yeah, you know, when you look at these numbers, I really don't think they do Air Surfer justice. He has been around the league since the beginning of time, and also he has a lot of live stage experience, more than almost anyone else here, because you got to remember back in the day where CRL was played, he was in person all the time. So I don't think those numbers do justice, but honestly, there's only one way to find things out, and that is to get started with our first match. Rich, what do we got?
Entering the arena first, a man who needs no introduction, but it's my pleasure to give him one, because he's the reigning, defending, undisputed Clash Royale League champion of the world, the Pharaoh himself, Mohamed Light. And his opponent, a 6-year veteran of Clash Royale League, one of the most respected players in the game. He's the man who broke the global tournament. Let's give it up for Air Surfer!
And what a great way to start things off here in our 2023 finals. Obviously the champion, Mohamed Light, I don't think he really needs that introduction, but maybe what you might have forgotten from last year, it was Mohamed Light who knocked Air Surfer out of the tournament in that lower bracket run that he went on. The other thing you gotta remember, the caveat of that sentence means that Mohamed Light was in the lower bracket. And where did he lose? Starting off his day. So a lot of things have changed over this last year. Very interesting to kind of pick off where Air Surfer left off.
Absolutely, like you said, in 2021 and 22, Mo Light loses first match, goes through the entire loser bracket, and wins the championship, meaning he had to beat that winner twice, which is crazy. And on the other hand, Air Surfer, you know, because of that, might be able to take down Mo here. Because like you said before, it's just, he's got the experience. He knows what he's doing on this stage. And when it comes to face Clash Royale, it's completely different.
Yeah, and Air Surfer is no slouch, obviously finishing in that top 6 last year. Him and Sandbox were roughly in that same spot. This is a really, really exciting matchup to come into, Juicy. The meta is shifting rapidly, it seems, and maybe we just landed with that last emergency nerf on Little Prince. I'm very excited to see. We had a conversation about these evolutions, and you ranked your evolutions for me. Why don't you rank them for everyone else here?
Gotta go archers, knights, and then recruits. It's pretty close between recruits and skeletons, though.
All right, well, let's find out if they play any of those here in game number 1, match number 1, 2023 World Finals. Hopping into game number 1 here, and I think maybe the best thing for Air Surfer to do, Juicy, would be to slow things down and use what is strong in the meta, which means I'd love to see some archers, I'd love to see a Goblin Giant, I'd love to see something big and beefy for him to control this matchup.
I see a knight and a tombstone from Mohamed Light, and I can't help but think this could be Splash Art. Last World Finals, Mo Light and his coach came up to me and told me that they use Splash Art specifically instead of something else for me.
Yeah, you see right there, Mo has a big recognition. The rage comes down, takes the tombstone off the board. Mo kind of thinks, tilts his head for a moment, and he goes, oh, I think he knows what matchup he's got. And honestly, I think you might hit the nail on the head there for what Mo's running.
Absolutely, yeah. It is Splash Art, and he's got a great matchup. This Goblin Giant recruit stack struggles very, a lot versus Splash Art because there's so many ways to deal with the recruits.
Yeah, and that, of course, that poison is going to be a lot to deal with for those goblins in case you want to drop them on top of the graveyard incoming. Maybe a Little Prince far behind that, but we'll have to see when the offense comes in.
Goblin split here, doing a good job of cycling through. He is not getting his pump down yet, so maybe it's the non-pump variation. He's using Boulder instead. That Boulder definitely could make a huge difference here. It does a great job dealing with those tombstones.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about this, Juice. You have been a Splash Art player for a very, very long time. I know it's not really your go-to anymore, but when you look at this matchup, do you feel, where is it in terms of how close are we to 50-50?
You know, it's really tough to say. I mean, Splash Art, it's one of those decks where you can almost win no matter what, but you need to play perfectly. And that's what Mo Light does best.
Yeah, and right now we see Air Surfer really using all the things that are really the most popular and dominant in the meta. There's the Goblin Giant, Bowler is everywhere, Archers are out, and is Little Prince. And here comes the next GY. Archers behind, right on top.
Evo Archers going to be the Evo of choice here. I really like that. I think the Evo Archers could give Air Surfer a great chance to break through along with the Goblin Giant and the Boulder.
A really clean defense there from Air Surfer, taking almost 0 damage, enough elixir to set up a Goblin Giant opposite lane. And this is a really nice thing for him to make sure that Mo can't build up those big pushes at the bridge and then get that GY down in the back.
Little Prince doing with his baby dragon quite nicely. He's getting a plus, what is that? Almost 5 trade there. Evil archers at the bridge. I love this baby dragon.
Was that a predictive baby dragon looking for the archers? What a play there by Mo Light. Air Surfer still gets some good damage on tower. Now Tombstone comes out to deal with the bowler, but bowler, that's a magic archer, not a bowler anymore.
Bowler, the magic archer that survives Rocky, getting 2 shots to the tower, bring the tower down to 1553 already. Lightning getting even more damage. Air Surfer's in a massive damage lead.
This is huge, and now Mohamed Light forced to play in the lane that is the weaker of the two. We'll see how Air Surfer wants to deal with this moving forward. Decent NATO there, maybe not the best ability use there of the Guardian. We'll see though.
Little Prince gonna deal with this Goblin Giant from the opposite lane, trying to prevent any sort of lightning value. Little Prince counter pushing forward. Boulder always same lane. Boulder's really coming to the meta because of how strong the Little Prince is. It's one of the best natural counters.
And what's so great about this is when you are dealing with Graveyard, you can get that bowler up just a little bit higher, and then the ability of that tank to cross the bridge kind of goes out the window, which means you gotta start tanking with that baby dragon more often.
But it seems like Air Surfer is always having that Little Prince's cycle for the baby dragon. Does such a great job of DPSing it down. I also love how Air Surfer is utilizing the 3-card cycle of that Little Prince to get back to even more archers for getting that Evolution down.
There we go, Bar Barrel at the bridge. Guardian comes out but misses the Barbarian. Graveyard is in, and that is a huge graveyard for Mo Light. Goblin Giant up top now, distracted by that Tombstone bowler. Very, very healthy. Little Prince down as well. We'll see if Air Surfer can turn this into some decent offense. 11:55 to 15:31. 1 minute remains in match number 1.
Another Goblin Giant at the bridge. It's raged up, but look at that Little Prince is completely charged up, taking everything out. Lightning gets a bit of chip damage. Mo Light just barely surviving these pushes, and it is Triple Elixir. Maybe he can make the comeback, but it's looking great for Air Surfer right now.
15:31, 8:38, 40 seconds remain. Bowler cycled in the back. Goblin Giant going opposite lane to make sure that Mo Light can't get too aggressive here. Poison comes down. Archers are not touched by anything.
NATO to pull back. Barber will take it out. Goblin Giant is a massive threat, though. Boulder at the bridge. Another Tombstone in cycle. We have a lot on the board for Air Surfer. Mo Light needs to go off, and so there's only 20 seconds left.
And you can see they're not very comfortable with the position he's in is Mo Light, forcing in this GY. He needs a lot of damage. Remember, Air Surfer has time. He has the lightning, and maybe a misplay there from Mo. Air Surfer is going to take game number 1.
GG's, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe it. Will we see Air Surfer get this massive upset in round 1?
I mean, an incredible play there. We even started things off saying, you know, maybe thinking that Air Surfer needs to slow things down, bulk things up, and play what's strong in the meta. He comes out with Gob Giant, Bowler, and of course, those Evo'd archers. Then we were having the conversation about the matchup in terms of Graveyard, and I think those archers end up being the great equalizer, Juice.
Yeah, those archers, like I said, he did such a great job of utilizing that 3-card cycle to get back to them. And that Evo at the very end is what really allowed him to apply all that pressure on the left-hand side.
All right, let's take a look here at a replay coming your way. And Juicy, break it down for me.
Bowler, like I said, so annoying. Tombstone is really getting taken out almost every single time. Archers plus Goblins. It's such a great counter to Graveyard. Mo Light still did a great job, though, of almost getting enough damage, but it just wasn't enough.
And you see the NATO there, just not really getting much for Mohamed Light. 1,002, and then the lightning comes in, and that is a massive start to the day. And you can see right there, people cannot believe, that looks like boss to me, how this game number 1 is going.
I mean, I wish that I could say that I can't believe it either, but we've seen this happen to the world champ so many times before.
Absolutely.
But that being said, Air Surfer still needs to win one more match versus Mo Light, and that is not an easy task.
No, it is not. You can see here the average cost pretty close, but then you factor in that 3-card cycle that you were talking about, Juice, and the ability to get those Evo'd archers out more and more. You know, the Evo Knight is really, really great, but the bowler being there makes it harder for him to cross the bridge and be that tank that you need for Graveyard. And then we were talking about the baby dragon. You're like, well, the Little Prince is always there. It's always on the board. Air Surfer doing a really, really great job in getting on top of that cycle.
The other thing to mention is duels best of 3. So that Little Prince is not going to be a factor any longer. And the other thing is there's not a lot of other champs that are very viable in the current meta. Yeah. So that 3-card cycle is going to become a little bit stagnant here.
That's a really, really great point that you make. Now, I will say the one other thing that we started to see a little bit more is Monk, right? Because of how strong the archers have been, but I completely agree with you. It feels like it's basically Little Prince, and then we lean on our Evos, Recruits, Knight, and of course, the archers that we just saw. The other caveat to this conversation is that the archers are still available for that man right there.
I know, I was just about to say that. Archer's definitely best evolution in the current meta, and Moonlight still has that opportunity. I really like that decision as well.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Mohamed Light back up against the wall. Let's see if he can bounce back. Here we go, game number 2 coming your way. Evo Skellies have really, I mean, you talk about the evolution conversation, it feels like it is still Archers, Knight, Rascals, but I really feel like the Skellies are climbing the leaderboard in terms of evolutions.
Phoenix in the back from Air Surfer, Log from Mohamed Light. Would not be surprised to maybe see some Royal Giant from Air Surfer here. No, it's a balloon deck, and here comes the Pigs from Mo.
Pigs at the bridge, and he's got the bomb tower. That's a great matchup there. You can see Mohamed Light maybe not too happy about that. A little bit of a grimace on his face, if you will. And that's a great snowball from Air Surfer. Juicy, you were talking to me about snowball this week.
Yeah, Snowball's such an underrated spell. You know, there's Log, obviously, the most favorite small spell for these pro players, but it is duels formatting. You can't use Log every single time. Snowball does such a great job versus Archers, but also does such a great job of stunning those little princes.
Yeah, and that is really a big part of game plan these days, even though we know now in game number 2 there weren't going to be any little princes, but still, that snowball coming in, assisting that balloon. And there we go, we just talked about it. Monk is here, so Air Surfer really relying and leaning on these champions in the first 2 games, and I gotta say, Juice, I love it.
Yeah, the other thing to mention here is Molight's choice of building. He's got the Goblin Cage, which is recently buffed, but it's not going to be very good versus those balloons. You'd much rather have a Tesla in this situation.
And Miner chipping away on that tower. We got some Evo Skellies here, nothing to deal with them, and you can see Mohamed Light knows he got his number called right there. How does Air Surfer want to double down on this? 17-19 to 15-72.
Wow, and that is just the difference maker that Evos do. Personally, I saw Air Surfer at 3 Elixir, and I thought the game was over. I thought those pigs were taking that tower. But the 1 Elixir, Evo Skeletons in Cycle do so well of taking those pigs out for a positive 4 trait.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Rich always talks about. He's like, when I see evolutions, I want them to change the way that you play the game, and the idea that you can have Skeletons save you in a moment like that is a really, really great call. So shout out to you, Rich. I know you're going to be here in just a minute.
But this is not the evil version of Skellies here. These piggies are doing some great damage. Archers do go down, and the second set of Archers do as well. This Phoenix is looking scary.
The Monk is reflecting. The Phoenix is right there. Delivery comes in. 10:54, 10:33, neck and neck, 30 seconds remaining in regulation.
You almost couldn't ask for a closer game. We got wind conditions coming down both lanes. Archers on defense on the left, and we got a bomb tower on defense on the right.
And Bloom comes in again, a late Goblin Cage, and that's it! That is it! Mohamed Light needs a miracle!
My God, there's 10 seconds left. Does he have another round of pigs?
And he's calling the good game, Juicy!
Even if he does, it's not enough. There you have it. Air Surfer with the upset, taking round 1 match versus the world champion.
A 3-1 deficit in terms of the probability, the prediction numbers, and Air Surfer with maybe the upset of the day.
Wow. I mean, once again, we knew it was possible, but I still can't believe it with my eyes now that it's happened.
I mean, the other part of this is if it's anyone other than Mo Light, you start to worry a little bit, but he's done this so many times before. Oh my goodness, Rich, what is going on down there on that stage?
Air Surfer, you hear the room right now. You just shocked the world. How does it feel to have just beat the champion in the opening match?
It feels amazing. That was the most nervous I've ever been in any match so far.
It was, you obviously didn't show it. You know, you heard the booth talking about this one. You leaned on champions more heavily than a lot of players do today. Monk, game number 2, tell me about it.
Well, shout out my analyst, Alan. We had a great deck for game 1, and he also set me up for game 2, so we just had a strategy, and I went with it, and it worked really well.
It worked phenomenally, and I'm gonna let you go back and get ready for the next one. Everybody, give it up for Air Surfer!
And what a wonderful way for Air Surfer to start his day here in 2023. He gets to relax, sit back until tomorrow, and he has been 0% against Mohamed Light this season in 2023. What a great way to pick up that first win. Josh, can you speak right now?
I mean, I can. I don't want to. I just want to Can we already watch that game over again and over again?
I mean, that's why you're up here. Talk to me a little bit about what popped out to you the most in this matchup.
All right, yeah, let's switch it over to Telestration. I cannot wait to get this started. Come on, here we go. There we go, almost, and here we are. Okay, 49 seconds left. Look, it's all about the miner in front. Can you protect the Phoenix egg? Can you protect the balloon? The arrows are so valuable. I was talking about it on the mic with the GodRF, the replay analyst. Shout out to him, and he was like, oh, if he has arrows, that's game over, and that's really what it is. 30 seconds left, 10:54 to 10:33, and this is what happens. Boom, Loon on the left, bomb tower in response on the right, arrows coming down. And I mean, it's always getting to the tower. Prediction snowball, are you kidding me? Everything on the, give me this Telestration. Prediction snowball to win it all? You love seeing that. You love seeing that, and that's how you win it.
Wow. Yeah, what a game there by Air Surfer. I mean, not really, I think, what anyone anticipated in terms of how this was going to go. I mean, at least maybe we go to game number 3, but, you know, almost 2 dominant games from Air Surfer in this opening set.
I mean, no nerves shown whatsoever. I mean, he played the right cards, got himself in the correct cycle, and it was over like that.
Yeah, I mean, he said it's the most nervous he's ever been to play a game, and he looked like cold-blooded, ice through his veins. Juice, any thoughts on that first 2 games? I mean, what a way to start our day.
My biggest thing that I want to point out is the use of snowball from Air Surfer. That snowball is almost like a mini freeze for 2 elixir. You got 2 balloon hits specifically from the use of that snowball. First of all, pushing those archers away, slowing it down, slowing the tower down, and then taking out the cage at the 1 HP to get the balloon going towards the tower. It was perfectly played.
All right, here we go. Let's get into this deck breakdown. This is game number 2 here, and you can see those Evo Skellies played a huge part of victory, right? You talk about the bomb tower being there. You're always happy about that. You got the monk working in to deal with those archers, but those Evo Skellies were kind of the lifesaver in that moment. You said it yourself, Juice. He only had 3 elixir. I think that's going to do it for us. Then we go back to game number 1. Juice, talk me, or AC, but when you talk about GY here, that matched up so well.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that it would be difficult because you only have the Lightning and the Goblin Giant is really going to struggle, but that's not what it was. It was good defense. You get that 1 great offensive possession, and you defend out and try and win it.
I mean, I guess the positive of this is that we get to see Mohamed Light play at least 1 more time today. So, without further ado, let's get on to match number 2. Rich, it's maybe a couple people we've heard of before.
Absolutely right. Next up, entering the arena, we have the #1 qualifier from the CRCC, the last player standing from CRL's very first spring season, the pride of WEDGM. Give it up for Higher! Next up, we have one of the most anticipated debuts in Clash Royale League history. The expectations have been high, and he's gonna pay them off today. SK Gaming, get loud for your guy, Faust!
And a fascinating matchup here because you talk about Faust and how consistent he's been all year long. It felt like he was basically a shoo-in based off of points for a while. Higher on the other side of it is a World Finals legend, or World Finals legend. He's been here many, many times before, got 2nd place in the past. He is dialed in, but he hasn't really been playing with this level of competition all year long. But we did take time, we looked at some game tape, and he has had some really, really exceptional plays. He was playing Fast Cycle, he was playing a lot of Magic Archer, but that was kind of in the meta of old. I'm very curious to see how he's adapted for finals here today.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, you have Faust, who's a beatdown veteran.
Yes.
And it's gonna be so interesting how those two playstyles really clash in this matchup.
That's a great point that you make, and I think maybe if you want to take something from your opponent, you look at how Air Surfer played that first set, and you go, well, maybe I go a little heavy in game number one, just to kind of control the pace and control your nerves. You know, when you have those heavier cards, the more expensive cards, you don't see yourself dropping, you know, like Ice Spirit, Skellies regularly. You got to slow, pause, and think about what's the actual best way for me to deal with this. Maybe I min-max, maybe I'm going to go full on offense, we can do a tower trade. So maybe for Faust, it's good to just slow things down the way that Air Surfer did because of the difference in experience.
Absolutely. I mean, using your comfort is so underrated in competitions like this when you're on that stage, because when you're playing your main deck, you really kind of get in that flow state where you know what the right thing to do is almost instinctively.
Yeah, and when you talk about beatdown right now, Juice, I know you've been a fan of E-Giant for a long time, but when you think beatdown, you think in Golem, you think in E-Giant. What is your favorite archetype as of this moment?
Absolutely. I mean, for so long, the E-Giant really wasn't in the meta, but now that controlling type pace with the E-Giant, or even what we saw in the first game here, a Goblin Giant Lightning, where you're kind of applying pressure while cycling lightnings for damage throughout the match.
Well, we'll see if Faust follows suit of what worked in match number one. Here we go. Game number one, match number two. Let's do it. And as we mentioned, 2019, Higher was number 2 in the world. It is his 4th World Finals appearance, of course, Faust's debut. I think the one thing that you have to take a look at, though, when you look at how consistent Faust has been all year long, Juicy, is that he's actually got a pretty rough win rate when you talk about playing against the other 15 competitors that are here today. Now, his win rate on the season in CRL, Swiss, bracket, all that, pretty great. When you talk about getting to this top 15, a little bit farther out. And I love that we're seeing something a little heavier, just like we were talking about.
There it is, a Mega Knight's Bats deck with the Little Prince. I might actually say that this is a Goblin Giant deck. For some reason, Mega Knight Goblin Giant is coming into the meta here.
MK caught at the bridge. A lot of damage in here for Faust, but now Higher has a devastating and horrifying counter push here. Those bats are gonna be brutalized by that snowball. And 1565, 1175, not too bad thus far.
And the push is not over.
Wow.
Phoenix locked on tower, Knight pressuring the bridge. Higher understands that he's up so much elixir here, and he's gonna connect and take that tower down.
I mean, that snowball coming down was so devastating. Those bats were just gone in an instant. He needed that DPS, and maybe just getting a little bit ahead of himself in game number one is Faust. Higher took the damage, and he goes, all right, I can deal with this. I'm not gonna lose the tower, but you are gonna have a tough time dealing with this counter push.
And it's so fascinating because I almost don't want to say that Faust made a huge mistake by being aggressive with those Mega Knights, because a lot of the time Mega Knight can be played aggressive versus cycle decks, but in Higher situation he had his own Mega Knight to then counter and respond, and that's why Faust got in that very precarious situation.
It's looking like 5K ladder all over again. Mega Knights have flying, but of course men wielding them just a little bit more talented. MK's meet at the bridge, Goblins behind to clean it up. We see a Goblin Giant at the bridge, just as you called, Juicy. We will see how effective it is against an Evo Knight and a Ram Rider.
Ram Rider slowing everything down, Evo Knight putting in the work. I mean, what a defense.
MK on that bottom right tower, Goblin Giant up high there, gets a little bit of damage in, but still just under 1,000 HP is Faust's journey on that left-hand side.
Fisherman to pull the middle, Lightning gonna drop down on everything, Evo Knight tanking. He's got 35 seconds to take this left side tower though, and he's gonna opt it with the Goblin Giant in the back.
Excuse me, don't you know who I am?
And maybe needing a bit of a miracle here with 25 seconds remaining, but this is a kind of a scary push. MK plus Goblin Giant behind. Goblin Giant though, not very healthy, and he's not gonna have a way to deal with those goblins. 15 seconds remain, and it looks like Higher is going to be standing tall after game number one.
And once again, we have another match where that Snowball's really the MVP. They did a great job of taking the bats off the board, and they did a great job of, just slowing everything down, allowing for that massive damage.
Well, we are going to be taking a look here in just a moment at how the beginning of that match kind of started, because honestly, it looked like Faust was in a decent spot. He was getting some good damage in. MK was on top of the tower, and maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to defend, right? But then, as you said, Juice, that second MK comes down, the snowball comes in. I'm very excited to slow this down and break this down. Let's take a look here at our replay of what sent Faust down below in game number 1.
So we saw that initial Mega Knight push, and we saw the ability pop, but look at this Mega Knight. It kills the Fisherman, it's killing the Guardian along with those Goblins, and look at Faust's Elixir bar.
Yeah, 4 Elixir in the take, a very healthy MK on the board, tanking for the Goblins. So first, he has to go Rage, then his Goblins, then his Bats, and that is a beautiful, beautiful Snowball. Already here on the day, it feels like Snowball might be the MVP, picking up 2 game wins already in 2 different sets.
I know, and it's just so fascinating to see gameplay like this, because for so long in the Clash Royale League, we're used to very quick cycling chip matchups, but this one, it's just Mega Knight push, my tower's gone, and he wasn't able to get the damage back.
Now this is the moment where you really wonder how much experience is going to play into this, because if Faust won game number 1, I wouldn't be very worried about Hire's emotions, right? He's been playing forever. He's been CRL forever. He's almost climbed that mountain in that second place in 2019. Faust on the other side of it. This is a kind of a first for him when you talk about World Finals, talk about him making his debut. You got to feel like that pressure must be mounting. And then the other part of this that you really don't want to think about is who you have to play if you lose this set. And it's Mohammed Light, spoiler alert. So, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire. Again, taking that from my good friend Rich Slayton, but this has been an exceptional start to this set for Hire, who I think a lot of people maybe had a question mark behind him and whether or not he would actually show up here at WF.
I don't want to be that guy, but I did not have a question mark. I chose Hire as my prediction, and I'm so happy to see that experience really come through, and I'm really excited to see him show why he's dominated Clash Royale for so many years.
Faust looking maybe a little bit deflated here on stage, but you got to remember there's a lot more Clash to be played. It is double elimination. There's a lot more of the day to come his way, but first, see if he can bounce back here in game number 2, match number 2. So going heavy in game number 1 on both sides, although MK plus Gob Giant maybe just a little bit heavier. And now we see our Evo Archers coming out.
Archers on the board, so Faust actually opted to use the best evolution. First round here, we'll see what Hire has in response for those.
Skelly Drags plus Goblin Gang. Is this going to get a little recruity in here? Oh my gosh, it's a Mortar.
Mortar at the bridge, Tesla at the bridge to counter that. Tesla does a great job here, looking like a Hog Earthquake versus some sort of Mortar spam deck here.
Yeah, I mean, Mortar, whatever, you won my heart already.
Pigs at the bridge, not Hog, Pigs. We see these Spear Gobs come down to defend that. You need something else, and he goes Barb Split. Somehow, I can't help but think that was maybe a slight mistake.
Yeah, Barb Split here. Spear Goblins trying to be in tow on both sides. Looks like Barbarians will sneak in front on both. Nice arrows there to deal with the Archers, but this should be a nice cleanup with the delivery coming in here for Faust. Maybe able to control this game a bit.
And we see his spells really playing a huge factor here. That delivery is going to get a lot of value versus Barbs, Skeleton Drags, even the Goblin Gang. And those arrows, though, are going to make the Archers get a lot less value in general.
And Juice, I'm just really kind of thrown off by this deck at the top of the screen. I mean, we haven't really seen anything like this at CRL for, I mean, maybe ever?
Yeah, I mean, Barbarians, Mortar, Miner. I'm interested to see that last card. If it's not another spell, the Evil Archers could get a lot of value.
It's Clone.
Of course, yeah. And yeah, the Archers, when they're in the evolution form, though, they do not take damage enough for the arrows to clear them off the board.
Yeah, and that is a huge part of this, so we'll see how Hire's going to deal with that as these Evo Archers kind of just go off to no man's land, but that makes sense, you know, at this moment, just trying to cycle them, see if you can turn that into anything, and then, of course, the next thing you got to do is cycle right back to them.
Tesla doing a great job of cleaning up ground and air. This game is extremely close, just by a few HP. Faust down a bit of Elixir here. Let's see what Hire does with the Elixir advantage.
Really just so curious to see what Hire, and I'm sure Faust is as well, to see. And there we go, a Monk coming down. So a very odd deck, but hey, you got a little bit of Miner Mortar bait. I'm not too angry about it. You got the Monk in there to deal with the Archers because you have to expect that you're going to see them, and now you got that 3-card cycle conversation. So Monk here, not going to use the ability quite yet. Gets across the bridge.
Ability, gonna tank for the miner. It's also going to allow this to get a lot of chip. It's so crazy how much damage a monk plus miner push can do when popping the ability at the right time.
You know, so many people were talking about higher and not afraid and what they were going to play here, and maybe they didn't know what was popular in the meta, but there's another side to that conversation. If you don't have a lot of game tape on your opponent, you have no idea. I mean, no one in the world would have expected this deck to come out in game number 2 from higher. I mean, especially not Faust. You wonder if his analyst even would get close to something like this, and I just can't imagine that.
Skelly Drag locking on tower, bring this left side tower below 1,000 HP. We have a massive counter push on the right as well. Higher doing a fantastic job of applying a dual lane pressure, but also focusing his arrows on one side of the map for optimal damage on the side that he really wants to go for.
So Faust kind of fighting for his life here, down a game in set number 2. And also down a lot of HP here as no other set of piggies come across the board. One hog sneaks away and Spear Goblins plus that Skeleton Dragon to clean it up. 1488 to just below 900.
Miner coming in. Skeletons do pick up. Tesla's doing its best to deal with everything, but that Skelly Dragon is once again a threat.
And you have to go high Tesla there, and that is really tough in terms of an elixir expenditure here from Faust. Delivery in as well. Down just a couple once again. We'll see, as you said before, Juice, how Higher wants to take advantage of that. He's been doing a great job of it so far.
Okay, Mortar off lane. He's gonna immediately take the opportunity to go for the piggies without a Mortar being able to pull. These pigs will do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Maybe some sort of comeback can happen here.
Look at that, piggies in. That is a huge comeback, Juicy, down to 32. You are in an EQ cycle spot, and Faust might have just evened things up.
Evil Archers die. Is the Mortar locked on tower though? No, it is not. It's on the Tesla. Miner getting a lot of chip. Delivery gonna drop down. This game is so close.
Great job by Faust there to know he needs to play defense. Now a high Mortar here that needs to be addressed. Skeletons come out to distract. It's on the recruit. Log comes in. He just needs another spell. Miner on the tower.
The Ice Spear plus Archers do pick it up.
Go!
And the Earthquake takes it. GG's Higher with a 2-0 sweep.
Faust with a huge comeback win. I know, we get really excited up here. Faust picking up game number 2, which is absolutely massive. I gotta say, man, going into that game number 2, I was a little worried about Faust. I mean, obviously he lost game number 1, but it was really about the body language and of course the experience. And when you look at this ending, Juice, you called it. You were like, those piggies, the Mortar's out of cycle. That's a pretty big mistake by Higher.
Yeah, Mortar out of cycle. Higher did such a good job throughout the entirety of this match of going anti-Earthquake Mortars and allowing one pig to get to the tower. That really allowed him to lock down the pigs. But as soon as Faust saw that Mortar in the left-hand lane, we saw the pigs in the right-hand side, and it just worked.
And this is a clutch delivery here. It comes in, ends up tanking for this Mortar. I know Skeletons are there, but the fact that that delivery was able to stop the bleeding from the Miner, distract that Mortar for a moment so that Faust didn't have to overspend on it. Archers come in, pick up the Miner in the back, and with all the pressure in your World Finals debut being down a game, Faust does something exceptional and bounces back, taking us to game number 3.
I know. I mean, he played so well, and even without in his comfort zone. He's using the quick cycle, he's using those piggies, and he's getting the job done.
Yeah, and and I think the biggest thing that we need to talk about is kind of what you were saying about the, the anti-EQ placement was just, I don't think Higher really needed to get that Mortar up at the bridge. There's no reason when you have that good of a lead, you have Miner that you can get on top of tower. We know you can cycle quickly that way, but, sometimes the bright lights get to you. The moment that Mortar comes down, those piggies went out, and that was the great equalizer in game number 2.
Yeah, I think the other thing is the Skelly Dragons just got so much value. But enough talk, let's hop into this third and final game.
And a wonderful come from behind victory here for Faust as we are hopping into game number 3, bowling. Shout out to the crowd here.
What do you think about the bowler? I mean, he's coming to the meta because of the Little Prince, but I can't stand it.
I've hated Bowler for 6-7 years now, but I'll be honest, I definitely am going to rock him because he's everywhere. And look at that.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get into fortune telling, Juice.
I mean, you called it. Bowler really gonna get some decent value just in general. It's like we talked about, it's a magic archer that doesn't die to a rocket. Maybe it can line up here and hit this firecracker.
Yeah, and fascinating too. You know, you think Faust, we talked about him being beat down. He goes really heavy in game number 1, doesn't work out for him. Then in game number 2, he speeds things up. And a really interesting NATO. Juice, talk to me, man.
I mean, I don't know. It's just a late NATO. Maybe those nerves are getting to Faust at this point. If he played a little bit sooner, maybe he could have dealt with that firecracker, but maybe he just underestimated that mighty miner as well.
So a huge, huge blow here to start. And now Recruit's coming down in the back. So Recruit baits at the top of your screen. And I don't know if we're going to have a big spell here at the bottom.
If it is a spell, it's probably going to be a freeze. It kind of looks like a graveyard freeze deck. We talk about it all the time, how well the freeze synergizes with that Inferno Dragon. As long as the Inferno Dragon is locked on the tower with 1 HP, a freeze can be a complete game changer.
And Mighty Miner coming out. We've also started to see just a little bit more Mighty Miner these days, with this bowler not doing any favors for Faust, giving a lot of damage away. And now, of course, Mighty Miner, we're just talking about him, he's up front there, not getting pushed back by that boulder. And this firecracker is so frustrating to deal with when you don't have that spell, Juicy.
You know, we talked about boulder, but I want to talk about that firecracker like you're saying, because the firecracker gets so much value versus all boulder decks. Not only does it outrange the bowler, but every single time the bowler is going to lock on to get that shot, it knocks itself back further and further, always making sure it's out of range.
And what an interesting deck. We got Wall Breakers, we got Goblin Barrel, we got Rascals, and of course, or Royal Recruits, excuse me, and of course that Mighty Miner. See how Faust can be able to keep up with this bait deck and when he's finally going to be able to find himself on offense.
Dark Goblin plus Fireball dealing with double dragons left inside. Really well played from Higher. It seems like Faust is having a very hard time dealing with these high range units.
And Bowler here going to get some damage in on those Wall Breakers.
Knight putting in the work. Bowler putting in work as well. Bar Barrel perfectly placed to deal with the Goblin Barrel.
So feeling like Balloon probably coming out here with E-Dragon in play. You never really want to have that when you're playing Graveyard. Obviously that King Tower activation becomes something that you really cannot deal with. You've said it so many times, Juicy. I've watched you on your stream. King Tower is activated, game is over basically. So just waiting to get on offense is Faust as of right now, but the pressure from Higher has been relentless. There's the freeze, so we know we're just waiting on when that Loon will come out. But a decent amount of air responses is in Higher's hands.
Mighty Miner down, 3-card cycle activated, E-Dragon in the back. You know, we talked about how the Firecracker and the Dark Goblin is getting high value here, but we are not talking about how it's extremely hard for Faust to, or for Higher to break through as well versus that E-Dragon the Bowler.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing, is how long can Faust hang on and then turn it in? I mean, once we get past this next 23 seconds, we get into triple elixir, maybe not. Maybe he heard me and he goes, all right, I need to get back on offense. We're running out of time. Just barely over. 70 seconds remain, and the cannon finally comes out here. So you've got a Dark Goblin, you've got a Firecracker, and you have a cannon to control this. And honestly, you got the Mighty Miner and the Fireball if you need that pushback or so, a little bit of extra DPS. So Faust's gonna have to do some math, figure something out here in the next 58.
58 seconds, triple elixir time. Look at these Firecrackers, Andrew. Firecracker controlling the board completely here, and the Goblin Barrels are always forcing out the Bar Barrel. Without the Bar Barrel, how do you deal with the Firecracker as well as the Wall Breakers and everything else?
One of the most frustrating things to deal with in this game are those Firecrackers and Dark Goblins stacking up on the other side of the board and just not having a way to get to them. You see Faust leaking elixir here and there because I don't think he knows exactly when to send and what to send.
NATO plus E-Drag, but it's not enough. And the Dark Goblin cleans everything up. I don't think Faust can break through.
I mean, it really doesn't seem that way. And as I said, Higher doing a really great job of keeping up the pressure. So now Faust is kind of forced to do what the only thing you can do, which is take damage from that barrel so you can actually get back on offense. So a decent push on the left-hand side. This push on the right really isn't going to go anywhere. And I don't think it's enough time. So a great come from behind victory in game number 2. But Faust still going to be sent down to the lower bracket, and he will be facing Mo Light later on today.
GG's. I mean, Higher, I was watching his face during the entire match. He was locked in. like literal ice in his veins. It was beautiful to watch that very pristine gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, and that again, we talk about the nerves. I mean, not only were there nerves here for everyone, but Hire's able to control them just a little bit more. But then you talk about that fast pace. You know, there were many moments watching that game where it looked like where Faust was kind of just holding for a moment longer than he needed to because he just didn't know what to play. Rich, take it away.
First off, Hire, welcome back to Clash Royale League. It's great to see you here. Our first question, you got a big win right here on the big stage with your former 2v2 partner, your teammate Solo Man, commentating in Chinese. Does it feel extra special to win with him commentating your games?
首先欢迎你又来参加比赛，但是我知道你的之前的队友在这里在现场，他是直播的评论家，然后他今天打给评论家，你成功的获胜，对你带来什么感受？
就是因为我的前队友老队友所罗门也在，然后力量哥、明胜老师他们都在嘛，然后他们昨天晚上也是陪我进行了很久的训练，就是给了我很大的信心帮助，很感谢他们。
Yes, because my former teammate Solomon and other my teachers also are here. Yesterday we made a lot of practice. They gave me good tips, and it made me feel more comfortable. So I would like to thank them all.
Well, that's certainly wonderful. Now, it's been a while since we've seen you here in CRL. Some fans questioned if you had the same level. What do you say to the Clash Royale League viewers who wondered if you were still the same Hire from the past?
很久不能看到你参加这种比赛，就是皇室战争的观众很久没看到你，然后也有很多人就是怀疑你的水平可能不是以前那么好，然后你对这种怀疑你的水平的观众想说什么？
质疑从来都有，就是自己努力就好了。Yeah.
Well, if I will do my best, everything is gonna be alright.
Well, best, pretty good so far. Let's hear it one more time for Hire.
I think someone needs to get Solo Man a raise. I mean, he's coaching, he's commentating, he's picking up match number 2 here so far. I mean, where is he? He's over there. Someone go give that guy a raise. That's incredible.
I mean, Hire, I love the confidence though. He said, as long as I do my best, it's gonna be okay. And I think that means he wants to win this thing.
I mean, when we watched him qualifying, he had some exceptional gameplay. He went basically perfect on the day. Obviously, you have to drop a game here and there, but still, his predictions were incredible. Now, he didn't get to play Magic Archer Wall Breakers, which he was playing a lot. He leaned on a lot that day, but what did he do? He adjusted. I mean, I still don't know what I saw game number 2. Hire, we can talk about that later. We can translate and help out. But game number 3, he was able to kind of adjust to the meta and get the wall breakers back in play. And that pressure was absolutely exceptional throughout the entirety of that game.
I know, that's what that deck is really all about. It's all about the dual lane pressure. You have the recruits, you have the firecracker, the dark gob, which is gonna bait out the barbarian barrel, and once that barbarel's out, that's when you go for the goblin barrel.
Yeah, and again, you know, Faust just not having that spell to get on top of the dark goblin, not able to get on top of the firecrackers, having to use that bar barrel to always clean up the goblin barrel coming in, and then you saw as the game started to speed up a little bit, he didn't really know, I have to use the bar barrel at the bridge to get on top of the dark goblin, but then he has nothing for the goblin barrel. I mean, me talking about this is probably what it feels like playing against Bait. So here we go, we have our first upper bracket round 2 matchup. Unfortunately, we won't be there till tomorrow, but you deserve a little bit of a break if you get a W. So that's Air Surfer and Hire. Next up, we have Mugi and Adriel. We got a former world champion against someone making their debut, but he's had a lot of experience in his day, wink, wink. And then you look at game number 4 there, match number 4, Ardentos and Sosa, maybe one of the biggest coin flips in this entire tournament. And lastly, Molite, Faust. That's something that they are both going to be looking forward to, maybe towards the end of our day.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe Molite is going to be in the loser's bracket playing against Faust. I can't imagine how Faust is feeling, though. I mean, no way. Like, what did you say? You said from
out of the frying pan and into the fire. Yeah. Shout out to you again, Rich. And here we go, Joshua, AC, Sharon. I mean, really, we're going to let him introduce these guys? Let's see it.
Our first player has been in 4 straight World Finals. He finished 3rd with Ponos Gaming in 2020. He was the World Champion 21. He was 4th overall in 22. Let's see what 23 has in store for him. Best tear at Worlds, it's Mugi! His calm overall demeanor shows in his consistent gameplay. It's easy to do it at home though. Let's see if he can do it on the big stage. It's Adriel!
And feeling like I'm back home again, my brother from another mother, Rich Slayton, up in the booth. And of course, we have a world champion. How are you feeling about this matchup, brother?
This has already been so insane. If you said your bracket would look like this, if this was your predictions, are you from the future? What the heck is going on? And that has to give some concern to Moogie, who already has a difficult out in one of the quietest best players on the planet in Adriel.
I mean, he was the guy that I talked about as the player to watch here at World Finals because he has been so calm and confident this entire week. Now, you look at the numbers and you might think, well, I don't know about that, but so far the numbers haven't been too honest today in terms of predictions. As you said, I think I'm 0-2.
Well, look, the reality is that you probably should. This doesn't reflect how close it is.
Yes.
This reflects who do you pick. You have to pick one of the two, but really this is razor thin. This is 55-45. People, again, as you alluded to, Adriel's been world class now for about 7 years. He just wasn't able to show that he was world class. Well, here he is on the big stage, ready to get it done. So let's kick things off with Moogie and Adriel.
Moogie and Adriel have played each other a couple times this year so far, splitting sets. And of course, Moogie, our former world champion, was 4th place last year here at CRL World Finals, making his 4th appearance. And of course, is 4th seeded, so maybe that's just his lucky number.
Did split the difference this year, and interesting choice here from Adriel, game number 1. And look, we talked about that. Your first time under the big bright lights. Don't go with something that's micro heavy. Go something a little bit more macro based decision making rather than shaky fingers. And we see that here from Adriel game 1.
Yeah, I mean, just lean on what is working in the meta right now. All the things here. We got Goblin Giant, we got Sparky, we got Evoed Archers, and the minions people have been talking about a lot because they do a really, really good job countering that little prince.
And all the way in deep, no damage, and a nice little cheeky tombstone high. Will the rage get the shot? And it does. So pretty much even Stevens here after the first minute of gameplay.
Yeah, Moogie down just a little bit in elixir here, but that's nothing to write home about. It's about a half an elixir as Adriel ticks up to 10. And we have, of course, 4 untouched towers. Well, 6, I guess.
Phoenix, you know, I don't know if I anticipated as much Phoenix as we've already seen today, especially outside of Royal Giant.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and we know how much you love the sound that the Phoenix makes, so I think it's honestly just for you.
I'm getting trolled by the pros here.
And Goblin Giant Kite here, I really like this. We got good dual lane pressure in. That Sparky's gonna deal well with this bowler coming in, and Moogie gonna have to play some strong defense.
And this is an interesting kind of change here. Moogie, of course, the 2021 world champion, running that year with his coach Tight, or with Arimura, excuse me, and then switching things up as of late. So some shifts in the camp for the former world champion.
Yeah, and we could still go a couple directions here. It does start to feel like E-Giant at the top of the screen, but...
And a very slow opening game here. And I really like this from Adriel, not just the deck pick, but he's not getting overly aggressive. He's getting good damage, right? He's out in the lead. He's playing calm, playing collected. Now, how does he deal with an E-Giant and Evoed Archers?
Yeah, Fireball coming in right away, so Adriel at least has an answer for that. Still gonna take a little bit of damage, but that Dark Prince plus Mini P.E.K.K.A. plus the Sparky on the right-hand side, Adriel has decent control of the board.
And the rage, will it be enough to slide everything through here? Dark Prince gets distracted just enough, but this should be a little bit more chip, and Adriel adds to the lead as we are just a few seconds away from sudden death overtime.
And that tombstone put in work, Rich. It almost felt like that should be towered down, but those skeletons plus that tombstone did a great job in dealing with the ground and the air troops. Mugi almost getting away with one by having that much HP remaining.
Goblin Giant in front of the Sparky. It does go down, but Dark Prince on the right-hand side requires a little extra attention here. Goblin Giant does not get onto that left-hand tower. So far, so good in this exchange, but Mugi has work to do.
Yeah, this is always a bit of an interesting match. I mean, honestly, two of the most popular decks and archetypes in that 20-win challenge, and obviously both these gentlemen picking up that 20-win badge. Almost every competitor here at CRL 2023 has that 20-win badge.
Goblin Giant right-hand side. NATO to pull it all together. Archer going to work from a distance. And here we go. What can Mugi do with the dual lane pressure of the nasty new evolved archers?
Yeah, those Evo archers when far enough away are just absolutely devastating. You see right there that Phoenix Egg turning that Dark Prince around, keeps the Evo Archer on the board. Evo Archer on the right-hand side, gonna be ignored. That's what you have to do here for Adriel, who needs to put in some work here. Great lightning from Mugi.
Brilliant, brilliant lightning, and just like that, he takes the lead. Just over a minute left. Mugi just barely ahead.
And Barbell comes in for Mugi to take care of that Sparky, surviving with a sliver of HP, but enough to make Adriel say goodbye to it.
Slow play to the right-hand side. Goblin Giant plus Sparky. This Dark Prince going opposite lane pretty much the entire time.
The pacing, as you talked about before, from Adriel is really, really impressive for someone making their World Finals live stage debut here.
But he can't keep this pacing at this same spot, though, Andrew, because look, 30 seconds left. He's behind, and it's Lightning NATO against Fireball Rage. He has to get something done.
So you see him going high here with the Sparky, hoping that he can get that, I mean, away from that lightning, but still not going to deal it because of those Evo'd archers sniping from across the board. And this might be the push to do it here for Mugi.
The late game heroics for Mugi, and this should be enough. Evo Archers go wild on the right-hand side. Fireball is not gonna do it, and the 2021 world champion opens up his 23 campaign with a win.
He is just a deadly force to be dealt with, and what an exceptional game number one from Mugi. I gotta say though, still, we both talked about it. The pacing from Adriel was really, really nice. He didn't get ahead of himself, didn't get too aggressive, but then maybe that aggression started to wane a bit as Mugi started to control the game. Felt like me, the big moment was when that E-Giant got across the board. There was a really, really nice lightning on top of that mini P.E.K.K.A, the Sparky, and of course that Princess Tower, and it felt from there on out, it was all Mugi doing the driving.
Well, I really like this deck pick from Mugi in game number one because it's a deck he played during the year. He got five plays with it, 80% win rate, but it wasn't super high on his deck picking list. So you're playing a deck that you know how to play competitively, you've leaned on it before, but not one that's gonna be top of the list when you're up against a good coach who's trying to pick against you.
And I gotta be honest, I mean, we're looking at, like, again, these are two of the most popular archetypes that we saw in the 20-win challenge that just ended. And when you're at World Finals and it's day one, it's your first match of the entire competition, why not just lean into the meta? Get all the best stuff out there. Get that bowler out, get the archers out, get the E-Giant out, get the goblin, like all of it. Just play comfortably here. Play your comfort. That's exactly what Juicy was just saying. It's not that bad of a thing to do when you're here at World Finals because it's not like being online where someone's just gonna snipe you and play perfectly.
But now we have the situation where Adriel didn't use as many cards that cannibalize other decks. So we can go maybe abuse some E-Giant, abuse some Loon. With those Evo Archers out, some avenues are open, and Mugi has a much harder pick to make. And remember, these guys are used to picking with coaches all year. They're doing it up on the stage by themselves now. And might they have a game plan? Sure, but now Mugi has to pick with a lot less information than his opponent.
Yeah, you know, but the other thing that we have to talk about here is that Mugi does have an exceptional deck pool. He has always been a guy that's had his hands on the rein of very many different archetypes out there. We've seen him do it quick, we've seen him do it slow, and so I imagine him changing the pace quite a bit here. Now that he's in the lead, your opponent's feeling that pressure, turn up the heat. Let's go to game number 2.
What kind of deck is Mugi expecting here from Adriel? Maybe trying to counter
cards that he might abuse rather than trying to find openings from cards he used at this stage.
And talking about the numbers, you know, I mentioned in the previous matchup with Faust kind of struggling against that top 16 in terms of the best players in CRL here at World Finals. Adriel has an incredibly impressive win rate against a lot of these other guys. You know, it's the same thing you just talked about, you know, having that experience for almost 7 years. And, you know, the win rates, the numbers, they don't lie. You look at that, there's only a difference of 8 matches won between these two, and you would think that Mugi's would maybe be a bit higher, being a former world champion and #4 in 2022.
So a little more aggressive this time, and here we go. Big sigh from Mugi as he opens up Royal Giant to the right-hand lane. We don't see a ton of Evo Royal Giant these days. Obviously, Royal Giant was the dominant deck choice of the year, got the most wins with the more classic Royal Giant Skelly King deck, but as other Evos became more powerful, the Evo Royal Giant really fell by the wayside.
Yeah, but you know what, man? I do not care. I have said this year after year after year. It is a joy to watch Mugi play RG. The way that he starts to pick apart and anticipate your defense as the game moves on is an incredibly impressive thing, and that's when you got to start thinking. When you're playing against Mugi and he's playing RG, you got to do that Momo effect. You got to change up your defense every single time, because if you start repeating it, if you start getting in that rhythm, he will make you pay for it.
Reaching the midway point of regulation time. So far, a slight, ever so slight lead for Adriel. Look at that top left-hand tower, 26-23. Goes to add to it with Minor, and going to the safe spot again, already having confirmed he's not against Tornado. So would love to see Adriel begin to vary that as we get deeper into this game.
Excuse me, don't you know who I am?
24-75, 26-87 here. Log coming in, Log Fireball to deal with that Little Prince. And of course, that's one of the biggest gripes about Little Prince not dying to Fireball. Mugi says, I don't want to deal with it.
And that's one of those calculations that Adriel has to make there. Do I play the Evo Knight directly on the Royal Giant for the DPS, or do I give it a little bit of walking room to avoid the damage coming in from the Little Prince because of that shield? In this case, made the call to limit damage, and at the moment in a good spot with a chance to defend one more time.
Yeah, he's doing a really great job with his cycle here, making sure he has all the tools he needs, and of course stealing just a little bit of damage wherever he can. That poison on top of the fish boy was you know, something that maybe others might not do, but he's going, I need to take damage where I can, when I can, if I'm going to play minor poison control against one of the best RG players in the world.
And now has to DPS. This Fisherman's going to pull the Knight off the Royal Giant. This could be a big problem for Adriel. Can he get back to anything here? Not able to log this back. Not in cycle. Going to take a couple big evolved Royal Giant shots. 3 in, and the lead swings towards Mugi.
And that is not where you want to be. That much HP down when you're playing minor control. It really is hard to make up that gap as the game goes on. And the other thing you have to remember is that when we get to triple elixir, Mugi is going to have like 4, okay, maybe not 4, 3 Royal Giants in cycle. You know it's going to happen.
Delivery high, trying to cover for the Little Prince as the opposing Guardian gets called out by Mugi.
Mugi has played Royal Giant 23 times this year with a 70% win rate in CRL.
And nice early skeletons there to get ahead of the Minor. No damage in, but the poison will get its value against both that tower and the Fish Boy. With just over a minute left, lead not quite going to tick all the way over to Adriel, but he's in the conversation. But what will he do about this dual lane push?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a really, really exceptional job of using that 3-card cycle to keep up with Mugi's RGs. You want to make sure you can build up that Sim City, and as long as he can keep pace here, and now you see Mugi going, all right, I need to speed up my cycle a little bit. I need to stop taking damage, because we both know minor poison, that is going to cause damage. Mugi needing to get another RG on tower, it becomes really difficult if Adriel can just keep getting these bomb towers down.
And can he continue to abuse this 3-card cycle that does favor him ever so slightly with getting minors and poisons on the board? And this is what he really wants more than anything, is how long can you keep that Little Prince on the board in these final 30 seconds?
Yeah, you know, and the other thing that Adriel has been doing so well, Rich, is he's been sending the minor to the safe spot over and over and over, because he's waiting. Mugi is going, you have to change this up eventually, and he hasn't been doing it. Evo RG at the bridge, no bomb tower in cycle yet.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Did he get the push? He did get the push.
1 shot in, 2-11. Poison down, opposite direction. Fireball will be available for
That's
Mugi.
it.
Now Minor goes the other way. Minor gets on. Can it do enough? No, it will not. Mugi
You talk about him playing RG, you talk about him breaking down what he needs to do. He knew exactly where he needed to be, got that fireball perfectly in time, and that is why he is a former world champion.
Man, Adriel was right there, just couldn't quite get in step at the end. And, you know, we talked about those minor placements, kept on doing the safe spot, safe spot, safe spot. I wonder if one of the early safe spots in single elixir to another spot instead would have gotten just, again, 38 HP. That's nothing.
Because then he goes to the back, and then he gets caught at the end. Mugi goes, you're going to switch it up. You have to switch it up. You can't go to that same spot. And Josh is going to be fanboying down on the stage with his favorite player ever, AC. See if you can keep it together in this interview.
Incredible game number 2 right there. I mean, was there any pressure for you whatsoever? I mean, that was insane that you were able to stay calm and collected. Did you have any pressure at the end of that game number 2?
すごく熱い試合でしたけれども、この第2試合の時の最後の部分は緊張してましたか、それとも平気な感じができましたか？
最初のゲームからすごい緊張してたんですけど、なんとか乗り越えました。
Well, I was feeling like insane pressure from game 1, but somehow I just managed to just keep it, you know.
Okay. Now, I wanna ask a very simple question. You've already had your face on a building in Finland. If you could choose any building in Japan or anywhere, what would it be?
2021年の時に世界チャンピオンになってフィンランドの建物に麦さんの顔が上映されましたけれども、今優勝できたらどの建物に上映されてほしいですか？
いや、もうまた同じスーパーセルの本社にさせてもらえたら光栄です。
If I could see my face once again on the Supercell headquarters, that would be absolutely amazing.
Wow, not asking for much whatsoever. Incredible game from Mugi. Give it up for him.
And as predicted, Andrew, razor thin here between Mugi and Adriel. Of course, a lot of people bet for Mugi on this one. They picked him in that matchup, but Adriel making it very, very close at the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure his opponent is going to be thinking that was maybe a little too close for comfort down in that elimination bracket. When you watch how well Adriel played against someone as good as Mugi, and again, you talk about Mugi's win rate with RG, 23 times played, 24 now, with a 70+ win percentage is just, I mean, that's exceptional because that is numbers against only the CRL finalists.
Yeah, and that's really to take that out, right? You talk about how he played against the top tier of competition. Yes. You take a step back and think about Mugi playing RG against regular human beings.
Like me?
Yeah, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, so Adriel does get sent down to the elimination bracket, doing a really, really good job, honestly, for most of that game. Juice, any thoughts on maybe what went right for Mugi or what went wrong for Adriel?
I mean, it's not what the replay is about, but in that first game, I gotta point out that beautiful tornado to pull the mini P.E.K.K.A away from the Electro Giant. It was beautiful. And then in the second match, you talked about it, being able to cycle multiple Royal Giants, especially in the Evo form, is what allowed him to really apply enough pressure to get enough damage to win the match.
Okay, so what are you breaking down for us, brother?
We are breaking down the last moments of that second match where he really used the double dual lane pressure of the Royal Giant. So I'm gonna pause right here. 2 RGs on the board. Adriel has 6 elixir to deal with, and his bomb tower bomb is actually preventing him from playing another bomb tower.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, there's the second bomb tower. It goes above the bomb because he's not able to play it centralized. Double RGs immediately lock on and take it down right away, and now the Evo RG is coming back again here. I love the Evo RG bridge. Log predicting the bomb tower gets wiped out very quickly and right away. I just want to point out here, Spotlight, Mugi knows that he's gotten enough damage to win the match. All he needs to do is predict the miner. He gets the hunter down, he throws the fireball, he logs the miner, he misses, and it was almost enough, but he wins it. Beautiful.
One shovel hit away, as you said, Rich. Could have been in single, could have been right there. But, you know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah, I mean, you need both of those here in CR sometimes, but today it's Mugi getting both of those ones, and that really is kind of what it takes to become a world champion sometimes. You're gonna have some tight calls, but of course that's what we're here for. And of course we're here for more Clash Royale League. Josh, what do we have next?
Our first player has dominated in points all year, but he didn't coast. No, he kept going. This is one of the more interesting stories to tell. I'm excited to see him up on the stage. We have Sosa! Okay, well, we've got two players. I mean, it's such an interesting story. I have to say it twice. We have Arden Toas and our other player, Sosa.
This is one of the more fascinating matchups here, Andrew, because you have two players who've shown high skill, but who we have some questions about on the live stage.
Yeah, and that's a very nice way to end that sentence, Rich, because of course, you know, Sosa not having a lot of experience. You know, Arden Toas was here last year, but now that he's got his headphones on, talk to me a little bit about Arden Toas' live stage record.
Well, let's take a step back here and say unequivocally, Arden Toas is absolutely world class.
He is.
Playing from home. This isn't home, this is on stage. He has an 0-14 match record in live play. And a lot of that is because when he plays at home, he plays in a quiet room without distractions, and he has not gotten a lot of practice that really helps him get used to the bright lights, to noise, to things like that.
Yeah, Sosa really honestly seems unbothered by being here. Now, when you talk about Arden Toas, you heard that pop in the room when he came out. Now, that is something that he needs. He needs to build that confidence, because all he needs to do is get over that mountain, and then that mountain becomes a hill, and then that hill becomes a speed bump. You get that first game win on the stage, it's just like when we start our show. I didn't screw up the intro, now I'm feeling a little bit to ease off my chest, right? Arden Toas, once he gets that match win in a live stage setting, especially World Finals, that is what he needs more than anything. And then maybe he becomes the force that he is to reckon with online.
I think that's true for both of these players. I think game number one is going to be the deciding game here, because that's going to give them momentum, shake off some of the nerves, some of the fear you might have in this situation. So let's waste no more time and get right into it. Sosa, Arden Toas, let's go. These two did not face each other during the Clash Royale League season. Arden Toas, of course, interesting stat about him. Both years, 2022 and 23, when he made World Finals, he won the 5th golden ticket in an event that did not include Mohamed Light.
Yeah, and obviously that is an interesting caveat, because, you know, even if Mo was there and he did win, then Arden would have been in 2nd place, I guess. But the fact that he has picked up his own golden tickets without Momo in the way is a very fascinating piece of good fortune, honestly.
And, you know, you talk about bets I don't think I would have made. Evo Bats. Of all the evolutions, that's the one I anticipated seeing almost never, and here we are seeing it in Arden's first game.
And Arden just leaking a ton of elixir. Both of the competitors, you can see 6.5 and 8.5, just trying to decide how they want to deal with this opening bout. Arden comes out on top by just a little bit, needs a response here from Sosa.
And trying to get a read on Sosa is so hard overall. He's definitely someone who keeps his emotions close to his chest, and he's been pretty solid throughout this week, but of course things change the first time you take a step on that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always wonder. I mean, like you said, he has been incredibly confident this entire week, but you have to imagine the nerves are coming in. A lot of weak elixir here. I know I keep talking about it, but 10.5 or 10.1 to 8.1 here is both these guys are doing a really good job of making sure they're making the best decision in the moment. And now Arden has a ton of elixir on the board, and Sosa does not have a lot to deal with it. Goblin Giant on the tower.
And Arden can go ahead and throw the ability right there. Yeah, Guardian comes in. This is a lot for Sosa to deal with, and this might be the big shift.
Goodness.
Arden Toas needed. Tower going by.
And look at that, Arden. You can hear the crowd pop. I don't know if it's fans, I don't know if it's family, but everyone is feeling that Arden vibe. An early tower take here, and more than enough in the tank to reset and defend for 58 seconds. If Arden wakes up, I imagine the other competitors are going to start paying a little bit closer attention as this tournament moves on.
Arden playing like home Arden is scary for everybody at this tournament. And you look kind of at Sosa, I think he froze a little bit here. He didn't know exactly what he wanted to do and suddenly found himself behind by a mile in Elixir, and Arden, of course, pushing the advantage. This is huge.
And you can see the pile up here at the bridge, and I like that high little Prince. Going to use that ability early on to push everything away, and now the Fish Boy going to try and pull the E-Giant here, but a pretty nice NATO by Sosa. Should be enough DPS, though, coming from Arden to deal with this over the next 17.
Yeah, good idea, but not enough. Another... And look at that, the prediction for the Fisherman, it will hold for just a moment, but no matter what's going on here, and you see Sosa finally, kind of now that the game's no longer on the line, getting in rhythm, making some good plays, but that's too little too late, and you hear the pop from the crowd supporting Arden.
Yeah, and you know what? That's exactly what he needs. We said it when he came out. Now he's got game number 1 in the books. You're talking about maybe that sets the momentum for the rest of this set. Now, we did just mention how Sosa was maybe not feeling that nervous throughout the day, but here in our replay, we have a moment of maybe Sosa showing nerves through maybe making mistakes. Now, I want you to watch the positioning here. Look at this lightning coming in just a second late. Completely misses the bowler there, so he's leaking Elixir. Now, they're pretty close in Elixir leaked, but you talk about missing that spell on the bowler. That bowler is exactly the reason why you said what you did, which was what, you know what he can do now? He gets to chill with the little Prince and send in Guardian when he wants or when she wants to show up, and there you go. There's just no way to recover with that much on the board, that much on your side of the board, and nothing in the tank.
And you know, you talk about how you find your center here at World Finals, and you hear the big cheers for Arden Toas. He's come in with a lot of support, a lot of help, a lot of people behind his back. Sosa is a bit of a lone wolf, and I do wonder how much in preparing for this, how much being here, how much support he's gotten to get ready for this big moment.
Well, what's really funny is that same thing was kind of the story of Arden Toas last year, and I love that you make that point. We should do this more often.
I think so.
It's been a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Arden Toas last year feeling that exact same thing, and maybe it's just those rookie woes, right? A lot of the other competitors are going, look, I've been here before, I've won before, you need to earn your spot. Do you even belong here, right? And maybe there's a little bit of separation there. This isn't a bully thing, this is just about getting ready for your World Finals. You talk about that 1 year, now that sophomore effect, it can usually go in 2 directions, and right now for Arden, it's going exactly where he needs it.
Well, now when we talk about game number 2, it becomes a big part about how well do you pick on your own on this stage in this moment. And you take a look at what Sosa played in game number 1, bar barrel out, NATO out, and very importantly, bowler out. Of course, bowler out on both sides, but I do think this gives some big openings here for Arden Toas.
Yeah, and if I am Sosa, I'm going, all right, Little Prince, Evoed Archers, you know, I'm gonna lean into the things that I need the most, that are the strongest in the game.
Well, let's go ahead and see what they have cooking. Game number 2 on its way. Bowler gone on both sides. Fisherman out for Arden. NATO out for Sosa. NATO out does open up more Hog, open up more Miner, and you see Arden already showing potentially a cycle deck. Sosa going to the Evo Archers.
And I said this earlier, and you know, Mugi didn't do it. He didn't need to. He went to RG, which is his comfort. But if you're up in game 1 and you feel like your opponent's nervous, I love the idea of turning up the heat. You know, we saw Higher there do that to Faust. I mean, part of that is matchup. Part of that is not being able to get on top of those Dark Goblins and those Firecrackers. But just pacing, making that pace difficult for your nervous opponent to keep up with.
And interesting from here, Miner on both sides, and not a big surprise here out of Arden Toas. Sosa may be thinking he would face Miner and not be worried about NATO.
And that wall breaker just squeezes on through for Arden Toas in spite of the Goblins played by Sosa.
And both players trying to get those archers cycled a lot here in the early moments. See if they can get the evolved archers on the board and create some real nasty pressure. Miner going close to the number 1 spot here for Arden, and Sosa varying position very early, but he is, of course, way behind in damage.
21-12 to 26-51 here as these Evoed Archers come out. They're going the same direction. So Arden goes, no problem here. I'll just poison them off the board and extend that damage lead.
Yeah, that really does feel like a bit of an oversight, though. Should have either both gone the other way or been a split.
Rich, this looks like a completely different Arden Toas than what we saw last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's dialed in, he's way more prepared, and with the way he's been playing in live stages this year, I really had a lot of concerns about his ability to play at his best level here, but you have to imagine the work he's putting in. He's starting to feel that in this moment.
Yeah, and hoping to turn this mountain of a live stage match win into a molehill is Arden Toas, and he's getting very, very close to it now. 1741 plus a poison coming in, 2485, and see if Sosa was trying to bait anything with that bomb tower, because Arden is very happy to poison and send a miner right into it and take the double value.
He's just doing a great job of capitalizing on the mistakes of Sosa in both of these games here, and you see the wall breakers dealt with by that log, and Sosa starting to get back into it as Arden cycles his mighty miner in the back.
Yeah, it feels like maybe the macro understanding of the matchup is maybe just a little bit off for Sosa at the moment, but as you said, kind of coming back into it. Maybe he's going to be able to reset it. Nice there catch with the wall breakers, and then the skellies from Arden. And again, man, I'm going to say it. It'll be the last time, I promise. But I love what I'm seeing out of him so far. He is calm, he is poised, he is predictive, he is taking poison value everywhere he can, and he's completely controlling this matchup.
Yeah, you never like being in the place where you're catching miners with bomb towers. Here we go, sudden death overtime. 677 separates Arden Toas from his first ever live stage victory. Can he hold here as the Evo Archers are going to be taken care of by the mighty miner of Arden Toas? They are still alive. He does try to predict there with the log, but they don't do anything.
And you look at how these games and sets went for Adriel and now most likely Sosa, and I gotta say, it looked like Adriel had just a little bit more control of his destiny than Sosa has. It feels like Arden is kind of just running over him through these first two.
Well, first time jitters, you can't replace it. And the fact that Arden's been here before certainly helps to a certain degree. And a little chip damage here, but that doesn't matter.
There it is.
Poison down, and
he's not even celebrating yet.
Come on, Arden, let's see the smile, let's go.
There you go, he finally picks up his first stage win and what a place to do it at World Finals.
Man, that has got to feel phenomenal, and that's got to be very scary for everybody else in this bracket. If Arden can play like Arden here, that changes your entire map of this competition.
100%, because I think so many people were leaning on the idea that, look, he's completely hamstrung. He's handicapped by the fact that he cannot do it on the live stage. Yep. Now, like we said, he gets that first win, and you just get to build that momentum.
Well, I'll take the L on that one here, and let's go ahead and talk to the guy who took the W with Jackson on the floor.
First of all, how does it feel to have won your first match live on the stage?
Primera pregunta es, ¿cómo te sientes tras vencer por la primera vez en frente de público live?
Yo creo que después de tantos intentos, vencí los nervios, la presión, pero apenas está empezando, todavía no comienza, todavía no termina y apenas es el comienzo.
You know, after all these tries, after all those emotions, you try, and you finally get here, it's great.
And second of all, now that you have won a match live on stage, are you confident to be able to do it again and again?
Y después de esta victoria, ¿piensas que para ti es posible mantener eso y ganar, ganar, ganar?
Claro que sí, todo depende de mí. Yo me voy a esforzar, voy a dar mi mejor nivel, mi mejor talento y a representar a mí mismo en el mejor puesto.
Of course I do, and I am ready to try again and represent myself and give the best of me and really try very hard.
Wow, that is exactly what we love to hear. Rich and Andrew, give me your thoughts.
Well, I think we're just more than anything excited for Arden to get in rhythm. And, you know, you talk about this matchup between these two again, one more time.
Yeah.
Let's just sit with those cheers, huh?
Love it.
Well, you know, you talk about what he did here, and it's very clear that you talk about preparation for the live stage. Picking on your own is one of those things. And Arden went for deck picking 101. Very, very basic stuff. NATO's out, Miner and Hog get a buff. on the other side of things, it felt like Sosa went comfort rather than picking for duels.
Yeah, and and I think the thing about when you're playing comfort is that you need to actually play comfortably.
Sure.
I know that seems like a very duh statement, but it looks like, look, if you're gonna lean in what you play best, then you need to be able to at least control that. And it felt like Sosa was kind of all over the place in both of those games. And again, I love that they both go to control in game number 2. I mean, maybe for Sosa, he thought he'd have a better shot at it, but for Arden, he goes, look, I dominated game number 1. At worst, I go to game number 3, but I think I'm outplaying you right now. So what's a good way to lean on that? Minor poison control.
I have to imagine that when he poisoned the archers both going to that left-hand tower, that's the moment he kind of knew he had this thing all sewn up.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of similar for you pointing it out, it must have been kind of for all of us, and maybe this entire room it's one of those things where it feels like the ball is always bouncing in one player's favor, and it just kind of never stopped for Arden.
Well, again, you talk about the momentum that it takes, and for Sosa, the momentum never got there. From the very first moment, he looked out of sorts. He looked like he was, taking a long time to make decisions. And, we talk about how the momentum can take you forward, but there's a guy in the crowd here from our first season of CRL, Hazard, who said a long time ago, mistakes beget mistakes. And we saw that here with Sosa.
Yeah, shout out to Hazard for that. We've been saying that for like 6 years now. Very happy about that. And I was just going to say I would love to see the bracket because we have a lot of things laid out on our day already. Rich, we got our first 2 upper bracket matches in the books.
Yeah, Mugi, Arden, Toas. That's a big one for tomorrow. Of course, Air Server Hire already from earlier on. But look at the bangers that we get in the bottom bracket later today. Mohammed, Light, and Faust in a position I think neither of them anticipated being in on day number 1. And then Adriel, I really have to imagine that he's going to have a huge advantage over Sosa, especially if Sosa can't calm his nerves between now and match number 10.
Right, because even though Adriel looked like even though Adriel lost, he did not look like he was nervous, and he wasn't making mistakes all over the place. He wasn't being indecisive. He just lost to Mugi playing Royal Giant, which I'm pretty sure 99% of the people that play Clash Royale are going to do 99% of the time.
Yeah, so that will be a tough one. You mentioned the same phrase again, out of the frying pan into the fire, and Adriel's going to be a tough one. But that's going to be later. We still have some more of our upper bracket day 1 matches coming up. Let's go to Jackson on the floor.
Making his 3rd World Finals appearance, the 2nd Golden Ticket winner this year, the most underrated player in the Clash Royale League, we have Pandora! Introducing his opponent, the number 1 ranked Evo Royal Giant player in the Clash Royale League, we have Tribe Wallace.
And you heard some noise from the crowd here. One thing I do want to say, we saw some of the Clash of Clans World Finals earlier today, and Tribe does travel for these events.
You gotta be so impressed by Tribe as an organization, and you really, it's weird to say, you gotta think that they're gonna travel well in this competition as well.
Well, as someone who's traveled very far to make it here to Helsinki, Finland, Pandora, who also is looking similarly for his first win here at World Finals, has not picked up one despite attending in 2021 and 2022. But as you've mentioned to me in our own conversations, Pandora feels like he is ready for this one.
He does say that he's underrated, and he has every right to say that. He has consistently got to the World Finals, been on the big stage, but really, it's can you put it all together? He has not done that so far, but I've talked to him. while I've been here, he says that he's gonna do it this time.
Well, you have two players who've both got World Finals experience, but very different experience. Pandora has played World Finals on the live stage here in Helsinki last year, whereas Wallace has been very successful at World Finals, but only offline or only online in our 2020 World Finals, where he quite excitingly went 7-0 against Nova Esports to carry Pain Gaming to a win. And you know, we talk about how tight that is. Look at the crowd, how they voted as well. 46% Wallace, 54 Pandora. I think however you rate this matchup, 55-45 is pretty much what it is.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we should be seeing. And speaking of what I want to be seeing, I want to see this game.
I don't know how you accurately predict this matchup, Josh. There's so many variables here, so many factors. I will say, maybe seen a little bit of discomfort on the side of Pandora. Wallace has been really confident and really collected throughout the week, but we've seen today a lot of people learning the hard lesson.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a live stage, so everything you've seen all year, it matters. I mean, that's how these players got here, but really, it's what can you do this weekend?
Log for Pandora, bar barrel for Wallace. Variations on a theme here, as both are playing minor.
The bar barrel might make it difficult once the game goes into overtime and triple elixir. You're not going to be able to get that small spell chip damage that the log minor deck will have.
So is this minor loon now with the bar barrel and the monk both in the mix?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it all day. The snowball has been such an important card, and I would assume it's going to be snowball, loon, maybe a build-in, not sure what that last card would be. There we go, bomb tower. That does make sense if it is loon.
And you see a little bit of a difference here with playing the monk ability late. Once the Little Prince gets into that full speed to make sure the counter does take the champion all the way off the board. Minute 40 left. And so far, very tight, 28-07 on the top right-hand tower of Pandora, 26-42, the lead for Pandora with that damage on Wallace's bottom right side.
Both players playing relatively slow. Pandora has to be careful about, spending way too much elixir. It's going to allow for an easy loon opposite lane if he does so. Wallace, on the other hand, he's just waiting for that double, triple elixir where he can start to get those balloon pushes in.
And going bomb tower to hold here, which will also help against this minor. Goblins to pick up. Bomb tower now going to do triple duty here, going back up against the Little Prince.
Little Prince not able to get a shot, but it will activate the ability right there. And Wallace has not played a card, needs to use the snowball in order to redirect the Guardian.
And you saw the eyebrow raise from Wallace there, a bit surprised that actually made it out, as the Little Prince was dead, gone, buried, and already had a eulogy before that Guardian came on the board.
Right there, Evoed Archers at the bridge. Minor on top of the bomb tower. I don't think it's going to be able to take it out all the way, though. Oh, it does. Okay, that should be a shot. Can it get two? No. Just one shot, but does take the lead after the death damage.
1689 to now a little chipping coming in from the minor with the Knight tanking for it. Archers have to come in low. Poison value available for Pandora.
Those Evo Archers are so strong right now, heading into overtime right here. Wallace potentially getting aggressive. No, just going to delay a little bit. There we go. Now going on the aggressive route.
Loon in, bomb tower high, but again, Wallace trying to get his bomb tower to do so many things all at the same time. Gets the Little Prince off the board from the top, but once again, the lead swinging back to Pandora.
But this is the thing with Loon decks. You can take a little bit of a deficit. They can start taking the lead. You only need one or two good pushes in a game. So far, we've seen one good push from Wallace. Now Wallace just needs to put together a second one. It's going to be a lot easier with the elixir flowing. It's just dependent on whether or not Pandora can defend properly.
Wallace played very little balloon during the CRL season. Only one game did get the win. You have to imagine that Jose VTS, his coach, was trying to be unpredictable here in this matchup. So far, though, it has been Pandora getting the advantage.
And right there, going in with the Loon in the back, trying to set himself up with a double Loon push. First Loon, not going to be the dangerous one. It's that second Loon that is so powerful.
And Poison to slow it down. The miner does not get there in time to tank for the balloon. Snowball to slow it down, and it does connect. Oh my word! The lead swings to Wallace in our final minute.
Right there, bomb tower 2 to defend. A big push coming in from Pandora, getting the tower down to 965. But Wallace, let's see what he's going to do. Is he going to attack with just the miners, or is he going to go in with one more loon push?
These poisons are a huge problem for Wallace, as he does not have the same ability to create direct damage on the tower. You see the miner not getting it done. Loon in for the pressure. Poison in for Pandora. 30 seconds left.
Beautiful adjustment. He wants the balloon to get tanked. The miner on top of the tower. 115, 66.
17 HP left. Log in. Is the loon going to get there? Yes, it will. Wallace takes game number 1.
No panic whatsoever, knew what he had to do. I love the adjustment. He immediately realized he cannot miner chip to win the game. He's going to have to play the balloons on top, inside the arena. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to finish off that tower.
That was a huge game 1 win. Let's look at a little bit of that action here from the end. And you saw this miner gets in front, and it's the loon, in this case, not tanking for the miner. Instead, miner gets all the damage that it needs. Barbell to clean up, and at this point, hey, balloon, easy path right to the tower. GG, well played. Game 1 for Wallace.
Yeah, beautiful game from both players, really. That was a very solid game overall. And man, I'm just happy to be on the desk. This is exciting. I love the World Finals.
Oh yeah, this is your first back. Yeah, here we go. Welcome back, Josh, to another World Finals here for Clash Royale League 2023. And I don't know if you've made your predictions yet, but Clash Events is live, and many of you are probably watching from inside the website. So if you haven't yet, of course, there are multiple days that you can be making your predictions here for our Clash Royale League World Finals. And I'm going to guess that for many of you, those predictions have gone completely out the window today.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we want, though. That's the thing. This is what World Finals is all about. You can't really predict everything, and so far, that's exactly what we're getting. Love seeing what I've seen today.
So game number 1, Wallace and Jose VTS got something cooking, but game number 2 here, of course, players all on their lonesome up there on the tower. And you know, Pandora, from a deck-picking perspective, we talk about this a lot, has kind of a challenge here because Loon doesn't interact with much. The Monk, obviously, is kind of pretty much Loon at this point. The one big advantage for him picking is now he's no longer concerned about the Evolved Archers.
That's right, and I mean, the Evolved Archers are so detrimental to a lot of decks. There's so many decks that you just can't use when Evo Archers are in cycle. So it's weird, your 7 of those cards don't really mean anything, but the Evo Archers are so powerful that it's still freeing up a lot for you for your next decks.
Miner is out though, so it does make certain cards maybe a little bit less desirable for you, as you're not so worried about trying to counter Miner as well. So let's go ahead and waste no more time, jump in and see what they have in store for us in game number 2. And both players ready, waiting for game number 2 to kick off. The longer you wait, sometimes the more the stress builds, and you see a big gulp here and a big breath in from Pandora as we jump in to our second round. And the only action so far, some confetti. And are we going to have our very first World Final staring contest, Josh?
You'd like to see that. I like all types of contests, and you have to imagine if they're going to be competing in this, they're going to be competing at the highest level in everything they do.
Well, there we go. Finally getting into a little bit of something. Barbarrel Archers. Did Pandora just go copy deck? Nope, Tombstone comes out.
Well, splitting barbs in the back. We're not going to see E-Golem, right? You wouldn't think that we're going to see that on this stage.
That would be wild, and looking like Sparky here is probably the more likely pick as it comes out. Right at that moment, Bowler for the Evolved Barbarians will be nice, and the Electro Giant aggressive in the opposite lane. Barbs out of cycle, and he has to use a pump to pull the Electro Giant. Will it get away in time? Lightning takes everything off the board. That's going to be a lot of early damage for Pandora.
And no pump in cycle, so that way Pandora can get aggressive right here, getting the tower all the way down to 1958. A very strong opening push from Pandora. You have to be so careful. You've used your Barbs and your Sparky. Those are the two tank-destroying cards. I'm not sure if he should have tried anything else, maybe trying just waste the minions or something. Using those two cards right there in succession, a huge mistake for him.
And Sparky's up as we get closer to double elixir time. Does not want to get caught in the same situation as he had last time, but pick your poison at this point, right? 21:59 left-hand side, 15:30 on the right-hand side, and Wallace, it's very possible that he would just ignore a push in the right-hand lane of the stage.
Right here, going in, and there we go. We see the pump. I mean, this is how you play Sparky Goblin Giant Pump. You want to get slight pushes going in, make your opponent think that you're getting aggressive, but really you're just trying to get those elixir advantages and eventually be able to overwhelm.
And that was a nice fireball there to clear off the evolved archers as the Goblin Giant sets up one more time to the left-hand side, and we're not seeing any play being made on that pump, not wanting to use the lightning all the way back there without extra value.
And right there, Pandora, I mean, he has a huge lead, but you can see him kind of flinch once he played that Sparky in the back. He has such a big lead, but it looks like Wallace just has the advantage. The elixir is flowing for him.
Evo Barbs with the raged up Goblin Giant, raged up Sparky, just spamming right now his Wallace on the right-hand side, but he's not going to get a ton out of this.
Into the tower all the way down to 23:04, but nothing more. Wallace just going to set up with another pump. Again, exactly what you want to do when you're playing these Sparky pump decks.
Barbs in cycle this time. Fireball does not get the archer to see Wallace shake his head. That was not what he was hoping for. And now the NATO clears, and this should be enough to get this tower all the way down. Pandora takes game number 2.
Oh my goodness, misses the fireball. Oh, you hate to see that. But right there, Pandora, brilliant stuff. He doesn't just see the missed fireball and think, okay, you know, I can reset. He recognizes too much elixir is out of the way. I have to go all in. Great prediction, NATO, to make sure that the spear goblins are going to be pushed inside, and that way the tower is going to go down.
Well, you see here maybe one of the biggest things at World Finals, especially against players making their stage debut, is taking advantage of those openings, those mistakes here. And we've seen already today, the player who can punish those errors, the player who can move on in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen every single time. It's going to be a live event. When you're used to playing at home, you know, there's a lot of things that you don't really have to worry about. But when it's live, just you can hear the crowd roaring whenever you make a great play, but at the same time, when you're making those mistakes, it starts to compound. You start to get nervous and you start to make mistakes.
So a pretty heavy day so far between these two. We had minor poison control in game number 1 for Pandora, and Wallace going with the minor loon deck. In game number 2, pretty hefty. Bowler out, NATO out on the side of Pandora for Wallace, Goblin Giant, Sparky. But again, we're talking about picking for deck number 3. Pump, Goblin Giant, Sparky, not really things you're concerned about. So I think this does give a little advantage for Wallace as far as we go with picking for deck game number 3.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not even just how you play these matchups. It's really about, can you collect your nerfs? Because it's going to be quick cycle for both of these players. It's just whether or not you can limit your mistakes and hope that your opponent makes those mistakes.
NATO and Log both out for Pandora so far. Also Poison and the Royal Delivery. So does give some potential cycle advantages here to Wallace, who still has the Log available, still has Tornado available. So if he is thinking cycle from Pandora, NATO's probably in there, but then does that synchronize well with what he would want to do from a cycle perspective on his side of the board?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, really, all these players are going to be very prepared for this. It's just game 1, so you're going to have every answer there.
Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3, the swing match, right now. And no fireball available for Wallace. He has been playing bowler bridge spam a whole lot throughout this last little run. He did get number 1 on ranked with it. a couple days ago. That does take both Fireball and Snowball both out though, so that makes some of Pandora's deck picking maybe just a little bit easier. And both players taking their time as it's Skeleton Barrel. Open at the bridge here from Wallace, right into a pair of dragons.
You saw a lot of players having fun with the Skeleton Barrel, the clones, the expos. I don't think that we're gonna see it in this game.
Looks like double bait most likely here from Wallace. We'll see if he goes into a Mega Knight direction as he goes Spears left-hand lane, Lumberjack at the bridge to pick up that Dark Goblin.
And right there, you don't have the Miner anymore, so you can't get that constant chip damage with that, but that's why he chose to do Skeleton Barrel. He's always going to be able to get to the tower with that, well, not always, but usually.
So, of course, talked about Wallace playing some bridge spam earlier. Different look on bridge spam here out of Pandora as he's going with recruits, the lava hat, the Lumberjack, and our Ram Rider.
So we're gonna see a lot, and double recruits action. Love seeing that. It's going to be a very hectic game. And I love those. They are so fun to cast.
Well, the recruits do force you to decide, should they go to the left, right, or middle? Big challenge there, decision making.
Right there, Skeleton King to clean up. Once the recruits are gonna be taken out on the right side, should be able to pop his ability if he wants to, but a Mother Witch is going to be a great response for literally every single card in Wallace's hands.
This is brutal for Wallace, and great read here from Pandora with the Fireball out. Not sure what the spell situation is here for Wallace, feeling like maybe it's arrows.
Yeah, Wallace is going to have to completely adjust his game plan. The fact that he has the Mother Witch to worry about now means that he can't really just cycle Skeleton Barrels hoping that he's gonna get chip damage on the tower. He's going to have to win. I mean, I guess by the Mortars and the Royal Recruits, he can no longer win by the Skeleton Barrels.
Skelly King right at the bridge into a Goblin Cage as we jump into double elixir time. And it feels like there's already a bit of an advantage here potentially for Pandora, but you add in double elixir. Does that grow here, Josh, as that Ram Rider not getting pulled by the mortar, charged up connection, and a huge lead opens up for Pandora.
Yep, getting the tower down to 1629, now in the lead by 1,000 HP, and the Dark Goblin wiped off of the board. Pandora has the elixir advantage, the tower damage, and the matchup advantage. This is his game to lose right now.
And Skeleton Barrel, when the Mother Witch is out of cycle, kind of the only option here for Wallace, does not really have the desire to deal with a bunch of pigs going the opposite direction. As we go into sudden death, big lead opened up for Pandora as Wallace tries to make the conversation go away from his weak side tower.
Right there, Fireball on the right side tower, Spear Goblins plus the Dark Goblin to clean everything up. I think one of the recruits might get a chip shot, and yes, gets the tower down to 1178. Wallace needs to figure something out quickly, but I'm racking my brain. I don't know what he's supposed to do. This is such a tough matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely rough for Wallace, and playing this one from behind already. Ram Rider in, should go to the mortar as it's not gonna fall quite yet, but it touches and turns, and there you go. Look at that. He has finally done it. Pandora gets his first ever win at World Finals.
Beautiful job right there, and it's all about, he just recognizes early on, the only way I can lose is if I get way too aggressive. So what do? I'm just gonna play slow, calm, collected. Eventually, the Ram Riders are going to make it to the tower, and that's exactly what happened right there. The Lumberjack in front, raged it up, tower down.
You gotta talk about some of the deck picking there. That has to be vindicating for Arimura, of course, who was Mugi's coach for the 2021 World Championship, and now is only here with Pandora. Helped him get his first win on the big stage, and his third time being here at World Finals. That's gotta feel great for both of those guys.
Yeah, you just love to see it, Pandora. Super happy for the man. Juicy, I wanna hear his thoughts right now.
What a fantastic last match. My first question is, your opponent showed a lot of nerves and made some mistakes in this first and second match. How did you capitalize on those?
勝利おめでとうございます。相手のウォレスさんは第1、第2試合の時になんかよく緊張していていろいろなミスをしちゃったと思うんですけれども、これをどうやって生かしてつけ込みましたか？
自分はミスをしないようにしっかりいつも通りのプレーができてよかったと思います。
So I just tried to play my own game, not to make any mistakes. That was my point, and it worked very well, actually.
Second question. The Mother Witch in that second match got so much value. Is there a specific reason why you chose to use that card?
第2試合の時にマザーウィッチは、マザーネクロすみません、マザーネクロは本当に役に立ちましたと思うんですけれども、どうしてこのカードを選びましたか？
相手がファイヤーボールを使っていたのでマザーネクロが生きると思いました。
So he already used the fireball, so I thought like Mother Witch is gonna be like a huge value in the second game.
That's the thing about duels formatting. You have to pay attention to what cards your opponent is using and then adapt. Send it back to the table.
Thanks a lot, Jackson. And that was one of those big things, right? We looked at game number 2 being finished, and some of the stuff Wallace likes to go to was out because fireball out, snowball out. And then Andrew, fireball out. In comes the Mother Witch. GG, well played.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really love what Juicy asked down there, just talking about some of the mistakes that Wallace was making. You know, it kind of started in game number 2 and carried on in through game number 3, but really more so, like, again, Juicy said, is the adaptation, right, moving forward. And Pandora was also playing a little nervous, and I thought he did a really great job of kind of calming those nerves and then taking advantage of what Wallace was giving him.
The recovery was absolutely huge. Josh, of course, you've been in those tight situations before. Well, how have you been able to recover when you get those first nerves and then get it back into the mix?
You know, I just have to trust in myself. Look, especially if I haven't done well, I haven't performed on the biggest stage, I have to recognize, look, I'm here for a reason. I got here for a reason. I can do it. You need to be saying that to yourself.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the deck picks here from our first couple of games. And game number 1, you see the ram spam. Oh, this is going to be the final game, in fact. So this is game number 3. The ram spam out from Pandora, and that would be the Mortar Skelly Barrel on the opposite direction. And this was a really rough matchup overall for Wallace. Now, Andrew, I know you have some stuff for us to look at in this matchup. Did it pertain to this match, or did we go somewhere?
No, I was going match number 2, because that's really felt well with the tides kind of, or game number 2, where the tides kind of shifted in Pandora's favor. You know, we weren't exactly sure how things were going to go out, because again, they were both playing a little nervous, you know, and I think what it really was that I saw here in game number 2 with Wallace was just, you know, it's World Finals. You got to remember that the person that you're going up against is a world-class player. So I'm just going to stop right here, and I want you guys to look down at the bottom of the screen. Look at what we see down here at the bottom of your screen, right? You've got your 2 best damage-dealing cards in your entire deck, right? You don't know what you're going up against yet. You're seeing these top cards at the screen here, and you're going, okay, I'm not exactly sure what I'm given, but the thing is now with Barbs out, because you want to get back around to your Evo, and with Sparky out, what are you going to do? Well, you're going to go E-Giant aggressive at the bridge. You know, it's a pretty clear path there. So what then is going to happen? Well, he does a great job. He knows the range on E-Giant, and he forces out this pump. The good thing about this pump being forced out, or I guess the bad thing if you're Wallace, is, well, now what's going to happen? You know what? I'm going to bet you guys, I'll bet you guys $100 each that a lightning is going to be played on top of that. Anyone believe that?
I'll
no?
take it.
I mean, why wouldn't it? Because you're going to get value on top of the pump, on top of the Sparky, and then, and this is why I keep talking about mistakes. Look at this. You cannot play a gang on top of an E-Giant. What is it going to do? We all know exactly what it's going to do. Can I just put a bunch of X's all over here? That's what, you know what this is? That's dead goblins. Because your spear goblins, you need that DPS. You need them to be farther back. You can get rid of the stab gobs, but that's, you see, it's not a huge opening in damage, but what it is it's a huge swing in momentum.
And massive momentum swing indeed. And Andrew, thank you very much. The look at those. That goblin gang was absolutely huge. Spear goblins get completely evaporated, and that's a clean path here for Pandora to move along deeper into our competition. And Josh, the first win on the big stage, came here in 21, didn't get it done, came here in 22, didn't get it done, got his first one here in 2023, and now, of course, we have a player who's been here before many times up against another fresh face. Jackson, take us away.
Last time we talked, he said, I'm not in my prime yet. Let's see if he's at his peak now. Introducing Vitor 75. His opponent, one of our two competitors from the CRCC, one of the only person to use Expo on their path to the World Finals. We have Not Afraid!
And, you know, Josh, earlier we saw the challenge that was faced by our CRL players playing against someone who they really had very little information on, and you spent some time watching some of Not Afraid's gameplay from CRCC and his qualification. Tell me a little bit about Not Afraid.
Yeah, I mean, with every single player in the world, except, you know, maybe a very specific few, there's a lot of great things and a lot of things that, you know, maybe we want to clean up. But the great things that I want to point out, I saw a lot of predictions. Every other play that I was seeing from him was, okay, you know, I know my opponent has goblins in cycle. He's going to try and place it at the bridge. I'm going to go with the pre-log. That's how he won one of his sets in order to make it here today. A lot of predictions, but sometimes I've been a little upset at the deck choices that he's had. I hope that he cleans that up for today's match.
Predictions maybe, but also predictable a little bit in the same vein, and we'll see if he can get that done against Vitor, who is, of course, backed by Jebas, one of the best coaches in the business, and I see a lot of you there, 63% picking Vitor in this matchup. And you know, you talk about Vitor, who's making his 4th World Finals appearance, had a very deep run last year at this event, experienced, well-liked, and of course, as we heard Jackson say beforehand, feeling like he is getting better and better as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, he did an incredible job all this entire year. He would have qualified from points or the golden ticket. So, I mean...
Well, let's go ahead and see how these two face off. Game number 1 starts now. Vitor, of course, with a lot of live stage experience, but don't discount the live experience of Not Afraid, playing in CRCC, both the spring and fall split. Getting a lot of opportunities there against some of the best, like the other qualifier here, Higher, and of course, former Nova Esports star AUK.
Vitor going to be running a quick cycle, minor bats, and the snowball again. Not Afraid on the other side. You know, with Not Afraid's gameplay, a lot of players are going minor plus bomb tower and all that. He often chooses Tesla, so it's going to be interesting to see if he uses Tesla in this game number 1 match.
You know, we've seen some unorthodox picking. If you did watch any of the CRCC coverage out of some of the players from that region, Higher, with a lot of decks where you might see 1 or 2 differences from the meta for the CRL side of things, Not Afraid also maybe following that same suit.
Not Afraid with a pretty large advantage in terms of Elixir. We're going to see if he wants to go in with that. Not Afraid. This is from his gameplay from a while ago, but he did use a lot of Archer Queen, and this is a deck that looks like it could be the Archer Queen Maior deck again, but I'm starting to think that it might just be Tesla Poison. We're gonna have to wait and see.
Have not seen an evolution yet from Vitor, but you do see multiple evolved cards on the board. You see the skeletons, you see the bats, none of those in that evolution slot. Probably not the knight with the Valkyrie here as the mini tank for Vitor, so you gotta wonder, is he going archers in this situation?
Right there, Little Prince going to come out. Just waiting to see what his actual building is. There we go, going to be using the mortar and going to be using the Evo mortar as well. Valk to protect from the bomb tower splash, and let's see if he can actually protect his mortar and get some chip damage.
Well, at the very minimum right now, he's forcing out lots of responses from Not Afraid, so he might not get the mortar connection here, although that should. It does get one off. That's a huge connection that gives the lead to Vitor as we go into double elixir.
That was such a beautiful play right there. Every single play Vitor made had to be picture perfect, correct tile, correct placement just to get one shot for the mortar, and that could be the difference between winning and losing.
And Mortar distracted by the Ice Spirit that goes full send to the other side, 23:08 the mark. Bats cleaned up by the Royal Delivery, 22:54 on the left-hand side. With a few seconds left before sudden death overtime, Vitor has the lead, but Not Afraid does have damage in both lanes.
And right there, another prediction, Skelly's not necessarily from Vitor, but I'm seeing so many predictions from everybody, and look at that. Not Afraid coming in with a prediction on top of the Evo Mortar. It is so important. On a regular Mortar, it's good, but on an Evo Mortar to waste it, that is gorgeous from Not Afraid.
Skeletons do not get onto the miner, so it will go ahead and get a full bit of chip on that right-hand side. Still, though, look at this. The Guardian comes in, and you see Not Afraid not happy about that one as he's forced to play his Knight in response.
Right there, he's going to struggle against this next Mortar push, potentially going in with a minor poison from both players. 200 HP separated into two. Vitor going to be able to clean it up, but not before it gets 3, maybe 4 swipes right there on the tower.
And look at those bats, the little extra bites, taking that tower down, extending the lead for Vitor.
It is just predictions on predictions right there. Poison going to be taking out the Scalers right there. Not going to get any value. And this miner is getting a ton of chip damage. Not Afraid is going to take the lead. That is a huge push.
Yeah, the miner of Vitor changing directions off of the tower as he's chosen to go for a race rather than go for the defense. Still, look at this. The damage in 611, 862.
Yeah, right there. I think that bat, that singular bat got maybe 5 shots. Beautiful right there from the Valk. This is gorgeous gameplay from both players. Not going to over-defend against that Knight. He's going to try and set up for another push. Finally gets a gorgeous poison down right there.
And the miner plus snowball. Log actually ends up hurting Not Afraid, and Vitor takes this one by 589.
And I am just blown away from this gameplay. I could not believe how many predictions the Skeletons, 2 seconds before the miner gets placed, the prediction snowballs, the prediction bomb tower, it was just perfection, well, almost perfection from both players.
Well, you mentioned in your time watching CRCC that you were kind of surprised by a real difference in style where it was more prediction heavy than maybe the style we've seen in CRL.
Yeah, I mean, and it's fun to bring it to the main stage right there. Unfortunately, did not work out for him game 1. Vitor, I mean, he had that one situation where the bomb tower was placed, it was able to take out the Evo Mortar, but after that, there was no mistakes from him. He continued to get great poison value, had the cycle going. We see the Little Prince in the back, so that way he can get that 3-card cycle, exactly what you want to see from him.
And you kind of feel like in that moment for Not Afraid, he just got caught looking, right? He didn't know what to defend. He got the Valk, picked up his miner on the opposite end, and then the miner comes in, snowball, knocks away that Knight. But then the poison's in, the bats come in, his log actually knocks the miner away from the Knight. It felt like the wheels just came off there in the final few seconds.
Yeah, and that's when you have to take a look at the champion being used from Vitor, because he was able to get that 3-card cycle just done beautifully. I mean, in those final 30 seconds, it was just constant miner, poison, plus snowball over and over and over and over again.
So after we take a look at the first match, and we saw minor poison from both players. Slight variations though, right? Mortar, Evo, not high on the list of the big quality Evos. Evo Knight though, no longer a concern for Vitor, which certainly narrows his deck picking avenues.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think we take a, if we see the same style from Vitor as game number 1, I expect to see another quick cycle deck. I think that him and his coach believe that they're the best player here, and they want to go quick cycle, lots of reactive plays, so that way they can have that advantage.
Let's go ahead and jump in. Game number 2. Can Not Afraid get it done? While he has played live on stage before, a lot this year, it's not just being live on stage, it's the World Finals feel. Not Afraid opening up with Skeletons in the back, that will be his evolution. And Little Prince available in game number 2, big for him, and Vitor goes Sparky.
Okay, Vitor just going to be using just one of the better decks in the meta, so that way he doesn't really have to think as much. Just try and make his opponent just make more
just make more pushes overall. And right there, Little Prince going to get a lot of value, taking out the Sparky completely. Not afraid using the Tesla like I was hoping.
Is not afraid, again, I was about to say, there's no way he's using the Expo here. Instead, the wall breakers come out. And not afraid, of course, known as an Expo player, but I don't think we're seeing Expo wall breakers.
Yeah, but Minor is out of cycle for him, so still not totally sure what the next two cards are going to be. You would think just a small spell and a big spell, maybe NATO and Magic Archer. It's not often where, oh, Drill. Okay, Drill makes sense right there from Not Afraid.
And one Archer will go to work on that Drill. That's the evolution card for Vitor as his Goblin Giant goes, picks things up. And he's got a pretty big push coming down. The Tesla set up here for Not Afraid to contend with the large Goblin.
Valk placed on top, going to be able to clean up the left lane. The right lane not going to be a problem whatsoever either. 125 left in the game, slight advantage for Not Afraid.
So Dark Prince, phenomenal as a counter here for the Drill. And we'll see Vitor try to get his cycle back in position for that to be what controls here. When you look at the options for Not Afraid defensively, Tesla obviously nice here for the Goblin Giant. Valk a little tanky. But how do you feel about this matchup, Josh?
Yeah, right there. Well, as long as he defends the mini P.E.K.K.A., I would assume there's a lot to be done on Not Afraid's side. It's going to be just whether or not he can actually make these defenses. Little Prince, we should see the Valkyrie come out soon. He needs to place it down instead. The Evo Skellies plus the Guardian going to be able to defend that court. I mean, he didn't give up a lick of damage right there. Great stuff from Not Afraid.
But now Sparky set up, slight elixir advantage for Vitor. 32 seconds left. Fireball goes to just take a bit off, and as soon as the Fireball comes out, of course, split those evolved archers.
Right now, it's just dependent on whether or not Not Afraid can defend out. He has the deck to be able to do it. It's just whether he actually gets it done.
Fireball onto the Little Prince, and the minions take it out. Absolutely pandemonium here on the board, 10-40. And just as you said, he only had to play defense. The defense falters, and Vitor takes the lead.
Yeah, a massive advantage for Vitor, and he's still going to have to defend these archers right there. And that Tesla, it's kind of interesting. I mean, he's going to be able to cycle back to it, but you never really want to see your building down to 20% health. We almost could have seen Vitor go in with a Goblin Giant, try and steal a win right there. Instead, just going to play just calm and collected. He knows that with these good pushes, he can beat Not Afraid's defense.
And not the evolved archers, so they're not able to get onto that, but the range prediction onto the Skellies does enough to get deep into enemy territory. Archer, Dark Prince, Fireball has to come out, and a little more chip damage forces the Fire Spirit as well. Vitor pouring it on as we get closer to triple.
Goblin Giant coming in, Dark Prince to protect it. The Rage could come down. No, instead going to snipe it with the Evoed Archers.
Boy.
If he goes down with the Rage, that is a Goblin Giant on the tower. He's going to take it.
Vitor 75 moves on in the upper bracket with a brilliant display.
2-0, the sweep from Vitor 75, and we see it, the patented Vitor 75 smile. I've been waiting for it. It's been a year.
What a performance, what good choices here from Vitor the entire time. And of course, this is a big moment for him, as last year he went very deep in this competition, and now he takes one step closer. The upper bracket, Josh, a much easier route to that world championship than falling down to the lower.
Yeah, you never, I mean, well, yeah, you never want to lose, crazy enough. And Vitor did not do that. So Jackson, let's hear Vitor's thoughts.
Vitor, in that first match, it seemed like you really were able to win by predicting and catching every single miner. I mean, what amount of practice does it take to have the intuition to be able to do something like that?
When you usually play Mortar, it's good to play on the other side of the miner. And when I play Mortar on the other side, it usually plays miner on the outside of the tower, so the Mortar locks on the miner. So I kind of predicted that, and I predicted the miner there. And
wow, I mean, using one of your other cards to control where your miner's going, that was fantastic. In that second match, it really just seemed like it came down to those Evo Archers. I mean, talk to me about how you play the Evo Archers and how that dictates when you go in with your Goblin Giant push.
Usually, Evo Archers in the middle for the Tesla is a really good lock. And also when they spend their spell, split archers in the back is also really good because they have no way to kill them.
Beautiful. Send it back to the desk.
Thanks a lot, Juicy, and exactly what we talked about. Hey, the spell comes out, great. Play the Evolved Archers, and from there on, kaboom, all the way home. And Vitor, who had a phenomenal year last year, but said he did not think he was at his best, takes one very important step where now he's going to face Pandora in the second round of our upper bracket.
Yeah, you love to see both of those players go into the second round. And this is the second game that I've seen decided because a player was able to recognize, hey, I have Evo Archers in cycle. They're playing the building in the middle, or actually it was Mugi's game 1, I believe, against a Sparky. Those Evo Archers in the middle, they have such a long range. You always have to make sure that the Evo is out of cycle when you place it in the middle.
You really have to wonder now also how much might these players begin to protect buildings in the middle when they know Evo Archers are there, right? You have to play the building, you have to make the pull, you gotta stop those Evolved Archers.
Yeah, it would be crazy to see a meta where we're so worried about the archers that we start to put the buildings in front of the tower or a little bit down low. We could potentially, probably not gonna happen, we could see that happen in the future though.
Maybe some attempts at predictions for those Evo Archers as well. Either way, that's the past. The future has Vitor moving on to our next round, and then very, very difficult matchup for Not Afraid in our lower bracket later today, where he'll be facing Wallace in match number 11. You see the chopping block we have here. We have 6 players down there right now. 3 of them will end their World Finals journey today. That is wild.
Wow, and right there, a few big names. We're gonna see if they are coming to play in round number 2. And here we go. I am so excited for these next 4 players. This is what has been widely recognized as the group of death. Pedro, Ruben, Samuel Wasoto, SK Morgan. One of those 4 players is getting knocked out today.
That's gonna be insane. On top of that, those players, one of those 4 is who awaits Vitor or Pandora later in that matchup. So even if you get deep into this upper bracket, you get to the upper bracket semifinals, and one of the 4 top players on the planet is waiting for you there. And you know, we're gonna talk a lot more about these next 2 players in a moment, but let's go ahead and get down to the floor so we can kick off our 7th match of the day.
Please welcome to the stage the winner of our 4th golden ticket with a rank 1 finish on ladder in just February. One of the best cycle players to do it, making his World Finals debut, Pedro! And his opponent, a man who needs no introduction. Please welcome the World Finals 2020 MVP and champion, Ruben!
And this is a match filled with questions. I'm joined on the booth by Jackson Juicy J. Wall. Jackson, this one, as I said, tons of questions. Is Ruben as good as the Ruben of old, who was at one time the best player in the world, helped carry Team Queso to a world championship? And is Pedro the guy that Mohamed Light said he was, the most feared person for him here in this competition? Does that success this year on ranked and in CRL translate to World Finals?
Yeah, that's a great point. And the reason why Muhammad Light said that is he said that Pedro kind of mirrors his own style. That style being minor poison, control decks. But in the current meta, those decks aren't holding up as much. We're seeing a lot more Goblin Giants and a lot more Electric Giant, a lot more beatdown oriented decks.
You know, we also, with Pedro, see one of the few people besides Muhammad Light to put a bunch of accounts in the top 10 on our monthly ranked. But he won't have to wait long to find out how he fares against Ruben. Let's go ahead and kick things off with game number 1. One other big factor in this one, maybe a pretty serious X factor, is these guys are teammates, both part of Shot Kalalis. You see that multicolored cat on their sweatshirts, and they also share the same coach in Manu. So picking primarily on their own in this one, you have to wonder, does the experience of Ruben picking solo for a long time outweigh the upcoming talent of Pedro?
Mortar at the bridge, immediately responded to by the Little Prince. This is a very hectic start to the game. We see a lot of pressure coming down the lane. Mortar's gonna get some solid damage, and Ruben taking the lead.
Chaotic start, and Ruben comes out on top and gets the extra shot from the Mortar, ahead by a little more than 600 HP.
2 minutes, 16 seconds left on the clock, a minute 14 until the double elixir time. Both players taking a moment here, and we do see another Mortar from Pedro.
So nearly a mirror match here, maybe a full-on mirror as we get deeper into this game. And Mortar lock now for Pedro. His turn to get some good damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is fascinating. Like you said, almost complete mirror matchup, but you gotta favor Pedro in this mirror matchup. This is his bread and butter. Minor poison Mortar. That being said, Ruben in a very solid damage lead, getting it even further with these goblins.
And now he goes Evolved Mortar in the middle to control the classic version of Pedro, and his Goblin will, of course, help get that down just a little bit. Little Prince to clean up the minions as we get past the halfway mark of our opening 3 of the lead for Ruben, 2168 to 1458. And, you know, Jackson, you have to take into account in this matchup, not just Ruben's skill level, but he's been playing live on stage since he was 14 years old. Legendary at Team Queso playing in Spain with huge, loud, wild crowds over there. And you have to imagine that the bright lights here do not faze him at all.
Absolutely. Here we go. Evil Mortar at the bridge. Minion's gonna try and take that down. Miner's doing a great job of tanking, but Mortar is done. Ruben doing a great job of, like you said, you know, taking that heat. He knows how to defend, and he gets it done.
Miner goes to the number 3 spot, courtesy of Pedro. We'll get some good chip damage here as Ruben tries to defend his Mortar against the Little Prince, but it does survive. And now it's Pedro's turn to turn a Mortar into a wasteland.
Miner in the very back right. Pedro predicting in the anti-Mortar placement that Vito was talking about earlier. A lot of the time you see Miner being placed in the placement to distract the Mortar.
And you see Ruben here doing a great job of sucking out the Miner on defense. The more you can keep that Miner of your opponent from playing offensively, of course, the more you can extend that lead. And right now, things looking very, very good for the 2020 MVP.
Pedro knows that he can't come back with just Miner chip, which is why we're seeing him use a lot of Mortars on offense. He needs that Mortar connection to win this match, but Ruben is going to keep applying the same pressure on the right-hand side.
And you see Ruben kind of just ignoring that Miner fully, and that's quite a lot of damage to take at this stage. His Mortar evolved, not going to turn, but you see Pedro now taking pretty much a full Miner.
Little Prince ability, Little Prince dealing quite well from that. Here comes the Miner again. Miner to defend the Miner is not looking great for Pedro, especially with 3-card cycle activated for Ruben here.
Little Prince does defend for a moment, and look at that. Guardian does get out to help keep that Mortar up. Log to protect as well, get a little bit of chip damage. And again, Ruben extending his lead. And you see the grimaces from Pedro. I don't feel like we saw this much expression from him during gameplay throughout this year, and now he's definitely showing his emotions on his face.
Miner plus minions. Miner to tank the minions here. Minions to defend the Miner, and another Mortar at the bridge. That was a tongue twister.
Got through it very nicely, though, Jackson, as the Ice Spirit goes down and the Little Prince comes out to stop the Mortar from connecting. 497 to 1072. Miner of Pedro goes to the back. Miner of Ruben does not connect. Poisons, though, in to extend that lead. This is a little closer, I think, than maybe Ruben had anticipated, but he is almost there for his next poison cycle.
Miner in the back. Mortar is locked on tower. Poison drops down, but I think the poison's going to take it in time.
And it's a photo finish. Ruben gets it done by 155.
Wow, that mortar shot was in the air, Rich. It was so close to landing and taking that game. Like you said, I do not think that Ruben thought it would be that close, but Pedro using his bread and butter to really make it a match.
It was a great comeback by Pedro, and you talked about the adjustments he made mid-game. What got him back into that to make that as close as it actually was?
Like I said, when you're down in the mirror matchup, it's not all about the Miner chip. He was always going for the mortar, trying to get the evil mortar and cycle over and over again. And that mortar lock at the end is what made it close. That's what you need. Let's hop into the replay.
Let's take a look at those final moments. And here we are in the last minute, and you can see the lead just continuing to dwindle here. This Miner gets picked up, poison gets spent, and you see the Miner of Pedro getting in there. And it's this mortar, Juicy, that really makes it tight.
Yeah, Miner, it does a lot of damage. Once again, the mortar is locked on tower, though that's what he needed. That poison needs one more tick, but the mortar is not able to make there in time.
And that's what we love about World Finals, close calls, close moments. Of course, I bet you that Ruben loves that moment a bit more than Pedro here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially since you're beating Pedro with his own deck, with his best deck. Now Pedro's going to have to go a little bit away from his comfort in his next 2 and 3 games.
Oh, and talk about comfort. Ruben's really known for playing Royal Giant, Hog, Graveyard, and Loon. Well, game number 1 comes out with none of those. Now in game number 2, do you anticipate seeing him go to one of those main decks, or does he go for a totally different direction? Maybe go to the skies with some lava, go for some golem, go for some E-Giant, something there that throws his opponent off the scent?
You know, it's a great question. I gotta say that he's probably gonna be going to a bit of more comfort. But the other question is Pedro able to predict that comfort? And if he can, does he even have the right tools to deal with it?
Well, of course, mortar out, so that's one building gone. Bomb Tower, the top building in the meta, though, overall is the most played here. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 and see how Pedro picks against Ruben in this second stanza. Second year of CRL for Pedro, of course, took a massive jump in skill level between 2022 and 2023, and kind of his coming out party, if you will, was early this year where suddenly someone other than Mohamed Light had 3 accounts in the top 10, and he's continued to play like that throughout this year.
Yeah, I mean, ladder's one thing though, but we have duels formatting. We have a lot of differences here, and looks like he's gonna start this game with a Mother Witch versus Skelly's a decent start.
And maybe Balloon here from Ruben. Musketeer, an interesting choice as your glass cannon.
Roll Recruits at the bridge, Phoenix to prepare. I mean, we see a Roll Recruits Hog Rider coming in here. What a play, and the tombstone's late!
Wow! Pedro blinks, and Ruben runs right on past him. That tower is absolutely shredded. Not long for this world it stands, but oh my word, Ruben comes out with a bang.
Pedro trying to counter push. He's got the Skelly King. He's got the ability. He's got a lot on the board. Ruben has 3 elixir. Is that going to be enough to deal with this defense? There goes the ability. Does he have the small spell? He goes for the arrows. But look at this tower.
Wow, just a slobber knocker, a slugfest. Shots both direction, and just like that, we are pretty much all tied up, tower down, and Pedro right back in it.
This is wild. This is something we are not used to seeing in the Clash Royale League, but we've seen a couple times. Today, we just see pressure at the bridge. Mother Witch out cycle, I'm going for the recruits. I'm going for the hog. And Pedro doing a great job of staying calm. Like, I don't know if I would have been able to make that play to go in and take that tower.
Well, again, you talk about a guy who has been phenomenal, does not get that fireball onto the Musketeer. She will be healthy behind all of this as the Rage works to get that Hog Rider down, but Muskie gonna do triple duty here, working in the bridge fight, on the Skeleton King, and now on the Phoenix.
Is gonna take the Phoenix Egg out as well. All in all, pretty even, but Ruben's doing a great job of pressuring with the Fire Spirit to make sure that this Musketeer is forced to be responded to.
Do we see a pocket play from Pedro? Probably not yet. It is only at 5 elixir, but that is now open. You see the Tesla maybe there to predict the pocket drop instead. Pedro, RG's up in the back.
Ruben gonna do the same thing. He's gonna play his evolution in the back. Next cycle, both of these Evos will be in hand, but you can't help but be a little bit in the driver's seat if you're Ruben here, because those recruits are gonna do a great job of stalling these RGs.
This time, Fireball plus Rage gets the Musketeer off the board very easily. Second Tesla down. Pocket now exposed, though, for Ruben in the next exchange, and he gets his Evolved recruits down very quickly. Maybe looking to cycle back to a Tesla in the next couple of cards.
Skelly King doing a great job of preventing any sort of counter push. Fireball last card for Ruben, gonna drop on top of that Mother Witch.
And here we go, Musketeer, Tesla might go to the opposite side, spread out the Fireball targets, and the Musketeer still working against this Evolved Royal Giant. Arrows have to come out defensively. Look at that recruit, though, the Evolved recruit all over the King Tower, and suddenly Pedro having to defend on 2 fronts.
Wow, tower's down to 1134, because that recruit is just barely out of range of the Princess Tower, getting so much damage.
And this makes Fisherman so much harder for Pedro to use. Can't really get it involved offensively. Obviously, not a great offensive target out of all these ones, but he doesn't want to pull that Musketeer. Has to go with these Fireballs because he needs to save that Fisherman to pick up the dangerous, opportunistic hog you might expect from Ruben at some point.
I love how Ruben's constantly cycling these Musketeers. It's very difficult for Pedro to deal with them. It always forces out 6 elixir.
Can Ruben just defend from this point, or does he need to extend this lead? He has a pretty sizable margin.
Yeah, I honestly think that he's good to just keep defending. He's cycling recruits, always getting the Evo version down. And that's the thing about recruits, they kind of play themselves. Not only can you defend with them on the right, but they're always going to apply pressure in the left-hand lane.
Fisherman down. Is this an opportunity with some pressure on the left-hand side? No, goes for Fireball on the Mother Witch instead. Final minute, triple elixir. Pedro facing the possibility of dropping down to the lower bracket. Has to make something happen.
Skelly King in the middle to take out the Tesla. RG is locked on tower for at least 2 shots. I mean, that's some damage.
That's big damage. Fireball in, and suddenly we are close. Fisherman, though, walking away. Tesla there. Arrows trying to clear. Hog does not get the shot. The Fisherman turns around and might have just saved Pedro's game.
This game is so close. Musketeer dies in the tower. Here goes the evil RG in the pocket. Tesla trying to deal with it.
Oh my God, it's on tower! The evil RG beats the Tesla, and Ruben has to go to game number 3 against Pedro.
Are you kidding me? Ruben and Pedro, game 3. I mean, you guys are right. This side of the bracket is monstrous.
You're playing recruits against Fishermen. You usually feel pretty darn good about that one. But in the end, the Fishermen saving the day, and then just that race. The Tesla comes down a half step late, and no reset, no changes there. Just a Royal Giant Evolved right on your tower in the pocket.
I mean, I can't help but think how that game could have gone differently if that Tesla was a half second sooner. That Royal Giant lock on tower was beautiful. And that's something that we just didn't talk enough about. Using arrows instead of like a log or a zap in that situation, it's good versus archers, but it's terrible versus that Royal Giant.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the action from that one here in just a moment, the replay. And this was razor thin, and it's this Hog Rider just doesn't quite get there. The Fisherman being distracted in many different ways. And then Jackson, the big moment.
Yeah, Skelly King first. I don't know if you noticed that, but it allowed the RG to be tanked for perfectly, and it gets every single shot that he needed.
And you gotta wonder about the late Tesla there. You have to assume that Parker RG is just ready, and you'd imagine you're hovering it, that you are just ready to catch it as fast as you can.
I might be crazy, but he might have actually used the Skeleton King to push the Royal Giant a little bit closer to get it on tower a little bit faster.
Wow, and I don't know if we can run that one back. Maybe run it back at the end of the day one more time, but that is a really interesting supposition here, and that's high-level gameplay. You talk about Pedro, and a lot of players who haven't followed Clash Royale League or the competitive scene very closely this year, I've seen some comments of, what's the big hype about Pedro? What's the big deal about Pedro? Look at what he's done throughout this year. Success in CRL has been tremendous. He's put a lot of pressure on a lot of players, ended up way high with the golden ticket early on, but then of course, all that ladder experience does not necessarily translate directly, but it does mean that you are capable of playing that micro against the best players on the planet.
Yeah, that's a great point. I say it all the time, top ladder is pristine Clash Royale. Let's hop into game 3 though.
So Royal Giant out for Pedro. Ruben, no longer with Hog Rider, went to a variation of comfort. A weird one, let's put it that way. The Recruit's Hog, certainly an out there variation of Hog Rider, but did go to one of the things he's known for.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Hog Rider paired with the Recruits rather than something like the Royal Hogs. And in that situation, it actually is what made it so difficult for him, because the Tombstone and the Fisherman are such great counters to the Hog Rider.
Lack of rage does limit the options that Ruben's concerned about, so not worried about Sparky himself. Goes ahead and plays Sparky on his side of the board. An immediate Hog Rider right into a mini P.E.K.K.A.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. quickly enough plays, always going to counter that Hog Rider for an even trade, and then counter push, forcing Pedro to get this Tesla out early.
So full-on aggressive early Goblin Giant Sparky push. Rage does get the distraction there onto that Mighty Miner, and it does go down. The Sparky will not get the shot off. And now Ruben has to deal with these archers.
Here comes a Hog Rider as well. He does not have mini P.E.K.K.A. in cycle. He's forced to go for the Dark Prince. This Hog Rider is at least getting 2 shots here while the Archer kind of chips away at that shield.
So if you're Ruben here, other than the mini P.E.K.K.A., obviously, how are you preparing for when that Hog Rider out-cycles you?
Honestly, I've seen a lot of really, really good Sparky players play. A lot of the time, they'll play the Sparky and back, even when they're not at 4 elixir, or full elixir. So a lot of the time, you'll see just 6 elixir Sparkies in the back to block that lane to make sure the Hog Rider is never able to break through.
An early Earthquake cycle for Pedro. And you see right there, as you're talking about, the Sparky being cycled into the weak side lane.
Yeah, and a lot of the time you can do that versus big spells like Lightning or Fireball or even Poison, but Pedro having the Earthquake here means that it's not going to get good value on top of that Sparky.
And it does get the Electro Spirit off. Not exactly what you'd love from a Sparky of all of its possible targets. Hog should be able to break through for 1, and it does.
Wow.
And look at those Evo Archers, but they switch targets as the mini P.E.K.K.A. is slightly pushed back by the Hog Rider.
Skeletons distract, Tesla's still alive a little bit. Everything's raged up though. Mighty Miner plus Snowball to try and slow everything down and take it out. I love this ability though.
And the ability does reset a bit. Phoenix will put some death damage on there, but still the lead for Pedro. 47 seconds left and ahead by about 800. Now add that EQ.
Earthquake getting some nice chip. Another Sparky doing a great job of just blocking his lane like we talked about. But the thing is, Pedro doesn't exactly need to go for more Hog Riders. He's got his damage from the early game. Now he's content to defend quite well these E-Spirits and chip away with Earthquakes throughout the match.
And good skeletons here for the high distraction against that Sparky, but it might shoot on the tower, and it does! The Archer stays too close, and disaster strikes for Pedro.
Are you kidding me? The splash radius was absolutely brutal there for Pedro, and Evil Archers are going to kind of stalemate here. No, Evil Archers from Pedro are going to stay alive. Now Pedro's in a situation where he needs to get that damage back, and he cannot make another mistake.
And Dark Prince now opens up dual lane pressure for this Goblin Giant Sparky deck, which could also be a huge problem going in. And now Ruben's just piling it on here at the bridge.
Yeah, Dark Prince as well. Snowball trying to slow everything down. Sparky does shoot the one skeleton. No, the E-Spear gonna reset it, and this defense is solid.
Well, Pedro certainly has been capable defensively, and mini P.E.K.K.A. not back, so Archers have to defend. Snowball gonna get some good damage here for Pedro, who might get one more, and he does. 6:04 left, and once again, the big swings of this match, Jackson. Game number 1, haymaker after haymaker, and suddenly Pedro has drawn blood.
Yeah, that's Snowball once again. It's a mini freeze, somehow slowing everything down enough to get 3 hog shots. It's up to Ruben now to break through before these Earthquake cycles finish him off.
And these Evo Archers are a huge problem for Ruben. Dark Prince gets out ahead, Sparky does some of its work, but these Evo Archers staying alive and getting so much value. You see Ruben shaking his head. He knows he can't do anything about them. He has no spell to attack. He has no way to get there. Just raging up a mini P.E.K.K.A. and that's it. GG, well played. Welcome to World Finals, Pedro.
Pedro with the reverse sweep. Absolutely astonishing us all with this beautiful gameplay. And like you said, those Evo Archers at the end really just clinched it for him. There was no way he was gonna break through that.
And you gotta like that even better than a 2-0 here. The gutsy, come from behind performance, the confidence that gives to a newbie here at World Finals for Pedro, overcoming serious adversity, that is massive.
I mean, yeah, and it's the same thing with Arden Toas. Now that Pedro's on this stage, now that he's got that win, you can't help but feel the tide change. You can't help but feel that confidence rise within him.
Well, let's go ahead and jump down to the floor where Andrew Guy is standing by.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to catch my breath after that insane best of 3. Those matches were so incredibly close. How did you calm your nerves after game 1 and game 2 and be able to take that win in game number 3?
Eu estou tentando recuperar o meu fôlego aqui depois desse jogo. Você teve 2 jogos tão incríveis. Como é que você conseguiu, e foi tão próximo um do outro, como é que você conseguiu tranquilizar os seus nervos pro terceiro jogo?
Bom, o primeiro jogo eu levei, tipo, como é minha primeira vez no Mundial, então não tem porque eu colocar pressão em mim. E com isso eu consegui me manter mais tranquilo para as próximas partidas. Um pouco nervoso, mas um pouco mais tranquilo que deveria.
Well, on the first game, I was just trusting myself because this is my first World Championship. So I felt better for the following ones. A little bit nervous, but good.
Yeah, that first game can be very, very tough. You just beat a world champion. How does it feel to stay alive and stay strong in day 1?
Você acabou de derrotar um campeão mundial. Como é que você se sente de estar aqui vivo e forte no primeiro dia?
Eu sinto que é uma coisa que eu nunca imaginei, porque o Mundial pra mim era um sonho e ganhar de um cara que já foi campeão mundial não tem forma de explicar essa sensação.
I feel it's incredible to win from a previous world champion. There's no way of explaining what I'm feeling.
All right, let's hear it one more time for Pedro, who's staying in the upper bracket. Back to you, boys.
Thanks a lot, Andrew and Pedro. All smiles here, and of course we saw huge smiles from him when he won his golden ticket. We expect to see more of those here over the course of this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, like we talked about, he dominated the ladder for years. And now to see him come in and get that first win in the biggest of competitions, I can't help but, like you said, expect more.
Now this was a back and forth battle. We have Joshua AC sharing at the desk with us. Josh, this was insane. There were big hits backwards and forwards, huge swings of momentum. You got something for us about maybe a key moment that really turned this match.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to be doing it with a quick cycle deck. This is just Pedro's bread and butter. So we will be going in eventually. And yeah, I mean, this is just Pedro to a T. Gorgeous defense and intelligent work. So we're gonna slow it on down for me and let's take a look. Snowball, again, we've been talking about it all day. The snowball is always so valuable. And I mean, it's just, the rage is gonna come down, it's going to miss the Tesla. The E-Spirit is going to be jumping beautifully over there. The Archer's over the middle. I mean, there was not a single mistake in this. And I mean, are you kidding me? He's going to be able to snipe it with the Archers right there as well. He made 0 mistakes whatsoever. Hog comes down the lane. Archers are the only response. And because his defense was so strong, he's able to also go in with a snowball and win the game. This is Pedro. I mean, quick cycle, no mistakes whatsoever. It doesn't matter how many troops you have on the board, he's always going to be able to find a way to defend.
You make a very good point there, Josh, that the immaculate defense, they're not overspending on defense, and we have someone in the crowd who very famously talked about that. Surgical Goblin in one of his early matches says everyone else overspends on defense. That's one of my keys to victory. Here we saw more conservative defense, the right plays made, and as Josh said, snowball comes in opposite direction. Juicy, this is a big moment here for the young man.
I know, and like Josh said as well, I can't help but really talk about the timing with his Hog Rider as well. We talked about how Ruben always had good ways of dealing with the Hog Rider and blocking up that lane, but he waited for the perfect moment after a fantastic defense to go for that Hog Rider when the mini P.E.K.K.A. was out of cycle.
And this win for Pedro does take him one big step towards our winner's bracket. And of course, we have maybe one of the most anticipated, probably the most anticipated match of the day coming up next. Andrew, let's get into it.
This back-to-back golden ticket winner has 4 #1 finishes on ladder and was our 3rd place finisher in 2022. Please welcome Samuel Basoto! And please welcome the most consistent player to ever touch the game, a man who's finished in the top 10 of every World Finals that he's been to, and now making his 5th consecutive World Finals appearance, Goaten himself, S.K. Morton!
And that's right, we are gonna have Samuel Basoto and SK Morton. This is definitely the round 1 matchup of the day. Let's talk about the 20-win challenge real quick because I have it with me. Basoto was able to get 1. In total, all these players, I think they got a total of just about 37 20 wins done, and Morton got 13 of them. That man is 13 of them. That consistency is unrivaled.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew said himself, most consistent player of all time in the 20-win challenge, but also in the Clash Royale League. I cannot wait to watch him play.
Yeah, and right here, I want to take a look at the predictions because this is going to be a massive one. How do you even choose between these 2 players? And right here, SK Morton, 67%, 33% for Basoto. I guess it kind of makes sense because, yes, Morton did knock him out of last year's Worlds. It's important to recognize that. But Basoto, he's on a tear. It feels like he's ready to go. He had a good finish, but he wants that great finish.
Gameplay's ready. Let's hop straight into it. So Samuel Basoto, you know, like we talked about, #3 at the World Finals last year. But this year, it seems, from what I've heard, that he's practicing a lot more. And he's actually the only person to beat Muhammad Light not once, but twice in monthly finals this year.
Yeah, that's a very impressive statistic, and really, let's take a look at it. So Basoto, when going against the top 16 players, he's 10-5, and yes, that is a phenomenal record, 10-5 against other top 16 players. But if we take a look at once EVOs were introduced into the meta, he is 7-1. This is, I mean, it's crazy to say, but like EVOs are his meta. He is so talented of recognizing cycle. This has been his game since he started being a pro player. Recognizing cycle, recognizing when the EVOs are gonna be in there, and then making sure that he adapts and makes the right play with that.
Not only that, but he's great at punishing his opponent's mistakes, utilizing the evolution. That's how he beat Muhammad Light in the last, or the second to last monthly finals. And like I said, I think he's gonna be able to do that a lot more today, especially with these Evo archers.
And as we head into the game, 1:44 seconds left. Morton is going to be running Sparky. Whoa, Mega Knight. We see it again. We saw it earlier today. The Mega Knight. I don't know if he was predicting the Royal Hogs, but either way, that's beautiful. And right there, can Basoto get the 1-1? He does. Mega Knight on top of the tower. Morton trying to predict with a Rage. Not going to happen, and gives up a little bit of damage. No MK in cycle. We could see him get aggressive. Fireball, that's a huge error.
What is happening? We see a fire spirit coming at the bridge as well. Does take care of most of the goblins. Pig's gonna get the damage lead here. Pre-log, not gonna be doing much. Goblins were already out.
We don't see a smile. I was looking for that smile from Basoto. Gets the tower down to 1279. But hey, job's not finished. Still has a long way to go. Basoto still has not shown his big spell. Morten on the other side. The Mega Knight, the Goblin Giant, the Fireball, it looks like you can't get past it. And so Basoto recognizes that, hey, I'm going to have to spell cycle the rest of the way. I'm not getting another Royal Hog to the tower.
Very similar situation as last game. He got the damage earlier on in the single elixir, and now his plan is to really lock it down, park the bus, if you will, and set up for defense and Earthquake cycle.
Right there, not able to protect the first Tesla, but can he protect the second one? Great work right there, and yeah, very clean defense, but it's not done just yet. 2 Evoed Archers on the board, getting the towers down low. 11-17, 16-29. You can afford to let the right tower go low because, you know, as long as it stays close, that quick cycle with the Earthquake and the Log as well, you're going to be able to finish off the tower if it's close near the end.
For sure, and I love how Morten is using his main minor wall breakers playstyle and integrating it into this match with the dual lane pressure. He's doing a great job of, like you said, applying pressure in both lanes, maybe making him think that he can take damage to the right, but then getting damage on both sides, and also cycling so many fireballs.
Right there, slight mistake. Fire Spear not able to protect the Tesla. High Tesla because the Evoed Archers were not in cycle. Tower down to 900 HP. 500 HP separating the 2 players. And Basoto, he could wait to see if he can get the Mega Knight out of cycle, but instead just going to continue that same game. Earthquake, Log, cycle, cycle, Earthquake, Log.
It's interesting to see Morten now change the play style, realizing there's only a minute 15 left on the clock and going all in left side. He does have the Fireball for these Evil Archers, but look at that. Samuel Basoto predicting the Fireball, going immediately aggressive when he knew it had to come in.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch. I mean, I'm not going to ask for a roar because that's getting a little bit selfish, but if he had gone in with the pre-log, that could have been even greater. Instead, tower down to 455. That's not going to matter. Morten's struggling. He knows he's going to have to get aggressive. MK at the bridge.
Mega Knight at the bridge. He stops the jump with a really good Fire Spirit delivery on the defense. Minions trying to break through. One more Earthquake Log, and that's going to be it. Samuel, but wait, no! Wait, Goblin Giant on a tower! Fireball in! No! Oh, Earthquake! Oh my God, both towers down! It's a tiebreaker match! 30 seconds left! Goblin Giant in the pocket. Morten is trying everything to do to keep this pressure on.
2099, 2082 for the King Tower, so he has to worry about both of those. Morten has the advantage now, goes in with the Royal Hogs, and Mega Knight to stop it. We see the frustration on Basoto's face. Oh my word, he's going to have to get another Royal Hogs. I mean, if Morten uses the Fireball on offense, that's going to be a problem. Instead, Archers in the middle.
Evil Archers in the pocket. Do they lock on? It doesn't matter. Fireball will take it. Morten with the top.
Morten, what a comeback right there. Nobody could have predicted it. Basoto was controlling the game the entire way. The most hyped up matchup in round number 1 for a great reason. Morten never wavered. He stuck to his game plan, cycling the Mega Knight at the bridge, trying to create a little bit of pressure, trying to create just one mistake, and that's exactly what happens. Basoto has to be so frustrated. He was owning the entire match, the entire way.
Here's the replay. Mega Knights coming in. My apologies. I thought this log was going to take it, but it didn't. Goblin Giant logs on the tower right here. Fireball comes in. Earthquake drops when he has enough, and the towers go down at the same exact time. And honestly, the biggest thing I need to mention is Morten's calmness. I can't imagine that he's like, okay, both towers drop. I'm going to continue this attack, continue the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that his opponent is going to have to go Royal Hogs in the pocket. So what does he do? He uses the Mega Knight, and then he goes with the minions, the goblins on top of the pocket, predicting when the Royal Hogs were going to come in. How do you do that? Seriously, like, no.
Only someone with that much live experience is able to really pull that off. And like you said, Samuel, it felt like he had in the bag. When that tower dropped, I think he knew that I worked so hard in this entire match for this damage. He knew that he wasn't able to get that to happen again.
Oh my goodness. I just want to watch that replay over and over and over again.
Maybe later.
I mean, well, I think Basoto should be able to win, but then it's like, oh, you know, maybe he doesn't use the log. Just such a great play from Morten. Everything was brilliant. That's exactly what we wanted from them. That's exactly, I mean, I didn't even want that. I was hoping for like half of that. Yeah, that was way more than I needed from them.
Wow, I mean, let's think about the decks. It is duels formatting. Mega Knight, Fireball out of cycle. Samuel can't punish that though with pigs because he's already used it. So maybe instead we'll see a little bit of recruits. Maybe another recruit's hog appearance.
I mean, this is incredible. I can't wait to see game number 2. So let's do exactly that. To the surprise of absolutely no one, after witnessing that game number 1, both players have over $200,000 in career earnings. I expect that number to go much, much higher for both of these, even though they're getting matched up in round number 1.
I know.
After that game, like, you just expect to see them just as the days progress. You hope to see them.
I know. You do wish that this match wouldn't be so soon, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
SK Morten on the bottom. Samuel Basoto up top. Morten going to be running Skeleton King with the Goblin Gang. Basoto running Night Bowler. I think we saw in last year's Worlds that he came out with the Night Bowler Loon Freeze or something, so I wouldn't be shocked if he ran that again. It just seems like a Basoto type of deck at this point. Morten, it looks like he was kind of predicting that using a minion horde. What is this, Mortar as well?
Yeah, it's gotta be Mortar, Miner, Spam the bottom. Basoto with the E-Giant, actually. E-Giant at the bridge. Does he have the Mortar here to defend? No, he decides to go for Barbarians instead. Wants to get the Evo Barbs to cycle, but the E-Giant will take... Wait, what's happening? Wow. E-Giant's getting so much damage here. NATO pulls back, Baby Dragon locks on tower.
That's a very aggressive push, and you're allowed to do that. Both players have 5 elixir right there, 1,000 HP separating the 2 players, and he's going to have Knight in hand. Basoto with a great first push. And look, when he was making that push, he said he did an E-Giant at the bridge. I mean, if it was me commentating, I would have said that was a mistake. He knows better than I do. Great play right there, and another great play. Lining it up, Bowler going to take out the Skeleton King and the Mortar. Exactly what we want to see.
Lovely Bowler interaction there. Bowler actually does go down to the Spear Gobs mostly. Samuel and Morten about even in elixir. But once again, I can't help but point out the mistake at the beginning. The only reason Samuel is up so much damage here is because of Morten deciding not to use the Mortar on defense at the start.
That's right. He thought alongside everybody else in this arena that the bars would be enough. Not going to be the case though. Basoto just going to delay. 5 elixir leads, and these Baby Dragons, every time a Baby Dragon gets played, it's such a boring card. It's not getting like all that DPS, but it does so much. Every time it gets placed on the arena, it's always going to get value.
Especially in this matchup, and I think Samuel realizes that. He's always cycling the Baby Dragon as soon as it comes in his hand because he knows it will get value, and then he supports it with the Electric Giant in front. And you might be wondering, is this E-Giant get the tower? Probably not, but the Baby Dragon could.
Wow, right there. Minion Horde going to be able to take it out completely. Basoto just a bit delayed. And look, if he gets that out in time, he has a massive push going. Instead, Morten on the other end. That Baby Dragon cleans up everything nicely. That was a great talking point that you said. Every time he has Baby Dragon in hand, that should be immediately placed on the board. It gets so much value.
Speaking of cleanup, look at that Bowler taking on all the Evo Barbs. Bowler's so good in the meta. It's great versus Little Prince, great versus the recruits, and fantastic versus Barbs as well.
Barbs to take out the Bowler. That way he can get the Evo Bars back in cycle. Should be a relatively easy defense. That Bar Barrel getting a ton of value. And again, this Baby Dragon, it's taking out the Skeleton King. It's going to take out the Skellies, allow for the E-Giant to be slightly healthy. I mean, he's putting on a clinic on how to play this matchup right now.
Baby Dragon is not going to get targeted by tower here, which is very important. He's going to get a lot of value. He realizes that, goes for the E-Giant at the bridge immediately. Baby Dragon makes quick work of the minion horde, but it does go down. I love how Samuel's continually stacking here, but these minions should clean everything up.
Chooses not to use the NATO on top of the 2 remaining minions, instead going in again with the Baby Dragon. Spirit Goblins going to create a little bit of havoc, protecting it with the miner. 1 minute left in overtime. Tower's down to 1,600 HP for Morton, 1,950 for Basoto. A slight advantage for Basoto. I want to see a game 3. I'm hoping that Basoto takes this.
I gotta point out how the lanes are completely switching here. You want to go same lane with Ejai, and Morton is pressuring the right side. So it's weird to see both players attacking the more healthy tower.
Right now, Baby Dragon again cleaning everything up. A beautiful NATO going to get a lot of value. Knight placed in the middle. He only has Miner and Snowball, so if Basoto just defends out properly, I mean, we saw what happened in game number 1. It is difficult to do. Morton knows the exact cycle and knows how to create an advantage.
15 seconds left on the clock. Miner trying to get some chip with the right side. Morton needs a lot of damage, though, if he wants to outpace this Lightning. Baby Dragon once again in cycle, dropping down the defense. Morton calls good game. He knows it's over. And we are headed to a game 3, Josh.
Oh, yeah, you love to see it. Basoto bringing it to a game number 3. I mean, no mistakes whatsoever, and it really is as simple as, I have Baby Dragon in cycle, I'm gonna place it down. If he uses Minion Horde on top, I NATO. It's those 1-2 combos that he did every single time, and it always got a lot of value. Game 3.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, game 3. Yes, I mean, we should have a replay up for y'all soon, but until then, I just want to talk about, once again, how well Samuel played that game. Not only is E-Giant a beatdown deck, but it's also a control deck. He defended so perfectly throughout the match and got main damage at the beginning from that one mistake from those Barbarians, and then continued the Lightning cycle throughout.
And you have to wonder, I mean, we know that the Baby Dragon is going to be getting a ton of value, but does he also go in with the E-Giant early on because he knows that it's going to be difficult for him to get more damage? These players are so brilliant that you know as soon as the game starts, they've probably played that matchup one time in their life, both of those players. And as soon as the game started, it was no more mistakes. It was, oh, this is the matchup. Okay, I have to place these troops. I have to use the NATO this way. It is so amazing to see the recognition in their faces.
Yeah.
10 seconds into the game?
Yeah, this is why I love being on the table with you, Josh. We're both ex-pros, and we just nerd out together about every little interaction and every micro and macro decision. It's a beautiful thing.
Game 3, I mean, we see the paper, we see the handshaking a little bit. I don't know how much handshaking conversation. That's true, actually, now that I think about it. You guys can't see it. I actually have steady hands right now. I'm very impressed because I did not expect to see that. What do you tell Basoto and Morton? I mean, what are they telling themselves? Look, I'm playing a perfect game. If I was matched up against anybody else, I would have already won. That's what I would be telling myself if I was playing at the level they're playing at.
My big question is, what has Samuel's coach really prepared? I mean, can you prepare for a game 3 situation like this? He's got his paper. I can't wait to see what kind of deck he's gonna bring out here.
So Mortar out of cycle for Morton. Oh, thank goodness I'm hearing it in my ear. Let's go to game number 3. Morton and Samuel Basoto. Who's gonna move on? I think what I'm gonna do is I need a recording device just to remain with that memory of Basoto against Morton, game number 3, in my ear. That was such a beautiful sound for my ears to hear.
Here comes a miner, picked up by the Knight. Are we going to be seeing, no, not a Miner Mirror matchup. I believe it's going to be Miner at the top, possibly Mega Knight versus Morton with some Hog Earthquake at the bottom.
Going quick cycle right there. Basoto just going to poison it out. See if he has building or going to use the NATO. Going to use the building. Here to use NATO in game number 2, so don't I feel fooled.
Bomb tower slightly placed, 1 tile high, making it so Samuel's forced to use the snowball in defense, giving Morton a pretty solid elixir lead. Morton does not have his win condition in cycle currently though, so he's probably going to use that extra elixir to cycle to that next hog.
I'm loving the Hog Earthquake gameplay that I've seen today. I feel like we didn't really start with a lot of it, but these players are just playing it so well. I hope that as the days go on that we see more Morton running Hog, EQ, Basoto running the recruits. Let's see who's going to be able to play it to perfection.
I love the bomb tower pick for building for Morton here. But look at that Little Prince actually lock on to the opposing Little Prince as well. It's going to make this defense quite easy.
Right there, he doesn't have to play the wall breakers all that well because the bomb tower is going to clean it up. So you can just place it directly on top. You don't really have to worry. You can't afford to give up any shots to the Guardian. That's a great job of doing a bad play. I love seeing those slight interactions right there.
About evened up here. Morton, Skelly's in the back. Samuel's getting pretty close to this Evo recruits back in cycle. Morton should be able to deal them pretty well with the bomb tower along with that Little Prince and that Little Prince ability though.
Evo recruits in cycle. Evo Knight played on Morton's end. Not a ton of aggression from both players just yet, and that's okay. As double elixir hits, then we're gonna start to see that aggression.
Here we go, like you said, aggression. Recruits at the bridge, Skelly drags, Miner to tank. I love this Miner, I love the recruits. Tanking for the Skeleton Dragon. Oh, but the log is missed. Recruits dashing to the right-hand side. Little Prince locked on the tower as well. He's starting to speed up, and look at those Skelly Dragons on the left.
Skeleton Dragons getting the tower all the way down to 1243. Are they gonna get some more shots? They do, 921, 760. A massive, massive error from Morton, and Basoto is going to push recruits again at the bridge. And Basoto, again, we talk about it with these brilliant pros. They're recognizing, okay, he does have bomb tower, but still, I should be playing the recruits as often as possible.
Yeah, and I can't help but give a shout out to Winston, Samuel Basoto's coach. He was looking at the cheat sheet before. He used the Skeleton Dragons, realizing it's a great counter to Hog Earthquake and getting that massive damage lead. Now he just needs one more really good Miner poison push to finish off the match.
Yeah, he's gonna go in with the wall breakers, not gonna go in with the recruits. It could be game, no. Morton going to be able to predict that, and look at the right tower. The Little Prince locked onto the tower, log coming down. I mean, Morton is hanging on by a thread, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Basoto should have this locked up.
Morton calls the good game. Here comes the poison. There goes the snowball. One more Miner to finish it off. Skeletons do catch. Morton's holding on for dear life, but that is going to be good game. Samuel Basoto getting revenge from last year and taking a massive dub, sending Morton to the lower brackets.
You love to see Basoto. That justification. Oh man, the man who knocked him out last year. Oh, wow, what a brilliant set from the both of them. That might have been the most fun I've had this year.
Yes, I got it. I'm right there with you, man. That first game was like none other. I mean, both towers dropping the same exact moment in the second match. Just a well thought out match. And then finally, the high pressure at the perfect timing with those Skeleton Dragons. It was just perfect all around.
And it doesn't look like you should go in with the recruits, but oh my goodness, come on. I want to hear what Basoto has to say for that. Andrew, talk to him.
All right, first of all, let's hear it from the crowd for that game number 1. That was absolutely nuts. All right, Sam, we've never had a 2-tower last-second situation in World Finals. What was going through your mind as that clock hit overtime?
A gente nunca teve uma situação de 2 torres caírem ao mesmo tempo num campeonato mundial. O que estava passando pela sua cabeça naquele momento?
Eu só tentei ciclar rápido ali naquela hora. Acabou que não deu muito certo. Eu dei um pouco de azar e ele também. Então, sei lá, é isso. Não sei o que falar muito.
I just tried to cycle quickly at that point, but it didn't work very well. But then it didn't work for him as well, so I don't know what to say really.
Well, it ended up working out well for you by the end of it. Tomorrow, you're going to be facing off against Pedro. You had to wait all day today. How are you feeling about going up against him?
Bom, mas no final deu certo para você, né? Amanhã você vai estar enfrentando o Pedro. Como é que você se sente sobre isso, de enfrentar ele?
Eu me sinto bem, ele é bastante meu amigo, assim como o Morten, um ótimo jogador também. E eu vou dar meu melhor, assim como eu dei hoje.
I feel good. He's a close friend of mine, like Morten. He plays really well as well. And I will give my best as I have done today.
Well, congratulations once again, Sam. That was insane. Back to you guys.
I mean, do you grab breakfast with the man you're competing against? Because I've seen them at the hotel. They're grabbing breakfast every morning. I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, Same here. I mean, before the tournament, I walked into the players' lounge. Everyone sit in a circle, dead silent, preparing for the match. But I mean, I'm sorry, I am speechless after that best of 3. That was beautiful gameplay. I mean, well played to Samuel, and I loved his interview as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, oh God, that was just so great. Basoto, we see game number 3, 4-card cycle, 10, 7, average cost. I mean, Basoto, I loved his deck choices, especially, I mean, Morten, I loved his deck choices as well. It gave a lot of freedom to the both of them, and it's just, hey, who can play better today? And this time, it was Basoto. Who knows if they match up against each other in the future, though? It could be Morten the next time.
Very true. And like we said, we will see more of Morten tonight, actually, in the lower bracket. So stay tuned for that. Cannot wait to see how he performs in that elimination match. Last year, it was Samuel making it all the way through that lower bracket to the 3rd place spot. We'll see if Morten can do that again.
I just realized, Morten in the lower bracket, Mo in the lower bracket, both of them already right there. Oh my goodness, the first 8 matches are done, but we're not done. Rich, what is our next match?
Well, we're not quite there yet, Josh. Where we are is with not just world finalists on the stage, not just world finalists in the crowd, but we have world finalists here in our community casters booths. We are, of course, in multiple languages, not just English for this broadcast, but we're here in 8 other languages. We have Korean, Japanese, Chinese, German, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and German, all here behind me having a fantastic time, bringing the worldwide, the global Clash Royale audience a phenomenal experience. So thank you to our excellent community casters waving behind you. And of course, we have a lot more Clash Royale. Day 1 of 3, almost all the way done. And I know you guys don't want to hear any more from me right now. Back into the booth because we have a bunch of elimination matches coming up next.
I mean, those last 2 matches were absolutely insane. Both of them going back and forth and back and forth. Let's take a look here at our bracket and catch. I can't even think right now. Let's catch everyone up on the day.
So here we go. As we saw, Molai did lose that first match. He's gonna be going up against Faust in our upcoming match. We also have Adriel Sosa, Tribe versus Wallace, Wallace versus Not Afraid, and then Ruben versus Morten. That's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, that is an absolutely huge match. Obviously, we're gonna give Ruben and Morten time to kind of catch their breaths, reset after those insane best of 3s. And we're gonna start right there at the top, like you were saying, Mohamed Light and Faust. And we haven't used this term. It's one of my favorite terms. I'm sure you guys are annoyed of it, but it is a David versus Goliath match because not only is it Mohamed Light and it's Faust, but it's also Mohamed Light in the lower bracket on day 1. We've seen this before. He's been here before, and if anyone can play through it, it's him.
Yeah, I actually talked to Mohamed Light right before this broadcast, and I said, Mo Light, is this the year where you don't make your lower bracket run? And he said, maybe, I hope so. Almost as if it was an inconvenience for him.
You know, Juicy, I believe we call that the caster's curse. So welcome to the desk. Rich, I believe you've had a few of those in your career, right?
I might be the GOAT of casters' curses, but the GOAT of Clash Royale is facing an elimination run like he's done before against a guy whose World Finals debut may end much shorter than he had hoped. It's Mohamed Light and Faust.
Well, you can see right there, Mohamed Light still has a smile on his face, even though the beginning of the day did not go the way that he would like. And Faust on the other side of it, I imagine, is feeling quite a bit of pressure. I mean, I feel like if you were in that matchup of Higher versus Faust, it almost feels like the nail in the coffin losing that first set. But obviously, not done yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about it before, maybe not on this broadcast though. It's that Muhammad Light effect. A lot of the time, players get really nervous going up against the world champ because they know how good he is. And sometimes that is why Mo is so good, because everyone's so nervous to play against him, they do not play to the best of their ability.
Yeah, and obviously nerves are going to be a huge part of this. Let's take a look at some of the predictions, some of the picks, and the percentages. And honestly, I'm being 100% here. That is a little bit more than I thought Faust was going to get.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I was expecting more of a 90-10, but I don't mean to be rude to Faust. It's just Muhammad Light, he's shown time and time again why he's here and what he can accomplish when he gets there.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely huge game number 1. It'll set the pace and save the day. Let's hop in. Getting into our very first elimination match here at 2023 World Finals. The end of this best of 3. One of these two will walk away with a $20,000 check and a visitor's pass for the next 2 days.
That is brutal. We see Mo Light starting off once again in this match with the Tombstone first and the Baby Dragon, so maybe a repeat of his first best of 3, starting with Splash Art potential.
Not happy with the way that it fared earlier and maybe hoping to get some better NATOs in.
Baby Dragon being used with a tornado there to deal with the minions. We see a Knight in the back. Giant at the bridge.
Giant!
So Giant Graveard versus Splash Art here, Andrew.
And how do you feel about that matchup, Juice?
Honestly, it's fairly even. A lot of these Graveard mirror matchups have to really come down to good Graveard RNG. But I will say, I do believe it is in Muhammad Light's court here, as he does have the poison.
All right, Muhammad Light does have the poison. We'll see how much that helps out through the rest of this. And Mo gets a Guardian on tower early on. Got to be very happy about that. And he just keeps the pressure up the bridge, hoping to get the Knight in front of the Little Prince. Doesn't work out, but may not matter as Faust only has 4 elixir and goes, I think I need to reset and make a big push here. Mo Light out early.
Wow, I mean, this is fascinating. Very rarely do we see a tower drop in the first 90 seconds, and that's just going back to the Muhammad Light effect. You can't help but think against someone else, Faust maybe could have played a little bit better.
Yeah, and I mean, that effect is incredibly real. You add in the fact that you're on a live stage, why not add in the fact that it's World Finals, and that nervousness has to be exponential. And what a beautiful pull with that Tombstone to get that tank out of play.
Yeah, if you guys didn't understand what Andrew said, basically with Graveyard, you want to always have a tank for those skeletons so they can build up and swarm. But Mo Light, predicting the Graveyard, plays the Tombstone on his opponent's side of the map to kite that Knight backwards and allow for the Graveyard to be defended very easily.
That's also the Mo Light effect, just playing out of your mind. That was beautiful stuff. And right now, it does feel like game number 1 is almost sewn up. 40 seconds remaining. Muhammad Light has a lot to defend and not a lot of damage on his tower. And we'll see if Faust can make a miracle happen in this set, as it feels like game 1 is already sewn up.
I love that Little Prince ability. It's almost acting like a second Barbarian Barrel as it wipes all the skeletons throughout the entire Graveyard.
And Little Prince here to defend the double Baby Dragon push. That ability, just like you're talking about, it feels like the next 10 seconds of Faust game number 1 is going to be spent defending as Muhammad Light comes out strong in game number 1.
The other thing I have to talk about here is the deck choice by Faust. I mean, Giant Graveyard is not what you want to do versus Muhammad Light. I guess his idea was, you know what, I'm just going to hope for a good matchup, go for Giant Graveyard at the bridge, and maybe take a win, but it just very rarely happens versus Mo.
And you can tell me, Andrew, come on, man, don't put me on the spot on this, but
okay.
What do you think he might have been looking for? What does Giant GY actually match up well with right now?
That's a great question, and I got you with the answer. Minor poison is rampant throughout the meta ever since the Little Prince got added. It's also one of Muhammad Light's favorite decks, and Giant Graveyard actually does such a great job versus it because you're always forcing the poison to be used on defense.
All right, taking a look here at the replay. And this is just the opening bout, really, of where things kind of went very south for Faust, and part of it is that snowball.
Yeah, that's a great call. I was just going to point that out. That snowball really went against what Faust wanted. He played that knight to tank for the baby dragon to get the minions on. But then that nervousness, just playing the factor, goes to the snowball, allowing the baby dragon to kill the minions.
Yeah, and you see there, even the thought that Mo was going for was almost like wasted elixir in terms of that knight trying to get in front of the little prince. But Faust was so far behind that he didn't even want to defend the knight. He knows he needs to build a big, giant GY push. And of course, Mohamed Light knew that that was the only thing he needed to stop. We saw the aggressive GY coming in from Faust, the great tombstone on the other side of the river to pull it back. And I'm going to save that one in my back pocket because that was a nice, fun move.
Yeah, not only that, but then the little prince, along with all the evolutions of the game, are perfect cards for punishing opponents' mistakes. That's bad snowball happened. Immediately, Mo Light is popping that ability, getting an extra unit on the board immediately.
So right now, Faust back up against the wall, going up against our former world champion. He has to pull off a reverse sweep, and if he does, our world champion will be eliminated on day one.
Yeah, that is something to think about here. And Faust is a great player. It's not out of the ordinary for that to happen, but he needs to lock it in with the deck picks. I'm not sure what else he has prepared, but we're gonna find out right now.
And a moment of pause here for Faust to set his deck.
Good luck out from Mo. Goblins at the bridge. Law gonna deal with that. Faust using the Evo Archers here. I really like this decision. He needs to use the best Evo to get a chance to get back into this best of three.
Have we seen Evo'd Firecracker yet today?
Don't quote me on it, but I don't believe so.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Evo recruits, barbs, archers, even skeletons, but not the Firecracker. Let's see what Mo can do with this Evo Firecracker right here, right now.
So Faust looking to come back here, and he's got a very small damage lead early on. It's going to be Hog, Firecracker, Mighty Miner top of your screen. And you were just talking about Miner Poison Control. Some Mighty Miner coming out.
Yeah, dual Mighty Miner. So the champ of choice to activate that 3-card cycle. And I gotta say, this is one of my favorite decks from Mo, because that champion's gonna allow for many Evo Firecrackers this match.
And that Firecracker picked off, sniped, if you will, by Faust Miner. Regular Miner, that is.
Goblins here should clean up everything. Evo Archers at the bridge, though, deals with the Goblins quite quickly. Mo Light a bit low in Elixir. Ice Spirit is going to pull that back, and a Great Log is going to be a solid defense. That's why he's the GOAT.
And that's as good as it gets. Faust decides to take some good damage there, you know, doesn't activate the ability. I like that as well. If you look at where the Elixir's at, he's got a slight lead. Would have given him more damage. Maybe he might want that down the road.
Wallbreakers at the bridge. What does Mo have in cycle for this? He doesn't have Log, he doesn't have Goblins, so he decides to go for the Tesla. I also like the placement of the Tesla here. It allows, or it makes it so Faust can't go for the Miner right away. He's have to delay it here.
Yep, and there you go, Juice. He does send it up as soon as that Tesla falls off the board. And you got to look again, this Elixir advantage that Faust has. The problem is when you have great Elixir advantages with Miner Poison Control, you can't really build a big beat-down push, Juice.
Absolutely. Mighty Miner on the board for both players. Faust having to deal with this Evo Firecracker. Is it going to hit tower? It is.
Wow, and look at that. That's a nice little bit of damage there for Mohamed Light, down to 23-32. Faust still in the lead. Evo Firecracker still on the board, gets the King Tower activation, gets a shot on the right tower, gets a shot on the left tower, and now another Firecracker in from Mo with the Hog in front. That is very aggressive, but that is his way to go. Mighty Miner not played in the right spot either, Juice, because of that Firecracker.
Yeah, and this is why Mohamed Light is considered to be the best Hog Earthquake player in the game. He does such a good job of having dual lane pressure, but always making use of those Firecracker and getting so much value from them every time.
Perfect pickup there by Mo. Perfect defense by Mo, and that's usually the story that goes. 944 to just above 1,800, and Faust back up against the wall as we are about to get into overtime.
You guys might be wondering, why in the world did Mohamed Light play that Hog Rider in the back? What this allows him to do is it allows him to cycle back to another Hog Rider when Faust doesn't have his bomb tower down. And that's with the help of the 3-card cycle, but because it was in the back and the Hog Rider is going to connect, and that's going to be tower down. GG's.
And Mohamed Light, does Mohamed Light think rings and stays alive in the lower bracket, and we must bid a farewell and adieu to our good friend Faust, whose World Finals run comes to an end here. $20,000 though, not bad.
I mean, it's so tough to play against the world champ there. But on the other hand, I cannot wait to see him make this lower bracket run. It's going to be fantastic.
I mean, if he does it again, if he goes through the lower bracket again, I am just going to be mind blown. Congrats to Mohamed Light. Probably a pretty stressful couple hours after being the very first match out, losing in a huge, huge upset, and now he stays alive. AC, how's Momo feeling?
I mean, we have to talk about it. This happened last year as well. You lose round one, you start to settle in, you start to win everything. Is that gonna happen again? Where is your mindset compared to last year?
Well, after losing the first match, especially 2-0 just like last year, I hope I can replicate what I did last year, of course, going through the loser bracket. But it's always hard to lose the first match because your mentality is just off for some time, and you also need to play again in that day one. So I just had to reset and think about my mindset and deck picks again, and I think I did well this time around.
Okay. And then I want to know how you felt from set number 1 to set number 2. Did you improve? Did you settle in? What's the differences between the two sets?
Yeah, I think I discussed a bit with my coach Jibus about some of my deck picks in that set 1, and he told me some remarks that I should take care of, and I guess it paid off in this set. I think that was the major difference.
Okay. And yeah, I just want to say congrats, and we're excited to see what you can do with this tournament. All right, let's go, Mo. Yeah.
And you got the Momo fan club down there. Big shout out to his family and his friends, who I'm sure are very, very happy about how the day ended for Mohamed Light. Maybe some thoughts on how it started. I think we got a third person up here, don't we, Juice? Oh, there you are. Rich, what's up, brother?
Well, I'm just enjoying what we just saw here. Mohamed Light doing Mohamed Light things. You know, of course, last year's World Finals, the big legendary moment, but he is so used to the lower bracket. That's one of those things everyone talks about. He's not scared to play with his back against the wall.
It's just so crazy. He's like, you know what? I need a challenge. I'm gonna go 0-2 again at World Finals. It's almost like he gets more calm when he realizes that he has to win. So what are you thinking when you talk about these decks in terms of at least Faust running Giant GY in game number 1? Kind of an odd pick.
Well, you know, you have to make odd picks typically to beat Mohamed Light.
Right.
And so I respect the attempt there, right? Trying to do something a little bit different, but just wasn't it in this context. And that's the game that we're playing here, right? Is sometimes your deck pick just doesn't work, especially when you're trying to swerve against the GOAT.
So a pretty dominant 2 wins there for Momo. What are you talking or thinking about breaking down for us?
Well, you guys talked about it a lot there at the end. It's the big play. And of course, the story in the past about CR was always about abusing the 3-card cycle. This year it's become about Evo as well. Why not take a look at both of those? So you see the Hog Rider come out from the back here.
Yeah.
And that Hog Rider has the Mighty Miner in front of it. And now we're talking about how you out-cycle this bomb tower. So you're gonna go ahead and see the first card played there for that out-cycle. Then you're gonna go ahead and see the bomb tower, and we actually saw a great moment this year of Mo crossing the bridge. He used this same move earlier this year.
Yeah.
Did the same thing to set it up, so there we get that first one. Then we see the Earthquake as a second piece. Then we see the Ice Spirit, and you're already back to that Hog Rider, who's gonna come all the way down here. For the fourth part, that's that big hit on the tower. So this is exactly what we've seen him do in the past. He did it right here, and he's one of the few people who actually does this, especially in competition at this level.
Yeah, I mean, not only the going on the lower bracket run after going 0-2 in the top, but then you break it down to the micro of the game itself, man. And it's like the Hog cycled in the back. Everyone in this room knew what was coming because he's done it before. You know what's coming. You cannot stop me. So Mohamed Light stays alive and moves on as he's going to wait and see who he's going to be going up against here in this next matchup. Of course, we have a lot more games to play before we get there, but Adriel, and Sosa coming up next. Wallace against Not Afraid. And then, of course, to close out our day, Ruben and Morton. Whew, a lot of fun action coming your way. AC, what do we got next, brother?
Well, we have We have two rookies that really want to set the tone. They want to get that set victory. They need it. We will see who is going to get it. Adriel and Sosa.
Yeah, I know.
And a very interesting matchup here. As you heard, a couple of rookies. Both of them had very interesting starts to the day, though. It felt like Adriel going up against Mugi. Yes, he did not win, but it seemed like he gave him a really, really good showing, right? It was a pretty good set, pretty good back and forth. And again, you lose to Mugi playing Royal Giant, and you can't feel that bad. On the other side of it, Sosa was pretty leaning on the fact that Arden Toas had never been able to pick up a match win on a live stage. Arden Toas looked like a man possessed throughout that set. So I'm very curious to see here, Juice, was that just a factor of Arden going crazy, or is Sosa maybe actually feeling those nerves? I'm very just excited to see how this set's gonna go, and you know, the numbers are leaning far in favor of Adriel.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting to see. I would probably agree with this prediction percentage, but I think the biggest thing to note here is both of these players made it through points to the Clash Royale League World Finals, and yeah, I mean, that's gonna mean a very similar thing. I really do think it could go either way. Let's hop into game one.
So it was Adriel who played Goblin Giant Sparky in game number 1, then Minor Poison Control in game number 2. And Sosa on the other side of it was just not able to keep up with his E-Giant Bowler on Arden's Goblin Giant. Then in game number 2, he was trying to control things a little bit, and that did not happen.
Let's see if he can make it happen this game. He's going with Minor. Sosa's going with the minions here. After seeing minions, I gotta say, it's probably gonna be a Minor Poison versus Goblin Giant Sparky here.
There we go, and Sosa, again, I think this is the right way to go. You go and you lean into what's strong, you lean into comfort.
And I just love the Mortar pick here. Mortar so good versus Sparky. You might be wondering why. You're about to see it right here. It's able to splash onto the Sparky, and even if you get something in front to distract, a lot of the time, the Mortar will splash on Goblin Giant and Sparky to take it out.
Adriel takes a nice chip there on both sides. Log on the left, Poison on the right. Mortar doing its job. Mortar doing its job. I'm just gonna keep saying that over and over and over. I gotta say, I did not expect to see so much Mortar here today, and I am so happy about it.
Evo Mortar nonetheless.
I know.
Little Prince plus Goblins will probably suffice on the defense here. Little Prince ability doing a great job of cleaning up Giants, Goblin Giants, you name it.
And you know what? I don't know if I like that rage there from Sosa. It feels like that was going to be an easy cleanup for Adriel. Maybe it's just to get more elixir out of him. No harm, no foul, though. 2 untouched towers to do very healthy towers as Adriel sets up another Mortar.
Excuse me. Mortar is going to get cleaned up by the Little Prince. Log going to try and knock that back. Does Sosa decide to use the ability or not? It's seeming like he's going to let this Mortar lock on tower. An interesting decision, but he'll be up a few elixir because of that.
And Mortar does get that lock, like you're saying, and the elixir favor means a Sparky is coming down. And Adriel goes immediately to the opposite lane. Those minions should do a very good job cleaning this all out.
Minions are one of the best cards in the game when it comes to a cheap defense, which is why we see it used in big beatdown decks like this all the time.
That's a really, really great nugget of information to take home with you.
Eva Mortar doing a great job of cleaning up this Sparky, but you can't help but be a little bit sad to see that Eva Mortar being used on defense.
Yeah,
a lot of the time you want to get it out on offense, and Sosa's doing a good job of applying pressure to force that out.
Yeah, really nice fireball there, and just like you're saying, Adriel has to get another couple Mortars down before he can find any success. Also with the minions, you know, they're such a great counter to the Little Prince, something you were talking about earlier this week as well.
Mini P.E.K.K.A. counter pushing. And this is what minor poison's all about. You just defend, defend, defend. You chip away with your minor poisons. He has the minions himself as well, which allow for some counter push value. And Sosa needs a big dual lane pressure push if he's gonna come back and win this.
Yeah, right now though, Adriel is just completely controlling this. He's got his next mortar out here, and with that Evo Knight though, this could be getting a little bit dangerous. Little Prince up high enough to take care of that mortar. Sparky Shot comes in, minions take care of that. This Goblin Giant though, very healthy on the left-hand side.
Minions locked on tower on the right as well. This can be some good damage for Sosa on both lanes, but still not enough to take the damage lead.
Yeah, really good job of min-maxing there for Adriel. I mean, maybe a little bit more damage than he wanted on that right-hand side, but still 2085 to just above, we'll call it 16.5.
Mortar once again played up one extra tile to try and lock in that mortar a little bit earlier. But as we saw before, you gotta watch out for that Little Prince over the river. This time, Sosa using this time the minions.
Yeah, great point you're making there. High mortars are all fun to take care of Sparkies, but that Little Prince you need to make sure is out of cycle. So now Sosa going in with a big send here on that right-hand side. Happy to send those minions up high, and now gets another Evo mortar down. Sosa, relatively medium, I'd say, on Elixir, but doesn't seem to have a great battle plan at the moment.
Minions once again counting the Little Prince. Minor clears up everything. Wait, Evo mortar
that
on the
is
tower.
huge! And Minor gets a tank for the gob.
Wow,
another shot. Hits. That is massive. Now Fireball has to come out on top of the mortar, and it gets another shot. Everything going Adriel's way. Minor to the front, minions to the front.
Wow, and the Poison gonna drop down as well. Yeah. Poison does 216 tournament standard. I think that's enough to win this game. GG's, well played to Adriel.
And a beautiful, beautiful game number one, completely in control. Excellent defense, using the mortar. I mean, that's all I really have to say for NAS to do to make me happy. But yeah, those mortars doing a great job of taking care of those Sparkies. And then, like you said, all I need to do now is just minor, minor, minor.
Minor, minor, minor to finish off the game. But we also talked about how, yes, you love to use the mortar on defense, but once it gets to that Evo portion, you want to get it on the offense because it applies so much pressure and has so much health. We saw somehow that mortar at 1 HP after the fireball.
Get that fire, I know. Well, let's actually take another look at it, right? This is exactly what you were saying, Juice. It's a pity that he had to use the previous Evo'd mortar on defense. Well, talk to me about this one.
Yeah, Evo mortar on the offense. Sosa pretty low on Elixir, but I don't know. I feel like he kind of just let it lock on. He could have played the mini P.E.K.K.A sooner. Either way, once it gets 3 shots on tower in the Goblin, just puts in so much work.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the way that Adriel played this game, it just felt like he could do no wrong. You know, even when you talk about when he was taking damage, it looked like it was kind of piling up on both sides, ends up being pretty insignificant. And now Sosa in a situation where he's looking at getting swept here at World Finals. You never want to see that, so maybe we can see him bounce back in game number 2, but he's got quite a mountain to climb. I mean, we haven't really seen him very comfortable playing anything today.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I mean, I can't help but wonder, does he have a coach on his side? And the other thing is, you have to pre-prepare for a lot of situations. And a lot of the time, the pre-preparation, I feel like, will go out the window after seeing what your opponent actually uses in the match.
And you see right now how much heavier that deck was from Sosa. You know, takes 11 to get all the way back around, only 8 for Adriel. Average cost from Adriel is just under 3, where Sosa's is just under 4. And that really was kind of the story of that game. It felt like Adriel could continue to keep pressure up while using his cheap cards to defend well. We saw those minions up high over and over and over again. And I think what was interesting about that is that we all knew the minions were going to continue coming up high there, and there was just never any response to them.
Yeah, and it's hard to deal with the minions with the Little Prince, right? Because it takes 3 shots. I mean, well played by him.
Yeah, all right, game number 2, Sosa facing elimination. Can he bounce back?
Hopping straight into it. Hog right at the bridge right away from Adriel.
And I like that. I've said that all day today. Push the pace. Sosa gonna get a nice NATO in. It almost felt like he missed it there. It really did. And I'm glad that he did not. You know, when you've got that much pressure on you, you could imagine why it would happen, but gets that King Tower activation early on.
And that's just the other level of being a pro Clash Royale player. He knows the perfect timing to leak as little elixir possible and still get the activation just barely.
And Adriel maybe goes, well, Mo looked like he had a lot of fun with Evo Firecracker Hog. Maybe I can replicate that.
But interesting to see the Ghost here. The Ghost and the Prince. This is going to be a Mega Knight Hog Rider deck, Andrew.
Very interesting, and we're going to see how that stacks up here as we move forward. I mean, at least you've got the skeletons there to surround the Evo skeletons for the Royal Ghost, and of course, skeletons to help with the Prince, but MK will be very interesting as we move forward.
So Mega Knight Prince Hog versus Sosa, most likely using Electrogiant here. Trying to think of how this matchup really shapes up. It's really going to have to do with how the single elixir goes.
And you know what? Honestly, I'm wondering if Adriel's kind of ready for this, because I was even thinking in my mind that Sosa was going to play E-Giant in this second game. And I also don't know if I love how much he's leaking at the moment, because Adriel has a deck that can kind of be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Maybe he should have just cycled the skeletons a little bit quicker. Maybe he's just waiting for a response to deal with from Adriel's side.
Well, obviously, Sosa's deck being as heavy as it is going to be a lot more effective when we get into double and triple elixir. We'll see how he wants to respond to this hog. And Barb comes out, and looks like one bat maybe got a bite in there early on.
But that Ghost splashing on the left-hand side gets some solid damage over there as well. And like we talked about, the single elixir really going to dictate how much damage Adriel can get. And he's done quite well for himself here.
Absolutely, and we'll see if he can continue to add to that over the next 47.
Prince charging in, hitting that Goblin Brawler. Evo Fiker could get a lot of value here. Sosa's options are either lightning it or let it get value, and it's tough.
And I was going to say, with that Goblin Cage out of cycle, you imagine that Adriel would want to go strong on offense. Down to 1469 is that right-hand tower, and then this Evo'd Firecracker, maybe, no, not going to get any support there, but a couple hits in. 1173 as an E-Giant comes down at the bridge.
E-Giant at the bridge, he does get a very nice lightning, stopping that Prince charge. He has to worry about the Ghost on the left-hand side, but he's got the Skelly Surround. This is solid damage for Sosa.
Yeah, this is great for Sosa. Maybe seeing the first bit of light in his World Finals run, 1173 to 1478, feeling a lot closer now.
Barbarian Barrel takes care of the Firecracker, preventing any damage, and the Cage perfectly plays to stop any hog hits.
Sometimes it only takes one play or two to feel like you're back in rhythm. And finally, for Sosa fans and Sosa himself, feels like he might be there. Adriel gonna have to feel a little bit nervous and maybe play a little bit better defense than we saw on that last E-Giant set.
Evo Firecracker at the bridge. It's locked on damage. It's so much E-Giant getting taken care of by that Prince quite nicely as well.
And no NATO there for the Hog. Bowler's already down. Double Bowlers are in, but Bowler is no longer behind an E-Giant. It is gonna, you know, I guess technically tank for this Phoenix Egg, but I'm sure Adriel will get on top of that very easily, and it's an MK right on top of that egg.
Bowler getting some nice shots on both sides, but the right side's what matters. Prince down, and he doesn't have any way to stop this.
That lightning, and Sosa's gonna take it.
Wow. GG's, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
And we're going to a game 3.
An elimination game number 3. Given way too much lightning value over and over was our friend Adriel, and that Prince charge, he really needed it. Let's take a look at the replay here in just one moment to look at the final seconds so that we can see exactly how that shook out.
Here comes the Phoenix, here comes the Bowler. And the Bowler does lock on, but what I really need to mention in this match is the E-Giants at the bridge.
Yeah.
Sosa never played E-Giant in the back, and that's how you have to play versus a Mega Knight Prince deck. Because look, this Prince is not charged up in this situation. The lightning is enough to get the damage there, and that's all it took.
Exactly. You see him getting back around to that Firecracker, needing to get some damage from across the board, but you need the Prince. You really need that Prince. So you go aggressive at the bridge. That lightning is massive value every single time. So now we go to a game 3 where I gotta say, just moments ago, it really didn't feel like Sosa had much of a shot in game number 2, just based off of how the start of his day went and the start of this set went. But now it's a best of 1 to stay alive and double your prize.
Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, Clash Royale is a game of momentum.
Yeah.
And now Sosa is the one that has it on his side. Let's see if he can use that to carry himself forward in this game 3.
And you see right there, just talking the numbers, very, very close. Obviously, MK Prince, pretty heavy cards. E-Giant Bowler, we know that, very popular. But now I'm really curious that Sosa is making it to a game number 3. We've seen a lot of the same out of him throughout the day. This is where the pick really is up in the air. I really have no idea which direction he wants to lean, because he's basically just kind of run back the same 2 things.
Yeah, and the other thing is I feel like he's very comfortable with Electrogiant. So that being out in this best of 3 could be a major difference maker for him.
So pressure mounting here for a couple of rookies, and obviously a little bit of extra experience for Adriel, but right now it doesn't seem to matter on this World Finals stage, as we're giving them just a couple more moments to pick their decks for maybe the most important Clash Royale game they've ever played in their lives. And speaking of Clash Royale games that you guys can play, clashevents.supercell.com is a great way for you guys to get involved in the action, win some gems, win some gold, and let's go to game number 3. And the crowd is probably about as anxious as these two players are to see. No idea which way this set's gonna go. You could hear a pin drop in this room at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, I mean, the biggest thing that we need to mention here is, like you said, this is an elimination match. So not only if you win this game do you win an extra $10,000, but you give yourself so many more opportunities to get that same exact thing.
Yeah, that's a really great point that you make there, and thank you to League Ops for coming in and addressing whatever issue that was as we get back to the action. And it's an LJ out early for Adriel.
Archers, Evo version from Sosa to defend this Lumberjack. I love the split here. Lumberjack Rage, gonna damage that a little bit, but recruits from Adriel. Is this gonna be the recruits Bridge family deck that we saw earlier?
I mean, you've played a lot of recruits in your day. I mean, I think we pretty much all have once they got to that Evo form, and I'm a little surprised that we actually saw the Archers, or that Sosa was holding the Archers until game number 3, but obviously it's worked out well, and I'm sure he's very happy to have the strongest Evo in the game at his hands.
I have to talk about how a similar matchup happened earlier between Pedro and
Ruben.
Thank you so much. And the Skelly Dragons were the big thing in that situation.
I'm so glad you brought that up because we talked about it so many times.
But the big thing here is Sosa has brought the delivery. And that's gonna help him so much and give him a lot more opportunity to defend those Skeleton Dragons.
Yeah, it is shocking how insignificant Skeleton Dragons can be when you can deal with them easily, and then the moment that you cannot, they become some of the most frustrating cards in the game. And you talk about stacking them behind some Evo'd recruits. We're gonna see how Sosa's gonna deal with all of this. But delivery, log, Evo'd Archers, he's got a lot of great options.
Interesting delivery in the back there. Maybe his cycle's just awkward, but at least he has the Evo Archers here, but the Fireball's gonna take that out.
So he immediately goes Pigs. Those Pigs are gonna pull the recruits back. And that's actually kind of a brilliant play.
Yeah, but is it enough?
Is it enough?
Skeleton Dragon on tower now, recruit.
And now it's tanking for the recruit on that left-hand side. Skeleton Dragon getting tanked for on the right. Now Balloon comes in. Sosa only has 5 elixir in the tank. He has to spend a 0.
But he has an Inferno Tower at least, so he will stay alive. It's crazy how this match is shaping up.
Yeah, very odd and awkward start there, but ends up being fairly even with Sosa down by just a several hundred HP.
Here comes the Pigs, recruits, and Skelly Drag's gonna deal with that quite nicely. I love the decision to save the Fireball for the offense in this situation.
And Piggy stacking up some damage there, narrowing the gap to just over 100.
Lumberjack at the bridge. It's not Raymar, it's Balloon. Sosa has an Inferno Tower, but those recruits are gonna do a great job of distracting it. He gets the Archers here. Snowball to slow. Is this Balloon gonna
Fireball.
Wow, and this is looking scary.
Yeah, Snowball Fireball comes in. That Balloon should get a drop. It does! And the last second delivery, that is double damage in terms of losing the elixir, taking the drop from the Balloon, and the death damage, and now Adriel is just one spell cycle away from staying alive in World Finals.
There's the Snowball, and here's the Fireball, ladies and gentlemen. Adriel gonna take it. GG's.
And Sosa able to at least pick up a game on his World Finals run. Congrats to him, but a much bigger congrats to Adriel, who takes his first match win at World Finals, and he had to work for it as well.
There must not be another feeling like that, because you came all the way here. You were so consistent throughout the entire 2023 qualifying through points, and now you've gotten that first tub plus another $10,000 in your pocket.
I mean, you go back to what we talked about at the beginning of the day and how stacked this lineup is for our 2023 World Finals. And getting it down to that elimination bracket is something that's going to happen to everyone. Happens to the best in the world. Adriel stays alive. AC, how's he feeling?
All right, there we go. Okay, game number 3, Loon. Why did you choose Loon, game number 3?
Entonces, el juego número 3, Loon. ¿Por qué has usado Loon en este momento?
No tenía muchas cartas, pensaba que no tenía muchas cartas buenas para este mazo, pero al final sí que me sorprendió con la Torre Infierno, pero al final logramos sacarla adelante.
Well, at first I thought I don't have enough cards. I mean, I had, but I thought that I don't, so that's why I decided to use this one.
Okay. And then how did you recover from losing round 1? What did you tell yourself?
Entonces, ¿cómo has recuperado cuanto a la mentalidad después de perder la primera ronda?
Realmente nunca me vine abajo al perder, simplemente voy a dar lo mejor de mí en lo que queda de ese torneo y a ver qué sucede.
To be honest, I didn't think much about losing. I was focused on doing my best.
Okay, and now that you've made it to day number 2, are you more excited or are you more nervous for your next match?
Entonces, después de sobrevivir tu primer día, ¿estás más nervioso o entusiasmado perante el segundo?
Estoy más emocionado, ya que es un día más importante y me toca contra Mohamed, sino que daré lo mejor de mí.
I am more excited, to be honest, especially because I'm going to face Mohamed, so I am going to give everything.
That's what you have to do every time. Doesn't matter who the opponent is, give it your all. Oh man, back to the casters.
I love that mindset of knowing you're going to go up against Mohamed Light and being excited about it. I think the competitor in me might be like, I'll wait till the finals to maybe face Mohamed Light and be excited about that. But congratulations to Adriel as he does stay alive. And we are working through our lower bracket here today, already halfway through the lower bracket, already most the way through our day. But remember, we're going to be back for 2 more days. And of course, to crown our champion on Sunday for a $250,000 prize. But Juicy, 2 more matches and 2 great ones.
Yes, we have Wallace versus Not Afraid, and then Ruben versus Morton. I cannot wait for that second one, but let's talk about Wallace versus Not Afraid here. You know, Wallace seemed very nervous on the stand, but so did Not Afraid.
Yeah, I mean, and you talk about it, obviously being here, it is nerve-wracking. You know, Wallace has live experience. He doesn't have World Finals live experience, and that is a very different thing, being here. It just really added up, it looked like. I mean, we were sitting backstage. He made a good amount of mistakes. I pointed them out on the telestrator. Wallace, you know I absolutely love you. I'm just trying to do my job, man. I'm so sorry. But that being said, Not Afraid. We spent over an hour or so watching some of his gameplay last night. And the thing about that is just knowing that he was playing a lot of his comfort decks and he didn't seem very comfortable. But first, we got these stats to talk about, but honestly, there's not really a lot to talk about with the stats. Adriel's already won, we've already moved on, and Sosa had a very nice run here in our World Finals. Going a little bit heavier there was Adriel, and it definitely paid off.
Yeah, like we talk about all the time, that heavier aspect of the game really got introduced with the evolutions, and it's fascinating to see these players adapt, and Adriel did a fantastic job of doing just that in that match.
Yeah, so right now we're heading into Wallace and Not Afraid in just a moment. These two taking a couple extra moments to prepare themselves, prepare their decks, and you got to imagine that right now it feels like it's kind of a one-sided match towards Wallace. You would think that, but again, with the way that we saw him play earlier today, it really feels like absolutely anything can happen.
Yeah. I mean, I want to tell you more about that, but we got to hear from Rich first.
Both of these players are known for late game heroics, but so far they have to avoid being blinded by the light. It's Wallace and Not Afraid.
And the one thing that you really have to take note of, though, was Not Afraid. And we were actually hanging out in my hotel room watching some good old Clash Royale last night. And Not Afraid was on top of his predictions, on top of his cycle. And that's something that Juicy was just saying as he walked away, something that you pointed out last night as well.
Yeah, it's
He is the definition of fun gameplay. I don't really know what I'm gonna get from the end result, which makes it all that more exciting. It's just I know that there's gonna be just crazy plays every single time he steps up on the stage. Wow, yeah, he does have a lot of experience. Yeah, every time he steps up on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching, and one of the things that really popped out to us was just the recognition of cycle and then really abusing that. So if Wallace is finding himself making mistakes, cycling things that he really needs too early on, this is not the guy that you want to do that against based off of what we've seen. So 65% to Wallace, and that's not really a surprise here because not a lot of people know Not Afraid. Obviously playing on a different server, not someone that you see a lot in our regular CRL, but obviously still deserves his spot in being here.
Yeah, I was fairly impressed from round number 1, but really it's round number 2. You can lose one set, but it's just, can you come back from it? You have to have that mindset.
Well, let's find out. Going into our 3rd elimination match, Not Afraid, Wallace. Good luck, gentlemen. I saw Wallace talking to his friend and coach off stage and maybe getting some words of wisdom and of some words of encouragement. Not Afraid looking dialed in here as we're getting ready for game number 1.
We've talked a lot about how Tribe did pretty good in the Clash of Clans World Finals.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
So
I believe Rich.
So a couple knights out in each direction here as they both pause for a moment and try to decide how they want to respond. Wallace happy to poison that knight and tombstone, and why not hit the Princess Tower too?
We've seen a lot of bowler action today. I mean, we're going to see it again and again. E-Giant and the Goblin Giant just, maybe a little bit of Graveyard too. Wow, bowler is just in every single deck.
Really he is, as we see an aggressive E-Giant here at the bridge. Bowler obviously does a really good job dealing with that tombstone, and NATO going to come out though instead to try to get that tombstone off the board. And a really nice defense there by Wallace, at least thus far.
Yeah, the Phoenix is significantly weaker than it was when, at the time of release, it was one of the strongest cards in the game. But when it's not getting attacked by the tower, it's only getting attacked by the Baby Dragon, it's going to clean everything up nicely. So no real counter push from Wallace. And okay, just making sure, I was thinking that there was the possibility that we could have seen that King Tower activation with the NATO plus, you know, whatever troop next to the King Tower. Although, I don't actually know. Maybe he didn't have NATO. Maybe it's my fault. I need to pay attention.
68% to 57% in terms of win rate, but those matches won don't really do service to Not Afraid. That's obviously just in that qualifier that he got 2nd place in after taking down AUK, another former CRL Worlds visitor. And Bowler everywhere because of that little prince.
Wow, and right there, the E-Giant is actually going to push it up, so it's going to reset that. Wow, a real tough scenario for Wallace right there. And I don't know if it was on purpose, but the placements right there were beautiful from Not Afraid.
And decent defense here from Wallace. And not a lot has happened thus far in this game other than the two opponents feeling each other out, probably thinking about how they want to try to take advantage of the matchup that they're in.
So we finally see the first offensive push right there. Guardian gonna go in front, be able to protect the Little Prince, and a lot of poison value coming in for Wallace. A great first push, and it's not that much damage, but it really is setting the tone. He's going to get the tower down to 2,500.
Yeah, you get an easy cleanup here on the bowler. You're set back to even. You got that graveyard damage in, and perfect timing on Wallace to get that Guardian across the bridge to tank for that graveyard. A little fancy footwork there. Like you said, Josh, doesn't get a whole lot out of it, but he does get the lead. And more poison value as well if he wants to pull the trigger on it.
And right there, the Baby Dragon, I think it retargeted it onto the Bar Barrel instead of the Knight. I was thinking that we were going to see a little bit of Crown Tower chip damage. Instead, Tower down to 2361. And look, even when he's defending it perfectly, that's a graveyard that only got 2 shots. But at the same time, the Bowler's wasted, the Knights are wasted, all of these cards get wasted, and it's going to be sometimes pretty clean defense with just the poison and the Baby Dragon natives.
And Little Prince stays alive in the back there, but then gets taken off the board by that Evo Knight of Wallace. Wallace is on the other side trying to work towards that tower, but this E-Giant Bowler combo needs some more attention. E-Giant's gonna get some good damage here for Not Afraid.
Well, and one thing to point out is that in his first round, Wallace did make that mistake. You said it on the telestration with the Goblin Gang inside. That time he did not panic. He placed the Knight off to the side, did not get chip damage from the Bowler. That was a great placement. And I think in round one, he would have made a mistake there.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more calm, a lot more poise from these two players than we saw in their initial matches today, but right now, 23-19, 19-66, neck and neck as Lightning goes off to that right-hand side.
Yeah,
Oh, and the Bowler does get a shot on that Tombstone.
Wow, right there, 2 shots right there, no Tombstone in cycle, he can go in. 35 seconds left, we need to see the Lightning. No, not gonna go in with the Lightning, just gonna utilize the E-Giant's chip damage when it splashes onto itself. We need more offense from Not Afraid, perhaps.
17:43, Not Afraid technically in the lead as of when I started speaking, but by the end of this sentence, it looks like Wallace is gonna be able to take that lead as well. Aggressive Evo Knight at the bridge, E-Giant in the opposite direction.
Yeah, Wallace just needs to get a graveyard out. That E-Giant is gonna do absolutely nothing. That's a pretty massive mistake from Not Afraid. He just needs to defend out.
Yeah. He just needed to defend in Lightning. He just needed to defend well in Lightning. He could have even went E-Giant on the right-hand side and just stopped that from happening.
Yeah, that's exactly what it should have been. Yeah, Wallace just, I mean, capitalizing on opponents' mistakes, that's what it is with the LAN environment. So many more mistakes are gonna be made, even when you do have that live experience right there. Wallace, great recognition. You're gonna waste too much elixir? I still have the Tombstone up. I can just go all in.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm gonna say this on broadcast, but I've watched Juicy J's stream quite a bit, and one of his best moves with E-Giant is getting that E-Giant right up at that bridge to play some great defense. Let's take a look here at those final moments. So here we are, AC, break this down for me, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got 12 seconds left, you have to go all-out defense, or I don't really know what he's supposed to do, but the E-Giant is never going to make it. I think it really comes down to maybe like 30 seconds left in the game, then you try and switch over to Lightning cycles, but when you make a play like that, you're not giving yourself a chance.
Yeah.
That's what Clash Royale is all about, giving yourself a chance.
Yeah, and you know, that elixir spent there is just not the place to do it. You don't know if he's gonna be able to defend, but that E-Giant, like you said, is gonna do absolutely nothing. And also, throughout that match, I'd maybe say 3/4 of the way through, you were saying, I think Not Afraid needs to get a little bit more aggressive. He needs to get back on offense, and it was right at that time where Wallace started to go crazy.
Yeah, it was that one Lightning on top of the half-health Tombstone and the Little Prince going on the opposite lane.
Yeah.
You just can't afford to do that. You need to get aggressive. You need to get chip damage on that left tower. Yeah, it's not very often we get to say we need these players to be more aggressive. I feel like we often say it's
just
way
slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, that just comes down to nerves, right? You know, You're not able to look at the macro picture. You know, even like you said, again, not to just harp on it, but that E-Giant at the bridge, you got to recognize the time is just not there. So what do you need to do? Well, we need to over-defend that graveyard. We need to get the Lightning on top of that tower, and we just stop everything at the bridge. So obviously, very easy for us to break down up here in the booth, and I'm sure Wallace is feeling much better after that game number 1. Not Afraid, back up against the wall, facing elimination, our 3rd player of the day that could be eliminated. Let's see if he can hang on. Not Afraid and Wallace coming your way.
Let's see how his confidence will be. Ooh, has anybody said it yet? Is he going to be afraid? Is he
okay?
Going to be afraid heading into game number 2? Yes.
Hear a couple groans in the audience on that one. As it's looking like Hog EQ Archers maybe here. And Tesla comes out. He will always play Tesla in a set. We realized that when we were watching him last night, watching all the gameplay there. Not Afraid loves Tesla, whether it's supposed to be in a deck or it's not. He will find a way to play it in a set.
Yeah, he really believes in it. He'll place it down on the map as soon as he gets it back in his cycle. He believes that it's always going to get value, and it sort of looks that way, but I think this comes down again to the differences between the CRCC and the CRL actual games. Just, it doesn't really get the value he needs. He needs troops on the field.
And speaking of troops on the field, AC, when you look at what Not Afraid has in his arsenal already, definitely going to need to add some meat on those bones in terms of the deck that he's got at hand. And I mean, he might just be leaning on delivery then.
Yeah, and right there, good defense, but as it goes along, Wallace, his last 3 cards, we could be seeing the Mega Knight, just in case he was worried about. I mean, really, it's just how prepared are these players for these guys, for the Not Afraids, for the hires right there. Still wondering what the last 3 cards are going to be for Wallace.
And Bandit at the bridge, a high Tesla there, and you know, he loves it for a reason, very well versed in its interactions, but maybe not in the Archer Evos as she gets 2 shots off there, taking the lead for Wallace, 26-12 to 25-41.
Getting the tower down to 25-41. I saw 0.5 HP, and it's still gonna get 500 HP. That is brutal to see if you're Not Afraid.
And continuing to cycle there on the right-hand side is Not Afraid. Another Tesla comes in. That Tesla, though, gets a dash from that Bandit. Ice Spirit perfectly placed. And a fun back and forth here in game number 2.
Yeah, needed to place it down, and right there, Wallace coming in with the Prince, again, getting aggressive, and choosing not to go in with the Mega Knight. Oh my goodness, okay, so it is gonna be Royal Hogs, Earthquake. This looks like this is the exact matchup that Wallace was looking for.
And an MK comes in there, and a Log has to come out. I like the Skellies to take the charge, and then the delivery coming down as Piggies go out on the right-hand side. And Wallace, though, has a great counter push coming in. You see right there, Not Afraid, shaking his head, knowing that this is a lot to deal with. Archer alive and on the Tesla. MK on the tower. Prince pulling Elixir out of the wrong side of the board for Not Afraid. Now Miner goes to the back. Does he have a spell? Arrows are in. And just like that, it feels like the end of Not Afraid's World Finals run.
Down to 576. He's going to go in with the opposite lane. Just an Ice Spirit in response from Not Afraid. But everybody in the crowd knows it. Everybody back home knows it. Wallace is going to try and take that right tower. I mean, Not Afraid. Royal Hogs, quick cycle, going against Mega Knight. Just a lot of cards that are just always going to be defending those Royal Hogs easily.
Yeah, and having the arrows there, great call, obviously, knowing that the Archers were still in play. You have to imagine you're going to run into Evo Archers. You know that the Evo Archers aren't taken care of by the arrows, but going to do a good job on those regular Archers, and that's exactly what gave Wallace a massive lead and adds to it right there.
Good Bandit going to place it off to the side so that way it gets the dash.
That's it.
He's not defending this.
And a nice 2-up, 2 down for Wallace, who just a little while ago did not have that signature smile on his face, but very happy to stay alive is that man. And while Not Afraid's run does come to an end, a big-time congratulations to him for making it here to World Finals, picking up $20,000 and having a nice day.
Yeah. It's nice to see that Wallace, even though he got the victory, he didn't like punch or kick anybody off the stage. I feel like if I could do that, I would.
Well, Wallace, I've heard this about him before, being one of the nicest guys in the world. When he wins, he does not always want to celebrate in front of his opponent. Doesn't want to hurt their feelings. Yeah. Let's go down to the stage, though, and see if we can get a little celebration out of it.
In your first best of 3, you made a few mistakes, but this one you seemed locked in. Is there something you did backstage to get yourself prepared mentally for this match?
No seu primeiro melhor de 3, você fez vários erros. Nesse você pareceu super focado. Você fez alguma coisa fora aqui do palco para se preparar para essa partida?
No primeiro jogo, sempre fiquei nervoso esse jogo contra o Pandora. E agora não estou mais nervoso, eu estou de boa e consegui me acalmar e consegui jogar bem.
On the first game, I was nervous against Pandora, but on this one, I managed to calm myself and I could play much better.
That's awesome. All right, so the other question I had was, in this match, you have played the Royal Hogs, or you played the Mega Knight. Did you play that Mega Knight predicting your opponent to use Royal Hogs?
Nessa partida, você jogou o Mega Knight já pensando que ia usar o Royal Hogs?
I use Mega Knight because this deck... Oh. eu usei o Mega Cavaleiro porque... esse deck é bom contra o Not Afraid, que ele só joga com ciclo, deck ciclo.
Eu usei o Mega Knight porque eu sabia que o Not Afraid ia usar o Cycle.
Makes sense. He's great at Clash Royale. He's great at speaking multiple languages. Give a hand up for Wallace.
That guy speaks English.
Yeah, I mean, what?
We knew that, but we understand under the lights, sometimes you might not know the exact word that you need. Big shout out to all of our interpreters here, and big shout out to Wallace for picking up that win. Not afraid, going very, very fast on that cycle, which, Rich, I'm wondering if that was a big part of his problem there.
I've never seen a misclick on an interview before, so that was certainly enjoyable. And yeah, it just looked like Not Afraid was out of sorts. And then, of course, the phenomenal deck pick here by Wallace just took advantage of all the problems. And there was one very specific problem that Not Afraid had near the end that pretty much cost him the match.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously had some great work there with the Tesla, but I'm very excited to look forward to what exactly it was, Rich.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into this action here. You see the Mega Knight working around that right-hand side, and it goes to the skeletons. But now look at the delivery here on the right-hand side. That delivery is played in a really, really bad spot because it is really far away from the middle, which is where you're gonna see our player wishes he'd put it, because this Tesla comes out, and right now the Tesla did nothing to help against that Mega Knight. It didn't damage it, it didn't pull it, and of course, as you guys saw, the Mega Knight then leaps right into the middle. Log ain't gonna help. Minor should come in behind this in just a moment, and we're gonna go ahead and talk about highlights here. We're gonna go ahead and take a look, I believe, right over here at Not Afraid as he realizes the big mistake he made in that moment.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where that Tesla did a lot of great work on the left-hand side. Just, there was a gigantic Mega Knight on the right-hand side, very, very healthy, and then of course the arrows to boot. So, you know, again, well done by Not Afraid. Congratulations on your run here at 2023 World Finals as it does come to an end. And talking about coming to an end, this is the last match of our day coming your way, and it is a huge one, Josh, I was gonna say juicy.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see who the next two players are gonna be. I don't know. Oh, I think someone does. Let's send it over to Jackson. He's Jackson.
All right.
Jackson with the next match.
You should know the matchup too.
Here in this final match of the day, we have two Clash Royale League veterans. We have Samuel Bosoto, the person who got number 3 in the World Finals last year. And we have Ruben, the 2020 Clash Royale League World Champion. Let's get straight into it.
I mean, this is just such a crazy match. We don't want to see either of these guys disappear from the stage, but we know it's going to happen. And yeah, I mean, oh, there we go. All right, Rich has it settled. And yeah, you can go.
Well, sometimes you misclick where the headset's placed as well, but you know, you talk about this matchup. This is such a matchup. You talked about this in this group, right? That one of those 4 players, Pedro, Sam, Morton, or Ruben, was going home on day 1, and how astronomically insane that was. And here we get a rematch of our 2020 World Finals, where it was Ruben who ended Morton's dreams for a world championship in that year. In the final match of that, in the final set of that match overall, we get to run it back, and the stakes are arguably just as high.
Yeah, absolutely, because instead of sharing it with a team and having to get rid of your own money that you earned, this is all going to you. There's $250K on the line going to you. Nobody else is touching that money.
And here we go, looking at your predictions at home, and most of you by about a 2-to-3 or 2-to-1 ratio picking Morton in this one. Well, you don't have to wait long. Let's jump into our final match of the day. Loser leaves town. Morton, Ruben, let's go. And these two guys certainly both feeling the pressure in this moment, but if there's any two players you expect to handle pressure well, it's these two. And part of their longevity, their success in this game has been because of what they do in those high pressure moments.
I do not like to lie. And I can promise you this, neither of these guys are going to wilt under the pressure. They are both going to play their game, and that's exactly what I expect from them.
So Mortar for Ruben with the Valkyrie. We saw, I believe it was him running some Mortar Valk earlier in the day.
Right there, Little Prince able to take out the rest of the Mighty Miner. Morton running Miner, Mighty Miner. Royal Delivery, still not exactly sure what he's going to be doing. Could be a quick cycle with wall breakers. Ruben, 0 elixir right there, but a pretty decent push coming down the lane.
And able to be picked up by the Mighty Miner, and you know, it isn't as strong as it was before the most recent emergency nerf, but a lot of the discourse going into this weekend from many of the coaches and analysts about the question of who has played and who hasn't played Little Prince in any given moment. And if you can win the game where you don't have Little Prince and your opponent does, the significant upside that has for the overall match picture. Morton here with a big opportunity to draw significant blood from Ruben.
Yeah, and I think we also have to note, because you're right, it is the Little Prince that is definitely the most restricting towards the meta, but I think the second most restricting is going to be the archers. Those archers have been played in every single set. I can't guarantee it, but I would assume that's the case.
Well, and then that opens up those big questions, right? As Morton makes decisions in game. Oh, and the missed snowball from Ruben. He cannot believe it. Huge damage in, and just like that, Morton is back in business.
Mighty Miner going to be able to take out the Valk plus the bats, but will need the archers to help. No swing from the Valk, so very clean defense from Morton right there.
And now trying to get a little more optimization off of the opening, but delivery is more than there to recover for Morton. Miner goes a little bit deep, maybe trying to just sneak the Recruit in there. Not going to do it. Instead, Recruit does die. 1859 and 1946 with under 30 seconds left in regulation time.
Extremely close game. The only difference, I mean, Morton is running the Miner poison, and then, oh, that is a huge situation. Now Ruben can go opposite lane. Morton can't get the Miners plus poison same lane as the Mortar. This changes how the entire rest of the game gets played.
What a massive connection. And honestly, Josh, I'm a bit surprised at how often we've seen Mortars connect today.
Yeah, it doesn't often happen right there. The Mortar evolution going to take out one of the archers, going to almost take out the second one, and there you go. This is a very solid push. Ruben defends the right lane quite nicely, and he still has a half health Mortar left in play.
But look at the damage on the right-hand side, Josh. 1409 on Ruben's tower, so a pretty big gap opening up. And now Ruben has to go back to that same lane he'd switched away from, as he has fallen fairly far behind.
Yeah, very clean defense from Morton, going to take the left tower down to 1601. So yeah, I mean, as we head into triple elixir almost, Ruben is going to fully switch over to the left lane. He doesn't want to allow Miner poison value for the rest of this match.
And Ruben has been going for prediction on prediction here. The Miners trying to predict things in front of the Mortars, the Skeletons there, trying to make a pickup of their own. That's been sort of the focus of Ruben's game so far. Morton playing very cut and dry, straightforward Clash Royale.
Yeah, and Evo to archers over the middle. How does he want to protect him? Poison going to come down, and those Evo archers are getting so much value. They take out the entire bush, and he still has one of them walk into the left lane. Great stuff from Morton.
This does feel very tight again. Evo Archer giving some more pressure on the left-hand side, but you can see the poison cycle maybe slightly ahead for Ruben at the moment as he gets the prediction on the Skeletons, and he is going to put a ton of damage on and poison back around one more time.
Yeah, forget everything I was saying earlier. He's going to go same lane. It's going to be a base race to see what is going to happen. The log versus the snowball will change a lot.
Poison in, ticking away. Can the Miner of Morton hit? The Miner from Ruben gets there. 24 HP. Ruben takes game number 1.
Ruben going same lane, forgetting the left lane damage, just going all in. The snowball and the log being the difference makers. He can push the Miners off the tower. He has to catch everything correctly. And right there, Ruben I mean, wow. I mean, what a match. Great. 24 HP, was that what it was?
That was 24 HP. That was 24,000 beats per minute on the heart rate. That was the kind of finish that we expect in games from Morten, right? We saw the crazy moment with Samuel Basoto earlier. Of course, something happened in 2019. Some of you might have seen it. The guy just cuts it very, very close. This one, the ball did not bounce in his favor. And now we see Ruben. This is I mean, I could watch these two play Clash Royale over and over and over again. But unfortunately, we get at most 2 more of these.
I'd pay $50 to watch it in a stadium.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
That's a great idea.
Oh, wow.
So taking a look at some of the moments from this when it got very, very close at the end, but you saw Ruben did a great job of turning into the aggressive poison cycle. And for a moment, you see that Morten is ahead, but when this minor gets on and the snowball resets the minor of Morten, that's going to be the end of the game because he can't get back around quite quick enough, doesn't have anything to catch the minor, maybe could have had something to catch the minor. Instead, it's Ruben taking game number 1.
Yeah, and I love every single thing about both of those players in those final seconds because he goes in with the Evo archers, and we've seen that happen a lot. Those long-range troops will take out the towers because it's like, oh, you know, I have minor poison. I got to 7 elixir. I go all in. Well, then you don't have enough in cycle, you don't have the bats or the scalers, and you can lose that way. So I also love what Morten did in trying to steal that game away.
So now we talk about what's in and what's out going forward. Obviously, Minor played on both sides, Poison played on both sides, but maybe the key elements on both sides of the board. Little Prince out for Ruben and the Evolved Archers out for Morten. Any thoughts on where we go from here with these two players?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely could see Lightning get played from who was running the Archers? It was Morten, correct?
Morten running the Archers.
Okay, yeah, so maybe you can start to use the Lightning because you no longer have to worry about those Archers in play.
Very interesting. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Ruben with match point. Little Prince out for Ruben here. That does open up some options for Morten as he does not have to worry about overspending to take that annoying little fella off the board.
I'm waiting. I'm excited. I can't wait to see if it's going to be Splash Yard with the Poison or if it's going to be one of my Lightning decks that I predicted. It's very simple to predict if you just guess one card.
Well, Poison out, so probably going to go in the Lightning direction here.
There you go. Look at that.
For Ruben, as Morten may be showing shades of the MK Prince Hog.
Nato coming out from Ruben. I mean, we've seen it a lot, and I think we're going to see it again. This is looking like E-Giant.
So Mega Knight Prince Hog here against most likely the E-Giant deck. Nato, of course, going to be a problem for those Hog Riders, but then if you get that big push behind and the Hog Rider gets NATO'd in, that could be devastating. Of course, as we're seeing here, Tombstone, easy to shut down those Princes.
Yeah, Ruben, I mean,
it
seems like he's giving up a lot of damage right there, but down to 140, it looks like if he's running the E-Giant deck, he can just win once it hits double elixir. He just has to defend out. So that's why he's giving up that chip damage with the Bandit. He wants to be able to build those pushes.
Prince to control the bowler on the left-hand side. Morten might have to, he is very low on elixir. He's gonna have to tank some damage here on the right-hand lane, goes with the Bandit instead, picks up the Archers and the Baby Dragon. Clean defense for 3 on the right-hand lane for SK Gaming's player.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of frustration on Morten's face. I really think that if the matchup is the way that both of these players are suggesting it will be, I think Ruben will have a huge matchup advantage.
Here we go, double elixir, and now both players slowing way down here. And you gotta wonder, does waiting until triple give the advantage to Ruben? And of course, with Morten, and I guess we're not gonna have to answer that question, Morten wants to react to this E-Giant as he does here.
Wow, it's very rare when we see players just leaking elixir once double elixir happens, but it makes sense. You have the MK, it's hard for you to defend against these E-Giant pushes, and you want to be able to set up the correct pushes. Baby Dragon will take out the Hog. It's going to get several shots, but that's okay. You have your pushes starting. This is what you want if you're Ruben. Yes, you're giving up a lot of damage, but this is where you start to give damage on his end.
So 1,200 HP or about 1,100 HP at the difference right now. Bandit and Mega Knight. You see Morten having to ignore the Evolved Archer on the left-hand side, and at the moment can't get to the Evolved Archer on the right-hand side. Firecracker finally comes with the Mega Knight. Boulder working against that Bandit. Tombstone on the left-hand lane. Firecracker doesn't get through, no, but the Hog Rider gonna get maybe 2 here, and just gets the 1. 14-01 either way. Still 1,000 HP lead for Morten.
Yeah, Morten doing a great job. And, you know, now I have to take a look at the deck and see why he's actually finding success. And that's because most of the time it's going to be Mega Knight, Minor, Wall Breakers. Instead, this Hog is creating havoc. Last time he almost got multiple shots. Archers are the only card in cycle. This Hog creates a lot more problems that the Wall Breaker Mega Knight version does not create.
And an excellent Prince there by Morten to defend. Ruben not finding a way to get into the second level. Finally goes E-Giant into his weak hand side, which is also where he has the most damage.
E-Giant going same lane. Should not have the Firecracker. And there we go. Actually, the Firecracker Evo being used, so that's interesting as well.
Lightning for that Evo'd Firecracker. Hog on the right-hand side with minions behind. Evolved Archers out for Ruben. Prince trying to work against the Electro Giant left-hand lane. Damage though on the right-hand side does give Ruben the lead in both lanes with 50 seconds left.
Baby Dragon not going to cross the bridge, so going to be able to defend this fairly easily. And right there, the E-Giant coming out just a tad bit too early. Hog plus Bandit, he's not going to choose to NATO to the King Tower, so will the Archers be able to take it out in time? It does, and that's going to be a lead for Ruben finally with 30 seconds left in OT.
1296 to 1401. Hog to the right-hand side. Bowler will defend. Mega Knight doesn't leap. Mega Knight almost connects, just barely doesn't, and that could be a turning point here. 18 seconds left, and Morten does not have a lot of spell power to go against this lightning.
Yeah, right there. Double Baby Dragons up. The minions are going to do nothing. The Hog is going to go to the Tombstone. 979 to 1401. This is going to be Ruben taking out Morten. Oh my.
Of all the things you could expect on day number 1, the last thing, and you can even see Ruben, either a big sigh of relief mixed with maybe a sigh of disappointment that one of his greatest rivals out on the very first day, but it is Ruben, 2020 World Champion with Team Queso, the MVP of that season, proving, despite maybe some criticisms of the last couple of years, that he is still at that world-class level.
Yes, and once he steps up onto the stage, I mean, he has that word at the world-class level online, but once he steps up on stage, it's another thing.
Let's go onto the floor, and Jackson Juicy J. Wall will take us away with our winner.
First of all, I have to ask, how are you feeling after such an important match?
La primera pregunta debe ser, ¿cómo te sientes después de un juego tan importante?
La verdad que estoy muy contento de haber tenido suerte esta partida, pero a la vez estoy enfadado por haber perdido en el winner y lo tenía en mis manos.
I have to say that I feel a little bit upset about losing before because it was almost in my hands.
And finally, in that first match, it was a Minor Poison Mirror matchup. How does the mortar affect how that matchup is played?
Entonces has usado un deck parecido, pero tú has tenido Mortar. ¿Por qué has decidido usar eso y cuál fue la diferencia para el juego?
Sí, es un mazo muy sólido que para empezar gana casi todo y el mortero hace la diferencia porque es mejor que los otros mineros.
Yes, this is a very similar deck, very strong, good one, and I think Mortar really makes a difference because it's a very strong card.
Absolutely. That's all I got. I'll send it back to the desk.
Thanks a lot, Jackson, and here we are with, some crazy results at the end of the day, Josh, and this one was, you have this quick win here by Ruben, but in a match that really did feel razor thin the whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is with Morten. He's always going to play regardless of the matchup because, yes, the matchup in game number 2 really wasn't that good. It came down to Ruben in game number 1 coming in with the gorgeous snowballs that are going to take out the Skellies, protect the miner from taking out the tower. It was really just Ruben playing phenomenally that sent sent Morten home. My heart, it doesn't want to say those words.
And this Mega Knight on the left-hand side, you see the eyebrow raise from Morten. That could have been the difference, but just by a hair, it doesn't connect. And you have this situation where you're up against NATO and Tombstone and two key counters here available for Ruben, able to shut it down. But again, no big spell to counter or to keep up with that lightning.
Yeah, and actually right there, I think Morten was allowing the bowler to hit the hog in order for it to try and push past the tombstone. That is one of those techniques that I never would have thought of in a million years. And even with 5 seconds left in the game, he's still trying to pull out any possible trick that he can pull out.
Well, we've seen it before, and we won't see it again, unfortunately, but now we do have our top 12 matchups secured. Mohamed Light moves on, where tomorrow he will face the loser of Pedro and Samuel Basoto. So another marquee matchup for Mohamed Light. If we can back out to the full bracket here to give a little bit of view here, Adriel, in loser of match 15, he will face the loser of Pandora and Vitor, which is a huge one. Wallace will face elimination against Mugi or Arden Toas, and then Ruben, as we just saw, will go on to take on either Air Surfer or Higher. And we're also going to get to our upper bracket semifinals, which puts those players so very close to that overall winner's bracket. If you make the upper finals, you're in the top 3. Upper semis, I believe you're in the top 6 at that point. So Air Surfer Higher will be a banger of a matchup, one that will be fascinating to watch. But of course, we are going to continue to whittle our field down. Today, we went from 16 down to 12, and we trim a few more off tomorrow.
Oh man, day one is almost done. I mean, we have a few highlights and then it's gonna be it. I can't wait to show you guys everything. Thank you for a beautiful day. Let's take a look at the highlights right now.
And I think we're going to have some great moments today coming to you here in just a second as you see the crowd already filing out. And
Four players fall, 4 more with their backs up against the wall as 8 sit pretty going into day number 2 at the Clash Royale League World Finals. And what a day number 1 it was. It started off the same as it did last year. Mohamed Light going down to the lower bracket, but bouncing back and eliminating his opponent. Arden Toas and Pandora picking up their first ever wins at World Finals. Teammates clashing, Ruben and Pedro, an incredible back and forth, but Ruben stays alive through the end of the day, eliminating one of the goated players in all of Clash Royale as we say goodbye to Sosa, Faust, Not Afraid, Morten, and maybe another of the craziest games we will ever see in Clash Royale history puts Morten on the wrong side of that coin. Here we go, day number 2 coming your way after an exceptional way to start these finals. Boys, that's been a good one.
It's been exactly what you expect here at World Finals. Shocking moments, huge finishes, and of course, there are 2 more days left, so you have not yet subscribed to the channel. Make sure you turn on notifications so you get notified when we're back here tomorrow and back here for our finale on Sunday. For everybody here at Clash Royale League, that's Jackson Juicy J Wall, Andrew Guy, Joshua AC Sharon. I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day 2.